Morning, people. Good morning, people. So I want to get on here real quick and see if I can try to work out any potential audio issues. I want to make sure that we can hear audio before we get going. So I'm gonna put on one of our videos to make sure y'all can hear the audio. Oh crap, that's not us. So last time I did this, people could not hear the audio. Let's run this.
And were you cooler with Mutu than you were, say, Shannon?
Let me know if y'all can hear the audio.
Were you also cooler with Demetria?
Yes.
April 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
All right. Sounds like y'all can hear it, right? Okay, yeah, because I can hear it on my computer. So we're good to go. So we have audio. Excellent. Great. So we're going to just wait for a few minutes. And today will be day 2 of Demikion Garlington. So let's get back to where we were. Change to my other profile so I won't get any. Why am I frozen? Why am I frozen on my screen? Oh, okay. All right. So let's I like to stream from Fox Atlanta. Hopefully they have this stream up this morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Try to start getting my feet wet with this streaming thing, y'all. This is a totally different ball game from making videos. The streaming is a lot different. Got to be able to talk all day. I'm pretty good at talking, but I know a lot of times it will be just silent anyway, waiting for the action to start. All right, so it looks like we have about isn't court supposed to start at 8:30 today? I thought that they said at 8:30 today's court was going to start. But it looks like 8:15 or 8:45 is on the law and crime. So y'all, hopefully we get a pretty active chat this morning. I don't want y'all to be scared or nervous about doing the chat. Don Diva, good morning. Good morning, y'all. Let's make sure we get the chat. Lil D Dad speaks out. Where's that? Y'all, let's talk about this, okay? I'm gonna start this stream off with this. We're gonna talk about Lil D and Lil D's dad. I started to make a video about this weekend, but yesterday, instead of making a video about this, I went with Puffy and I went with I did a really solid resume video yesterday, y'all. So if you need to get your resume straight, trust me, watch the video from yesterday. Okay, like no joke. But with that said, I was thinking about doing this video with Lil D. Rio, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. By the way, y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna hit the like button myself. I just hit the like button. Hit the like button, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. So there's been a lot of controversy about Lil D. And so this is a sensitive topic, y'all. So it's also sensitive. So while I wanted to make a video about this yesterday, I thought, man, do I even really want to wade myself into this whole controversy? Sometimes I think it's easy to forget that we're interacting with, or we are watching, I should say, like real people, people who have real needs, feelings, emotions, motivations, etc. And good afternoon, Lynn. And sometimes I think it's easy for us to forget that. And Lil D is a prime example of that. Shay Taylor, DMV in the house. Good morning, good morning. Lil D is a prime example of that, y'all. So the first thing we heard about Lil D is that he was in the hospital. He was battling, it sounded like, for his life, having multiple blood transfusions, battling sickle cell, and his attorney that his family was able to obtain for him came to court and said that if he takes the stand, he could die. And I think we all felt shocked by the fact that he may be forced to take the stand and put his life on the line. And so we're like, I mean, it was shocking. I was shocked. Everybody was shocked. And DA Love was like, yo, get him on the stand, you know. And the judge also seemed to be like, hey, we'll get him in here. You know, we'll get him in here. We'll see what happens. And his attorney, Mr. Scheib, I believe is the pronunciation. Mr. Scheib says, well, can we do a private audience, you know, so we can just test them out? And the judge says, look, it's the same thing, you know, might as well just get them in here. And I think everybody's like, no, like we don't want to see somebody who's deathly ill on the stand testifying when it can wait, right? I think we will all agree. Can we all agree that visually speaking, when you saw Lil D, if you had not heard anything about his illness, just visually speaking, you and I and everybody else in the world, unless you maybe are a trained professional, we would have said, that guy looks like he's fine, right? So again, I'm not saying what's going on in his body. I'm not saying what's going on with his illness. I'm not saying his pain level. I have no information about that aside from what's been discussed in court and what's been discussed by other people. But of course, I do not know. But just looking at him, you know, I was relieved. I was like, okay, well, he looks fine, right? Even though he apparently is not fine, but he looks fine. He's has a good amount of weight on him, which is always good. Real, I can tell around the eye. Yeah. So again, I'm certainly not here to say another person's health condition, but visually, one thing about people who are ill and in the hospital for a long time is they typically lose a lot of weight. Right or wrong? If you're in the hospital for a long period of time, one very common thing that happens to you is you lose a lot of weight because you're not eating as much. You don't have free reign of the world. So you see Lil D, he got some weight on him. He actually has a lot more weight on him now than in many of the pictures and videos that we've seen of him. Of course, people can certainly gain weight when they're ill, right? People can gain weight, but if you were to say what seems to be most common, people tend to lose weight. So we see him and he looks fine, and that's good. That's a good thing. We want him to be fine. So, you know, we don't want to see somebody who's six feet tall and 120 pounds walk up to take to the stand. We don't want him to be 120 pounds, 6 feet tall. So Rio says, and Lola Lisa says, not if you're on steroids. No, listen, the point is not, are there exceptions, y'all? Of course, there's exceptions to everything. The question is when you hear somebody is deathly ill, what kind of image comes to mind? That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying of course there are exceptions to everything, right? So when he took the stand, I think there was relief on my end. It's like, okay, Well, again, I don't know what's happening inside his body, but at least visually, he looks like he's gonna make it. He looks like he has some life in him. When he started talking, when he started answering, when he was somewhat sparring with Miss Love, he had some spunk. You know what I'm saying? He has some life in him. So it's like, okay, that's good. But the thing is, people had donated to Lil D to a GoFundMe. They had donated to Lil D getting an attorney. So Lil D, they donated to him getting an attorney, and people started feeling defrauded, particularly at the end when Lil D fires his attorney. He fires his attorney live, and people start feeling defrauded because they're like, hold up, I gave $20, I gave $5, I gave $50, I gave $100. So I'm helping you get this guy, Mr. Scheib. Mr. Scheib is in here when he's supposed to be. He's advocating for you, even though admittedly, Mr. Scheib, like, hey, I got a case over here, I got a case over there, I got 5. Mr. Scheib was always in a rush. Mr. Scheib seemed like he was in a rush, okay? Again, I'm not going to say what was happening in Mr. Scheib's mind, but Mr. Scheib always seems like he was in a rush. And Mr. Scheib, hey, judge, I got to do this, I got to do that. And I think this is the strangest thing for me, y'all. So I want to get some feedback from you. BJ TV says he was working with the state. Let me put this on Do Not Disturb before y'all start kirking on me. BJ TV says he said his attorney was working with the state. So let's get into that. That's exactly where I was going. So I think what happened with Woody was a huge wake-up call for many of us. We saw Woody go on the stand, plead the fifth, which we all consider to be a constitutional right. I do not have to answer questions that may incriminate me. I, according to the United States Constitution, can plead the fifth. And I think a lot of our eyes were opened when we saw that the U.S., that not only U.S. government, but that the government can literally put immunity on you. So a lot of people call this Woody's immunity deal. There was no deal. This was not a deal. Woody had immunity put onto him from an outside force, which was the Georgia state government, and they stripped him of his Fifth Amendment. There was no deal. All right? So we're going to say there was no deal with Woody. And they told Woody at this point, now that we have literally conferred immunity to you against your will, if you don't talk, we're going to put you in jail. And I think a lot of people, due to the circumstances of the ex parte meeting, due to Woody being a sympathetic figure, due to our own learning at that point, I'm going to get to Lil D's immunity in a sec. Due to our own learning at that point that this can happen to us, I think people were appalled, like, well, you can actually strip me of my Fifth Amendment privilege and make me talk, or you can put me in jail. Like, we just didn't know that. So people saw that in a negative light. People saw that as a bad thing. Okay? People saw that as a bad thing. But so we took away from that, like, this immunity thing, when you don't want to talk, is a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It just depends on whether you want to talk or not. It's bad for sure if you don't want to talk and they force you. Of course, forcing somebody to do something typically is considered bad, right? So with that bad taste in our mouth, we fast forward to Lil D. We didn't know whether Lil D wanted to talk or not. We were getting these third-party accounts that Lil D was going to get on the stand and plead the fifth, that Lil D was sick, that Lil D could die. So we get this sense of here's this man who is sick, could die if he testifies. The DA is pursuing him as soon as he gets out of the hospital, all of which, apparently is true. The DA is pursuing him as soon as he got out of the hospital. They're putting him in jail when he's having a sickle cell crisis. And they're going to force him to testify whether he wants to or not. So Mr. Shibe, being an attorney, understands that either his client takes the stand, pleads the fifth, and they put immunity on him the same way, they being the DA, they being Miss Love and Fonnie Willis, they put immunity on him like they did Woody. Or Mr. Shibe can proactively negotiate and make a true deal because I have some say-so in this. Woody did not have say-so. Woody had a deal put onto him. He was caught and it was shoved onto him, where Mr. Shibe is like, well, let's talk about it so we can try to come up with a deal. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, y'all? Yeah, by the way, Miss Lily 710, I'm with you. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. I'm going to be coming live. By the way, y'all, just FYI, at 9 o'clock, I have to give a class. I'm going to leave this live open, but I am going to mute my microphone, okay? I'm going to leave the live open, but I'm going to be muting my microphone. Let's see if we can find a live stream. Okay, here we go. I'm going to be leaving the live open, so you're going to see me, but you're not going to hear me, okay? You're going to see me, but you're not going to hear me for about an hour while I am giving a class. So FYI, just so that you know. So this is what happens, y'all. So Lil D gets this immunity. I guess we call it a deal. And people started kirking out. By the way, if you're from the DMV, you know what kirking out means. You know what seist means. These are my words. This is from my generation. This is what I say. So y'all can use these words. Kirking out means you're going crazy. You could be going crazy in a good way, or you could be going crazy in a bad way. Kirking out. Seist, I don't know if y'all familiar with that, but seist is when you're excited, when you pump something up, when you get pumped up yourself. So that y'all know, that's how we talk around here. So Woody had, WH with H. I'm sorry, y'all know sometimes you can't pronounce these names. Woody was forced, he had forced immunity. Y'all got to understand. Okay, let me explain to y'all real quick what this immunity for Woody, what it said and what it meant, okay? What it said was, by the way, I'm just bringing up this court so I can see when it starts. What Woody's immunity said is this, y'all. Listen very, very closely so y'all can totally understand this. Woody's immunity said, when you get on the stand and you start to testify, any words that come out of your mouth cannot be used against you to prosecute you. Any words that come out of your mouth cannot be used against you to prosecute you, okay? So if Woody says, me and Trevante, is it Trevante Turner? Me and Threat, we shot up Rich Homie Quan Father Barbershop. The immunity says they cannot use that to prosecute him. That's one. They can't use his words. But two, they also can't use evidence that comes from his words. They cannot use evidence that they find as a result of his words. All right, let me switch. Hold up real quick, y'all. Hold up real quick. Let me get the trial on. They also cannot use evidence that comes as a result of his words. All right, let me find the trial. All right, live. Here we go. So what does that mean? That means that if Woody says, me and Trevante Turner, we shot up Rich Homie Quan's father barbershop. First of all, they can't use those exact words. They can't use those exact words. But they also cannot use those words to then go find additional evidence and use that evidence against Woody. So they can't use the words, and they can't use additional evidence that they find as a result of the words. He has immunity from all of that. Now, if he says that and somebody says, aha, I have a videotape of that, and they go turn that into the police can use that videotape against Woody if they want to prosecute him for that crime, because that's not his words, and that's not evidence that the police found as a result of his words. That made a civilian or an unconnected party remember, oh, I have a videotape, and then they turn it over. So in that case, yes, the police could use the videotape against Woody if they wanted to prosecute him. But what they couldn't do is say in a court filing or in court, and he also testified to this. They couldn't use his words still, but they could use a videotape that they obtained independently of his words. Hopefully y'all get this. So Lil D gets a similar type of immunity. Okay, he needed this, y'all. Mr. Scheib got him this immunity, and without a lawyer, he might not have gotten it. He needed this immunity, people, because when he gets up there and says, I did something, they can prosecute him if he doesn't have his immunity. They could prosecute him. Okay? Y'all get it? They could prosecute him. Now that he has immunity, so they can't use the actual words against him. Also, they can't, it's called derivative immunity. They can't use evidence that they find as a result of his words against him either. Does that make sense? So it's kind of important that he has this immunity. We're talking right now about Zachary, okay? Both of them, Zachary and Woody. So it's kind of important that he has this immunity, people. When I say kind of, I'm just being facetious. He absolutely needs this immunity, because the worst case scenario for him, he gets on the stand, I should say. He starts talking. He says something that implicates him in a crime. And then the prosecutor says, aha, we didn't know that. Okay. Butterfly Lover, but it was for use immunity, not derived. No, it was for both, Butterfly Lover. There's no doubt as it relates to Woody that it was 100% derived immunity. No doubt. Okay. It was clearly spelled out in his immunity agreement. I don't know for sure that I've read Lil D's, but I've heard people say that it's similar to Woody's or even better. I don't know. But Woody's was certainly 100% use and derivative, 100%. Let's see, Star Child. What if he implicated someone else? Could they use evidence against the implicated person? Yes, they could, 100%. That's what they're trying to do. Star Child, think about this. Why is he testifying? He's testifying as evidence against Young Thug and the other defendants. So 100% they can use it against someone else. In fact, not only can they use it against someone else, that's the entire point of him even being on the stand, is so that it's for them to use it against someone else. So yes, without a doubt, 100%, yes, they are using it against someone else. That's the point of him being up there. Black Zionist, Shalom. So yeah. Y'all, I'm definitely new to the streaming. Miss Lily 710, I'm new to this streaming thing. Trying to make sure I got it. So it looks like we're about to get started. Are we talking? Okay.
All right. Anybody have issues?
Can y'all hear?
Morning? Anybody? We had got our witness lined up.
Thank you, Shanna. Appreciate the love. Miyu, how long is this trial? It started officially in January. It's predicted to go at least until next February or March. Black Zionist, hit the like button. I agree. I don't have any I don't think I have moderators. I don't know anything about this, y'all. I'm just getting started. How do you even get moderators? David Young live here in New York. It's a sad day when people of New York are talking about corruption. David Young, it looked like the mayor in New York City, look like they on his heels. I don't know how to make anybody a mod, y'all. I'm being honest. Like, I would love to get some. I don't even know if I need mods yet. What's my background? Where do I start? I'll just put my legal background. Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. We are a paralegal program. Y'all, look, I'm relaxed. I'm laid back, but we have an excellent paralegal program. 100% virtual, online. Been operating since 2003, so 22 years. I'm a law school grad myself and decided to hop into this arena because I like talking about this stuff, y'all. I love this stuff. I find it extremely interesting. Is the sound off? I don't hear anything. What's going on with the sound? I don't hear anything. Yeah, AV. Yeah, AV. I have certainly thought about it. Love AV's content. The lead attorney. My preference when I'm watching, I usually watch. And today, one of the reasons I'm streaming is because Kat Knott Williams she's not on. I typically watch with Kat all day if she's on early, but she's starting at 12 today, so I figured I'll just hop on myself. Sound was on. I know I'm looking at on my other computer, and I do not. Let me check on my phone. I don't think the sound is on. No, there's no sound coming through. There's no sound coming through. Yeah, I'm always on with Kat as well. Kat's great. I'm not a lawyer or paralegal. I'm a JD, law school grad. I've been teaching paralegal classes for the last 6 years. I have worked in paralegal positions, but currently I'm an instructor. I'm an instructor. That's what I am. I'm a paralegal instructor. You're not very interesting, so I don't watch your content. Plus, you only allow comments from members, so I go elsewhere. That's not true. I mean, if you don't find me interesting, that's fine, but I don't only allow comments from members. Kimberly, how can I win you over? What must I do to become interesting for you, Kimberly? Give me the instructions and I shall follow. Yeah, the trial sound is off. How can we get legal advice? Y'all, people have contacted for legal advice. Y'all, I can't give y'all legal advice. I can't give y'all legal advice. I can give you paralegal training. I can help you get a paralegal job. but I certainly cannot give you legal advice. Okay. Congratulations. I feel like you'd be successful. Just keep pushing. Yeah, thank you, D. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm just trying to get my feet wet with streaming. It's definitely good when you have people commenting. By the way, y'all, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to be leaving this open. I'm leaving the chat the stream open so you don't have to go elsewhere. I am going to just mute my mic. You'll still see me. You will still see me, but I'm going to mute my microphone because I am going to actually be giving a class over Zoom for about an hour from 9 till 10. So you're going to see me. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere, but I am going to be giving a class. So when I get back, y'all can tell me what's happened while I was gone. Okay. That's about 5 minutes from now. I'm going to open up and do a class. But yeah, so the court's sound is still off. What's up with that?
The witnesses here.
The witnesses
Okay.
here.
There we go.
Do you know whether the jury
Do you
is
know whether the jury is ready?
I'm going to switch.
Whether the jury is ready.
Y'all, I'm going to switch over. I'm going to switch over real quick. Bear with me. I like using the Fox Atlanta. All right. Got my sound on. So they took the sound. Why is the sound off? All right. All right, cool. So we're good. Yeah, Danielle, I agree. Hit that like button. I agree. So I'm not sure I finished up talking about the Lil D situation. So a lot of people had donated. I think they got up to about $9,000 in his GoFundMe, and people started feeling defrauded. But right after Lil D fired his attorney on Friday, and this was the end of court, I hopped on.
The witnesses here.
So we still have no sound. I hopped on TikTok and I was watching Taylor Umbridge. By the way, y'all, go support Taylor Umbridge. I think it's UMBRIDGE on TikTok. And Taylor had Lil D's sister, or maybe both sisters, on a live right after court. And one thing that one of his sisters said is that he did not know about the GoFundMe, that they had not been having a lot of communication with him, and that he apparently did not know that people had gotten this money together so that he could have an attorney. So that's one thing. So keep that in mind, y'all. Okay. Keep it in mind that Lil D may have been unaware that his attorney was paid for by other people. Okay. That's one. Two, I'm not sure that he had enough contact with his family and with the outside world for them to give him the context as to what his attorney's actually doing for him. Okay. Meaning to give him another perspective. So it sounds like he had very limited contact with the people who could inform him as to what's going on. So, just keep that in mind, y'all. Keep that in mind. Okay. Daddy TP, you need a moderator before you leave. Y'all, I don't know how to make anybody a moderator. Well, let me see. Do I just click on your name? How do I even know who's supposed to be a moderator? I don't know, y'all. All right. So I think, let me see. All right. So I had one person, WIHTH, who, who said that they would become a moderator, but I don't know how to make somebody a moderator. I'm clicking on their name. It doesn't give me like a drop down or something to make that person a moderator. I think we just gonna have an unmoderated chat, y'all. I think it's gonna be, Might be the Wild West up in here. I'm clicking on your profile. If I put a star here, does that make you a moderator? I don't know.
Got files on Friday,
Did it-
right now,
got
while we wait for the
files
witness
on
and the jury.
On Friday, right now, while we wait for the witness and the jury.
All right, y'all. Y'all, for now, we just gonna be. I hope it doesn't get too crazy. I gotta hop on to this class. I will be here. I'm just gonna mute myself. Okay. So enjoy.
Your Honor, this is and good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Christian. Your Honor, this is and good morning, Your Honor, and good morning to everyone. This is motion limine number 60. And may I just have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thanks. And the import of this, Your Honor, is that the state is calling a witness. His name is Mr. Bush, B-U-S-C-H.
Mhm.
And he is the significant other to Jeffrey Williams' mother for a long time. They're not actually married, but they've been together for a long time. And the state has a police report, and they sent out an officer that on January 13, 2015, approximately 1:00 a.m., there's a shooting of a home. That responding officer, stated that he had information that the home is occupied by two persons. One is Mr. Bush, one is Mr. Sturkey, S-T-U-R-K-E-Y. And there was a bullet hole to the front door of the home, and also two vehicles had broken glass based upon what is believed to be projectiles going through the windows of the items of the cars. So what I believe the state is intending to do with Mr. Bush is to relate that he lived there. He doesn't live there, but he's been there. One of his cars was there. Jeffrey Williams' mother doesn't live there. And they are relating it back to 2+ days before the shooting of Donovan Thomas, and it's, quote, retaliation. The problem I have with this is I don't believe that the nexus has been laid. The state does not allege, I don't believe, who did the drive-by shooting. They are just saying that it was done in retaliation of the killing, and therefore it was targeted to Mr. Bush, who doesn't live there but has ties to that home, and therefore somehow this proves that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the shooting.
Is Mr. Bush the owner of the home?
No,
That part's wrong too.
he is not the owner of the home, but he had lived there previously. He had moved
Okay.
out. So I don't want the court to be misled. He had lived there. It's just he was not living there at that time. He hadn't lived there for quite a while, and Jeffrey Williams' mother was not living there. So to me, there's steps. You know, the way I think, I just think very simply, there's steps missing. And what the state is saying is that there's been, I think their number is 40 or 60. I can't remember right now, but retaliatory shootings. And it's just like the court will remember, I believe, the Blue Flame incident. That's one of their retaliatory shootings. And the way the state says that is, well, a gun, shell casings found from a gun, a discharged weapon, are the same type or match shell casings that are found in another incident that relates to this supposed gang shootings back and forth. And the court excluded that witness entirely, told the jurors to ignore the witness or forget the witness unless it ties up later based upon the defense motion. And I feel like this is the same. Without knowing who the shooter is, without knowing the motivation of the shooter, it is pure speculation that this somehow ties back to Jeffrey Williams. And that will be the argument, I believe. That is my motion, and I'd ask and tighten up all of these supposed retaliatory shootings, because several of them are this. It's the theory. It's really the theory of the prosecution, but we don't go on theories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Love?
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, of course, we do go on circumstantial evidence. And in this particular case, the state is not going to have anyone try and testify that Jeffrey Williams had anything to do with the shooting of the home, where he shot up the home where his mother's ex or current was living at the time, or may have lived before then. Our evidence, I believe, is that at the time that officers arrived on the scene, they spoke with this person, Mr. Williams's mom's paramour.
Mr. Bush.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Bush. And that it was conveyed to them that he, along with his roommate, Mr. Sturkey, lived there. So I know the court seems to get conflicting accounts or interpretations of what discovery has shown. And that is why we believe it is vitally important that the jury alone be given the opportunity to decide what weight to give, what information comes before it, and that the state not be curtailed based on the theories of the defense from showing the evidence to the jury and allowing them to make their decisions. We have several interviews. We have witnesses who say things that, and I don't want to try and represent to the court that there's going to be a line drawn that somebody said, I overheard this person say they shot up this house because it belonged to Mr. Sturgis or Mr. Sturkey, or Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey. But what I am saying is that we're getting a lot of these attempts to curtail the state's case by limiting what the state is allowed to put up, as if circumstantial evidence is not a thing. So we'd ask that the court deny the motion in limine and allow the state to put up its strongest case, given that we have the burden of proof, no one else does, and that we should be allowed to put up as much evidence as the court allows us to prove each element of every count and every act in this case that we seek to put up.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to deny this motion in limine. It is given that there is evidence that Mr. Bush had lived at the house, still claimed, some sort of an interest in the house, and is related to Mr. Williams' family, not by blood, but I mean, he has a relationship with that family through Mr. Williams' mother. It's an admissible inference that a jury could draw. So I need to make sure that whomever, if there's going to be a police officer who reports on this, that they don't refer to Mr. Bush as Mr. Williams' stepfather, since it doesn't sound like that's accurate, but.
Right, and to the extent that Mr. Bush referred to himself as any particular way, we would expect to have him testify about that.
I mean, sure, if however he wants to refer to himself, but, so anyway, that's my ruling on that.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Thank
you
you.
a question?
Uh-huh.
Just if it matters to the ruling. Even the police report on page 4 or 5, which I attached to the
Right.
motion, it's the third to last page. Starting at the 6th line from the bottom, Mr. Bush never arrived. What you just heard was just wrong. Mr. Bush wasn't on the scene. It's Mr. Sturkey, the other gentleman, who came on the scene and spoke with law enforcement. Neither was home. No one was home at the time. And Mr. Sturkey appeared, and he advised that Mr. Bush frequents the house but does not stay in the house at night. So Mr. Bush did not arrive on the scene. That's what was just represented to you, if that matters in your ruling.
All right. It does not change my ruling.
Can we have a continuing objection, Your Honor?
You may. Do you know whether we have Mr. Zachary yet? Is the jury ready now? Okay. All right, let's get Mr. Zachary in and pick up where we left off. Yeah. Coming up to the witness stand, Take your hood off, please. Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Zachary back on the stand. I'll remind you, Mr. Zachary, that you're still under oath. Ms. Love, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. When you testified on Friday that the last grade that you attended was 8th grade, what school were you attending at that time? I'm going to put the microphone closer to you. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into this microphone so that both the court reporter and each of the jurors can hear you as well as the defendants, okay? What school was it that you were attending when you said the last grade that you finished in school was 8th grade?
Oh, it was CEP or Turner School.
Say that again?
CEP or Turner School.
And what does CEP stand for, please?
I don't know.
Was it Crim?
No.
Okay. Where was it located?
Off of Cleveland somewhere.
All right. And what year was that you would have
I don't know.
dropped out of 8th grade?
I don't know.
All right. Mr. Zachary, we were also talking on Friday about an August 5th, 2015 interview that you had with Detectives Gaither and Dennis. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Now, is it that you don't remember talking about it on Friday, or you don't remember the interview in 2015? Which one is it?
I remember having an interview, but I don't remember.
Mr. Zachary, would you please lean into the microphone and speak loudly enough for the jurors to hear?
I
you?
remember having it, but I don't remember.
Okay, you remember having it. What don't you remember then?
I just don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, what are you talking about?
I don't remember what happened.
Okay, what happened during the interview?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, since you remember having the interview on August 5th, 2015, when you met with Detectives Gaither and Dennis at the Atlanta Police Department, do you remember them asking you what grade you completed in school?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, let me ask you a different question then. Do you remember telling them that you graduated?
That was a lie.
Mr.
I don't
Zachary,
remember.
I can understand. And would you do me a favor? Even if you say it was a lie, if you could just tell me if you remember saying it or not, and then we can get to whatever else you want to say, okay?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember telling them that you graduated?
No.
Do you remember them asking you how far you got in school?
No.
All right. Do you remember even if you don't remember telling them that you graduated, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether or not 8th grade is what you meant or something else, because people graduate from 8th grade?
I ain't graduate from 8th grade. Last graduation was kindergarten.
Okay,
I was in turner school, everything else.
okay. So do you remember Detective Gaither asking you whether you graduated from, what grade you graduated from? Do you remember her asking
Objection,
you that?
relevance.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from 12th grade?
No,
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated from CRIM?
Objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I have not asked that question at all. I have not asked that question about last,
Graduated from there.
whether he graduated 12th grade from CRIM. I've not asked that question.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you graduated 12th grade from CRIM?
no,
Okay. Do you remember whether or not, let me ask you this, since you remember the interview, do you remember whether anyone was in the interview room when you got there?
no, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you come over to the interview room from the jail or from your home or from somewhere else?
Jail.
All right. So were you in a uniform like like similar to the one you had on Friday, but a different color?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you handcuffed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, since that part you don't remember, do you remember how many people were in the room with you?
I don't know.
Do you remember substantially less today than you did on Friday since the weekend?
Friday, I was probably on like 5 Percocet, 10 milligrams of morphine. I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember or do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what medicine you're on?
Cause for hearsay.
I'm asking, do you know?
He probably ain't never took no drugs.
Okay. So that's not answering the question. Do you know what your doctor said about your ability to testify despite what drugs you were on?
No.
Were you not present when your doctor said that?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Where were you when you heard him say that?
I don't remember, man.
Do you not remember sitting in that chair right there?
I remember him being on the screen.
Okay.
Y'all ain't supposed to have him on no screen.
What now?
Y'all had me high. Y'all just talk me, trick me up on anything.
Say that for me again.
Y'all ain't even supposed to have him on no TV screen.
Why?
I don't, cause I put my business, my medical business all over the world and something, man.
Okay.
I was high. I was on medicine, full of medicine. The lawyer was back there arguing with me. I don't remember nothing.
Okay. So you did hear what he said?
I remember him being on the screen. That's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything to anyone that you were not able to proceed or think clearly?
Y'all didn't ask me. I remember that.
Have you answered a few questions since you've been on the stand that I didn't ask you?
I don't remember.
All right. Now you are considerably quieter than you were on Friday. Does that medicine make you sleepy or something else?
Relax.
Relaxed. You seem a little bit more relaxed today. So
Angry today.
you are or are not?
I'm angry today.
Okay. So you're angry, but have you taken the same medicine today?
No, y'all won't let me get it. Y'all, I'm telling them I'm pain whole weekend. Y'all got me caged in the house. Y'all down there got my mama like she locked up. Like
Wait a minute.
can't leave the house, can't do none of that. Like
And that makes you angry with the state, right?
I'm going through withdrawals. Yes, I'm angry.
Okay. You said caged in a house. Are there bars on the home you were in?
No, they telling her when she can leave, this and that. I ain't agreed to none of that.
Did the state make you go back to the Fulton County Jail?
They should have before I let my family feel like they locked up, I go lay down. I ain't tripping. I ain't one of them people scared to go to jail. I don't did 8, 9 years. I ain't scared of jail.
Okay. Did you want to go back to the jail?
It don't make me none.
Did you tell the court you would rather be in the jail than be at your
Before I
mom's
let
house?
y'all just keep putting my family through this for something I did, I'm a grown man. I got my own house. I got my own everything.
Mr. Zachary, can you allow me to finish asking you questions before you answer? Did you tell the court that you'd rather be in jail than stay at
I
your?
don't know.
Your Honor, would the court please apprise the witness to allow me to finish the question before he answers?
Listen to the whole question before you answer it and try to answer the question that is asked, please.
Thank you. Did you ever tell the court that you would rather be in the jail than at your mother's house?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
I might have well. Y'all took my phones. I can't do nothing. I ain't agreed to none of that.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Were you handcuffed inside your mom's house?
No, I was on house arrest. I laid them on my leg.
A leg, okay. So do you now recall graduating from CREM?
No, I never graduated.
Objection
Last
asked and
graduation.
answered.
Overruled.
Do you,
Last graduation was kindergarten. Everything else was attorney schools. Attorney school don't have graduation.
okay. Do you recall finishing 12th grade at CREM? You have to answer.
I told you I never made it to no 12th grade.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis in August 5th, 2015, that you finished in either 05 or 09, something of that?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I don't want to speak in front of the jury. May I approach with the
Yes.
relevance?
Yes.
All right, y'all. Class ended early. I have 2 students that I'm preparing for a national paralegal exam, and one didn't show up, so we're going to postpone it. I did check, and it looks like y'all fill me in. I missed a little bit here. Looks like Lil D, he definitely looks a lot different. He looks a lot different today than he did the other day. By the way, y'all, wife brought me some breakfast, so don't be mad at your boy. I'm gonna be eating a little bit. Put it on mute. Yeah, Paul, I'm sorry. Your wife, I wasn't really hungry, but she brought me the bacon and eggs, y'all, so I got to eat it. She took her time to make it for me, so I'm going to go ahead and try to enjoy it. Thank you, Paula. So did he confirm that he doesn't have a lawyer, y'all, or are we just assuming from last week because he fired his lawyer? Or did he confirm today that he does not have a lawyer? By the way, the family said, I believe, and don't quote me on this, but his sister, I believe, said that the lawyer had charged $10,000 Oh, you can hear my crunch. Y'all, I'm sorry. I know y'all can hear my crunch. His lawyer said that his sister said, I believe, again, this is not a quote, but I believe on the Taylor Umbridge TikTok, his sister said his lawyer had charged $10,000 for what he had done up till Friday. Okay? That's what I believe she said. And matter of fact, if I can find it, and the lawyer wanted $2,500 per week going forward. So who knows if he's going to be up there this whole week. Looks like we're about to come back. Who knows if he's going to be up there this whole week, the Lil D, and if his lawyer would have been on the case this whole week. But apparently he was asking for $2,500 per week going forward.
Did you go down? And I'm sorry, Judge, I left the microphone here. Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department? Did you go down to the Atlanta Police Department because of a request from Detectives Gaither and Dennis, or did you request to speak with Detectives Gaither and Dennis?
I ain't never request speak no police.
Okay. Do you know whether anyone made a request on your behalf?
No, I know ain't nobody did nothing like that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither telling you, okay, so you wanted to speak to us, we're here. You kept trying to get to us, you've been trying to reach us, and now we're here.
No, somebody called them, asked them what was I locked up for. That was it.
Okay. So when she said that to you, did you tell her, hey, I didn't call you, I didn't want to talk to you?
I don't remember what I told them.
Okay. If you didn't want to talk to them, did you have the sense that you could tell them you didn't want to talk to them?
No, I don't have no sense at all.
Okay.
Been on drugs my whole life.
Okay. Now, when you say you've been on drugs your whole life, what kind of drugs?
Prescription drugs.
Sir?
Prescription drugs.
Okay. And do you take the amount of prescription drugs that you are prescribed, or do you take something different, a different amount?
Ain't none of your business.
Okay. Well, do you take an amount more than what the doctor tells you to take?
Ain't none of your business.
Your Honor, with the court? Actually, I withdraw that question.
Okay.
Does the amount of drugs that you take cause you to act a certain way different than you normally act?
It's just the drugs that I get. So, and you can take no matter how many you take.
Does it cause you to act a different way than you would normally act?
Yes.
What way?
Calmer. I mean, not really calm, but I don't be focused.
Okay. And when you say that you're not focused, how does that show itself when you're talking to people? What does it look like?
Talk too much.
You talk too much. Okay. And when you're talking too much, do you later regret talking too much, or is it that why do you feel like you talk too much? What makes it too much? I'll rephrase. When you say you talk too much, what do you mean you talk too much?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't remember.
Okay. When you went down to the police department.
Somebody went down when he took me.
Oh, you remember them coming to get you?
I know I ain't went nowhere. You gotta go down there yourself.
Say that again?
To being went, I've been on went down on myself. I ain't went nowhere myself.
Okay. And when you say they took you, who are you talking about?
Whoever took me, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if it was the same people you talked to in the room?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, whoever took you, did they threaten you? On the way down there, did they threaten you? Whoever took you from the jail to the police department, did they threaten you?
No, I don't remember.
Is it no or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Now, are you taking the drugs now that you said caused you to talk too much?
No, I just told you y'all won't let me go get them. I'm withdrawing.
Okay. When you were in the interview room, or actually walking into the interview room, did anybody threaten you,
I don't know.
sir?
I don't know.
When you got in the interview room, did anybody threaten you?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember whether or not you were asked if anyone threatened you?
I don't know.
Mr. Zachary, is it that you don't remember or you don't want to talk because you're angry?
I said I don't remember.
Okay. Now, did you sign any kind of form saying no one had threatened you and made you any promises?
I don't remember nothing. No years, no months. I don't remember nothing.
Then how did you remember being taken down to the police station from the jail?
Because I know I ain't went nowhere. I know that.
Okay. Did the drugs that you were on Friday help you remember that you were interviewed in August 2015?
No, I told I've been remember. I just don't remember what happened.
When you say I've been remembered, what are you talking about, Mr. Zachary?
I'm on probation for this interview. For this, I'm on probation, so I know what I'm on probation for.
Okay. Okay, I'm not asking you about probation. I'm just asking you about the interview. When you said that you remembered on Friday, did the drugs that you were taking help you remember that you had the
I don't
interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you offered the opportunity to have a lawyer if you wanted one?
I don't remember.
When you were in that interview room in August of 2015, had you already been arrested and released from jail for that May incident at the gas station where you had the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were out from when you were released then and got back in jail and ended up in that interview room?
I don't remember. May to August, it had to be
Okay.
a month or two.
Do you know what you were arrested for in August? If it wasn't that gun?
I just told you I know what I'm on probation for. Yes, I remember what I'm arrested for.
Okay. So since the jury doesn't know, and I need you not to get into the details of things I don't ask you about, but could you just answer what it was that you were arrested for on the day you talked to the police in August, on August 5th, 2015? Do you remember what charges or what date or anything about it?
13 aggravated assaults, I think.
13 aggravated assaults?
Yes.
Okay. And were they aggravated assaults that had happened around April?
Yes.
All right. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
You just said April.
I know what I said, but you're the only one that can give testimony. Were they aggravated assaults that happened on any other days?
What you mean, any other days?
Was April the only date that you had warrants for aggravated assaults for when you talked to the police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Okay. At the time, did you have a lawyer in August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you ever get a lawyer after August 5th, 2015 to represent you on those charges you were arrested on?
Yes.
All right. And did that same lawyer represent you on the charges with the gun or somebody different?
Yes. Same lawyer.
Same lawyer? Okay. Did you ever ask for that lawyer in the interview on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing about no August 5th.
Did you sign any papers saying that you understood your rights in that interview with Gaither and Dennis?
I don't understand nothing. I don't know. I just probably signed. I don't understand nothing.
When you say you don't understand nothing, tell the jury what you mean, please.
I don't understand nothing.
What does that mean?
I don't understand.
You understand what we're talking about though, right?
Not really.
You don't understand the questions that I'm asking.
I understand about my case. That's all I understand about.
Okay.
Because I know what I'm on probation for.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, would you please tell me I don't understand so that I can clarify? Will you do that for me and for us?
All right.
Sir?
Say all right.
Thank you. All right. Did you sign a piece of paper when you talked to Detective Gaither and Dennis in 2015 saying, I understand my rights?
Obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So you wish you did not
I
understand?
said, obviously, I didn't understand them, but I don't remember.
So why do you say obviously you didn't understand them, Mr. Zachary?
I had no damn business right there.
Sir?
I had no business right there.
Mr. Zachary, could you speak into the
I
microphone?
had no business right there.
You have no business right there?
Yeah.
Right where?
Talking to no police.
Why? Why'd you smack your lips just now?
Nothing. I don't know.
You don't remember why you smacked your lips just now? Okay. Do you regret talking to the police back then?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you regret it?
Because y'all playing with people's lives.
All right. At the time you talked to him, did you feel like the police were playing with people's lives?
Man, I was young and dumb.
Okay, that's not the question. And I don't think you're ever dumb. At the time you talked to the police in August 2015, did you think the police were playing with people's lives?
I always thought the police play with people's lives.
Okay. And how old were you in August 2015?
20.
Sir?
20.
Did you have any trouble reading and understanding the papers that were put in front of you when you went to talk to Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
You say what?
Did you have any problem understanding the papers that were put in front of you, like the stuff that when they had your rights on them?
Yes. I ain't understand nothing. I don't know how to read or write. If you look at right, you know I don't.
You said you don't know how to read or write? Is that what you said?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, why, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying, but can you just answer the question for the jury? Because they don't know.
No, I do not know how to read or write.
Okay. Can you write your name?
Barely.
Okay. Can you spell?
My name.
Is your name the only thing that you can spell?
I spell a little stuff.
What's little stuff?
3-letter words.
3-letter words? Do you know how to spell your mother's name? That's a fair question. It has more than 3.
I have 4.
Okay, but you know how to spell it, right?
It have 4 letters.
Okay, but is that a yes? For the jury, I'm not the one that needs the information.
Yes, I know how to spell it.
Okay. August 5th, 2015. Do you now live in the same place you lived then?
Yes.
Okay. You currently live in the same spot you lived in August.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Did you know the address that you lived at in August 2015?
I can say that, yes.
I'm not gonna ask you to say it. All right. And you still remember and know the address today?
It's still the same address.
Okay. Is that the place that you grew up?
Yes.
All right. Am I correct, given what you said Friday, that it was on somewhere on Cleveland? Not gonna say where.
Yes.
All right. And is that place a house or an apartment or something else?
Apartments.
Did you tell Detective Gaither your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did she ask you your address on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember nothing from 2015
Okay.
case.
Say that again?
I don't remember nothing but my case I'm on probation for.
Okay. Do you remember talking about the case you're on probation for in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you know your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
Still the same phone number.
I got you.
Told you that already.
You did, but did you know it on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
If you don't remember whether you knew it, do you know the last time or the first time you learned your mama's phone number?
Sustained.
Your Honor, prying into the witness's answer, would the court allow me some leeway to establish when he would have learned his mother's phone number? Because that is the phone number has relevance. No? Okay. Did you give the police your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
What's your middle initial?
T.
Does that stand for Tyshawn?
I think, yeah.
Did it stand for Tyshawn on August 5th, 2015?
It's been like that my whole life, I guess.
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that was your middle name on August 5th, 2015?
I don't ever remember telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Sir?
I don't remember ever telling nobody in the world my middle name.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis you could read and write when you talked to them in August 2015?
Another lie, I don't remember.
Okay. When you say another lie, I don't remember. Those are two different things. So tell the jury which one it is.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you're not saying it was another lie. You're just saying you don't
I
remember.
know I can't read and write, but I don't remember telling them that.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis to go first after being asked, what did you want to talk to us about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you, let's talk about this, what you've been charged with?
No, I don't remember nothing.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, what do you have to say about this case?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I wasn't there that night?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You paused a little bit. Were you trying to think about what you said? Trying to remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And just now when you paused, what were you what were you doing?
Listen to me, love. I got ADHD. My mind all over the place. And I'm up there in pain, hurting. Can you just please answer me questions, please?
Let me ask you this. The medications that you said you were supposed to take or you normally take, are they kept at your mom's home?
I don't live with my mama.
Okay. Were you given those medicines when you were at the jail before you went to your mom's home?
Jail don't give you narcotics.
What about at Grady before you went to your mom's home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you given the ability to get medical attention if you needed it while you were at your mom's home over the weekend?
With my condition, I only got one. You can only see one doctor.
What now?
With my condition, I can only see one doctor.
Okay. Is that condition ADHD that you were just talking about? The jury doesn't know anything about your condition.
No,
Okay.
my mom won't let me take that medicine.
Your mom won't let you take what medicine?
ADHD.
Okay. So the condition that you were talking about, that you see one doctor, do you not have any of that medicine?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you not have access to it?
I don't have access to it.
Okay. Are you able to say where it is so somebody can get it for you?
South Carolina.
So, did you have it at Grady?
Yes, but they don't prescribe it to you when you get discharged.
Okay. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring your medicine?
You can do that.
I'm asking you a question. Will it help you if we get Grady to bring you your medicine?
I'm just ready to get it over with. Like I don't want to
I
keep
get it.
prolonging. I'm asking you a question. I'm answering.
Okay. Well, will it help you in any way if we
I'm
get?
answering your question, my love.
You didn't
answering
answer
your
my
question.
question.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
Listen to the question she's asking now and answer that one.
I don't want nothing from y'all.
I get it, but will it help you?
No.
Okay. Mr. Zachary, tell the jury who If Gang is.
I don't know. His name sound. I don't know.
I need you to tell the jury. Look at the jury and tell them.
I do not know.
Is it your testimony under oath that you have no idea who If Gang is?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever known who If Gang is?
I don't remember.
August 5th, 2015, did you know who If Gang was?
I don't remember.
In that interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell them about If Gang?
How I'm telling about something I don't know about? I don't remember.
Okay. So is it that you didn't know about it or you don't remember
I don't
whether you
know.
know about it? Okay. Do you remember Friday talking about the fact that Lil D or Demikion was the first person you heard about the shootings or that you learned talked about the shootings on Adele Avenue off Martin Luther King?
I don't know.
All right. Was it your girlfriend SG who told you about the shootings?
I don't remember. That's not my girlfriend.
Was she your girlfriend back in August 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you testify last week on Friday that she was? Because I used initials then too.
I don't remember we were going together in August, but I used to go with y'all.
When'd you go with her?
2014, beginning of 15.
Okay. You remember when y'all broke up?
I don't remember. I was on house arrest. I don't remember.
When were you on house arrest?
I don't remember. I just know 2015.
Okay.
Real quick, y'all hit the like, please. We got 1,000 people
is
here.
it safe
Hit
to
the like,
say if you
please.
were not on house arrest
house arrest
in
in April 2015, y'all were still together?
I don't know.
All right. Would you tell the jury if you know anything about 9 Deuce?
What that is, some liquor?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nah,
You don't know anything about 9 Deuce. Do you know anything?
I don't remember.
Okay, is it you don't remember or you don't know?
I don't know or remember I don't know or remember.
Okay.
Both.
Both? Now, do you tell the jury if you know anything about Haiti gang?
I don't remember.
All right. On Friday, when you talked about Demikian and Muntu coming to get you, and you said that they met you at the gas station, the BP on Cleveland Avenue. Do you now remember saying that, or do you not remember?
I know what I'm on probation for. That's all I know.
Okay.
Yes, I remember the night. I remember the shrooms. That's the only thing I know.
Okay, all right, thank you. That night, since you remember the night, were you ever at your house on Cleveland that night?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't remember everything about the shooting, the house, the stuff that you're on probation for?
No, I think I was high that night.
Okay. Did being high that night keep you from telling the jury Friday what you remembered?
I just told you, Friday, I was on medicine.
Okay. Without being on the medicine today, are you saying you can't remember whether you were at your house on Cleveland?
I can't
On
remember.
April
I told you,
28th.
I just told you I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Gaither and Dennis after saying that you weren't there that night when they asked you to talk about your case? Do you remember them asking you where you were that night? Okay. Mr. Zachary, have you watched any of the social media or any of the prior testimony of other witnesses, any TikToks, any reels, or anything at all about other people testifying in this case?
I ain't no TikTok person. I don't
Okay,
go on
that's fine.
Social media?
So is that a no? You've not seen any other testimony in any other way in this case?
No.
So you have no idea who else has testified?
No.
Okay. Were you told by anybody to just say, I don't remember?
You about to tell me what to say? I'm a grown man, man.
Okay. You're a grown man. Does being a grown man mean nobody can tell you what to say, though?
Yes.
Okay. Did Summer come over to your house on April 28, 2015, before you knew about Lil D getting beaten up at Crucial?
No.
Did you tell the police that she did on August 5th, 2015?
Can I explain?
Yes, you can.
How it go from her coming to my house and telling me to me going to get her? It don't make sense. I don't remember nothing. I don't remember
Okay.
it happened like that.
Okay, that was a question that I can't answer, but can you tell the jury whether you told the police that she came to your house and told you Lil D got jumped at Crucial?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling the police you were at the same address that you had given them earlier in the interview on Cleveland when she came?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember? Let me ask you this. On Friday, and you're going to have to help me remember, did you testify that Summer had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
All right. Did Summer get shot at?
I think so.
All right. When did Summer get shot at?
They shot at my cousin's house.
Huh?
Somebody shot at my cousin's house.
Okay. Which cousin?
Alexis.
All right. And what's Alexis's last name?
Bryant.
Okay. Now, were you at Alexis's house when it got shot at?
I wasn't there, but I was there.
Okay. What do you mean when you say you weren't there, but you were there?
I was coming there.
Okay,
I was on the way there.
all right. And was that after Summer called you and told you about it, or saw you and told you about it?
I never saw her until after.
Okay, thank you. So did Summer tell you about Alexis's house getting shot up when she came to see you at your house?
She ain't come see me. Why you keep saying come see me? I just told you I didn't see her till after the fact when I went and got her.
Okay. And did she just tell you that Alexis had gotten shot at, or that she herself had gotten shot at?
I saw it from my own 2 eyes.
What'd you see?
Somebody shooting at her house.
Shooting at Alexis's house?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever tell the police on August 5th, 2015, that Summer told you she had gotten shot at?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
All right. So is it safe to say you don't remember whether that was April 28, 2015?
It's the night I caught my case. I'm on probation for. I know what day I caught that for. You keep asking me that. I told you I know what I'm on probation for.
I got you. Do you understand that the jurors don't know anything about you?
I just said it 10 times.
I know, but the questions I'm asking, could you please just answer those?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Who was it that shot up or shot at? What group of people, if there
I don't know.
was, that shot at Alexis's house?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling police it was If Gang? If Gang had pulled up at your cousin's house?
I don't know.
Now, who did Alexis go with on April 28, 2015?
Everybody. I don't
All
know.
right. Do you know who Tay is? A guy you call Threat. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Who is Tay?
He dead. I don't want to speak on the dead.
I understand you don't want to speak on the dead. And please take my condolences for Tay's death. Was Tay a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right. How long ago did he transition?
A couple months ago, I think.
A couple of months ago?
Yeah.
All right. And I am sorry. Did the police, when you were talking to her, did they know Tay?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
remember.
Was Tay's name Trevante?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember whether Gaither asked you, is Tay Trevante?
I don't remember. I don't know his name.
All right. And did you tell her at that time? I don't know his name.
I don't remember.
All right. Was Alexis or Summer going in the house when If Gang started shooting at the house?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said you saw them shooting at the house.
I never say who I saw shooting.
I get it. But you say you saw somebody shooting at the house?
Yes.
Where did she live?
Counting.
What was the name of the homes or place where she
I don't
lived?
remember.
Did she and Tay, did Alexis and Tay live together?
I don't remember.
Did you tell police that they did?
I don't remember.
Now, where did you see the people shooting from? Were they standing in the middle of the street?
I don't remember. I was in and out of it. I told you I was high. I don't remember.
All right, but did you just say you remember seeing them shoot at her?
That's all I remember.
Okay, what then do you remember about that?
Just heard gunshots and I think I saw cars in front of her house or something. I don't remember.
Now, when you get to her house, do you gotta, is it, that's something that you can see right off Campbellton, or do you have to go into some kind of complex?
Going to apartments, I think.
All right. Is that apartment, was it gated at the time? You know, did you have to run through a gate or get a gate code?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you had to go in through a gate
Yes.
that had a code. All right. And was this apartment complex like a tiny one with about 5 units, or was it a bigger complex?
Big complex.
All right. And did the apartment complex, was it a tiny one like up front, or did it go like deep into the complex?
I don't remember, love.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you saw If Gang shooting from the parking lot, like deep in the parking lot?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that Summer told you, or Alexis told you, that If Gang was shooting at them from deep in the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Okay. Does the name Landrum Apartments sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you know where Landrum Apartments are?
A street.
Huh?
I know a street called Landrum, I think.
Okay. And where is Landrum in relation to Campbellton?
Off same street.
I'm sorry.
I think it's off of Campbellton.
Okay. Now, once you get off, I guess, do you get to 285 to get to Campbellton and then get off on Landrum? Is that how you would get there?
I don't know.
Do you know how you would get there today?
I don't know.
Okay. Are those apartments still there?
I don't know.
Is that in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis it was in zone 4?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis whether Landrum was off Campbellton?
I just told you it's off Campbellton.
I know, but
But
did
I
you
don't
tell
remember
that?
telling them. I don't remember telling them nothing.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that that Trevante or Tay or Threat stays at those
I never
apartments?
said no Trevante. I don't know who Trevante is.
Okay. Did you tell them that Tay or Threat stayed
I
at
don't
those
remember.
apartments?
I told them my cousin stayed up probably. If I said that,
Huh?
I know from my discovery package, I said my cousin stayed up. I never said, I don't remember saying no Tay, none of that.
Now, you said you know from your discovery page. So who has your discovery page right now? Did you have a copy of it this weekend?
No,
Did the state give you a copy of it this weekend?
no.
All right. Did the state give you anything to review since we've been trying to get you in here to testify?
A leg monitor.
A leg monitor. You don't review a leg monitor though, right?
Yeah, looking at it.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to read before you came in here?
I don't know how to read.
Okay. Did the state give you anything to listen to before you came in here?
No,
Okay. Now your discovery packet, where did you get that from?
in that,
All right. Who gave it to you?
my lawyer.
When's the last time you looked at it?
I ain't really looked at it. I probably had somebody read it to me before.
When was the last time you had it in your hand and somebody or you or somebody figured out what was in it?
Probably when I was in prison,
How long ago was that?
2022.
Okay. You remember what was in the discovery packet from 2022?
I'm on probation for it. I had to report every month.
I understand. You just talked about seeing something in your discovery packet. You remember that from 2022?
Yes.
All right. Now, you don't remember, or do you remember if you read it or if somebody read it
I
to you?
told you I don't know how to read. Somebody read it to me.
Is Alexis Bryant your blood cousin?
Yes.
Were the people you saw shooting at Alexis Bryant that you testified today, you saw shooting at her house, were they shooting at her house before or after Lil D got jumped on at the club?
Had to be after.
Why you say that?
Because I ain't go to no club. I don't remember nothing about no club.
Okay. And do you know whether the people shooting at Landrum shot at Landrum before or after all the other shootings happened?
I think it's before.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that it happened last, after all the shootings?
I know. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Okay. Do you remember saying anything like anything?
No.
Do you remember hearing from Motsuk the night of April 28, 2015?
I had to hear from him. I was in the car with him, but I don't remember hearing from him.
Okay. Did you get a call from Motsuk or did you call Motsuk?
don't remember.
Okay.
Do you remember when it was that you talked to Moontoon, like in the early morning hours?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying it was in the early morning hours that y'all talked or that you got the call from him?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you discuss the fact that Moontoon was cussing out Lil D?
At the time, I think I was trying to free Moontoon, so I was just saying whatever, probably.
Please look at the jury and tell them what you mean by that.
What I mean by what?
At the time, I think I was just trying to free Moontoon, so I was telling him whatever.
Yeah, I knew I was going to jail,
Okay.
so I just tried to make it easy on Moontoon.
And when you said that, who were you trying to make it easier on Moontoon with?
Holy,
All right. And which police were you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody other than Gaither and Dennis?
I don't remember.
So how was telling the police that Moontoon was fussing or cussing at Lil D, on how on earth was that gonna help Moontoon?
How on earth was it gonna help Moontoon?
Mhm.
Because I was letting him know like he truly ain't had nothing to do with it. Or ain't want nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, what now?
Because I was letting him know he truly ain't want nothing to do with it.
He or you?
He,
Okay. Why did you feel it necessary to let the police know that Moontoon truly didn't have anything to do with it?
he did.
Okay, but why did you find it necessary to tell them that?
Cause why would I just? Me and Moontoon had a bad relationship than anybody, so I
Had the
knew
what?
I was going to jail.
You had the best relationship, you said?
Yeah,
Did the police bring up Moontoon before you brought up Moontoon, or did you bring him up first?
I told you, hey, I already had knew what I was going to jail for, and I knew what was said, so I had to go along with what was said.
Okay, and when you say you told me, that was Friday, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you say that you knew what was said, does that mean that you brought up Moontoon first in the interview with police to try and help him?
I knew what was said. I told you before that. I told you. I already knew.
Okay. So go on.
I don't remember that now.
Okay. So is that why you brought up Moontoon first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Now, I get that part, but can you tell the jury why Moontoon cussing out Lil D helps Moontoon? Him cussing out Lil D, not that he wasn't there, just him cussing out Lil D.
Objection asked and answered.
Judge, I have overruled. You can go ahead. Judge said you could.
Because he ain't want nothing to do with it, probably. I don't know. You got to ask him.
Mr. Zachary, what do you mean when you say he didn't want anything to do with it? Probably you have to ask him. What do you mean?
He grown. He ain't. We was young. He was grown. He ain't like that.
And by he, are you talking about Mr. Sledge, Moontoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he's grown, he didn't want to have anything to do with it. What are you talking about?
The whole night. It was I did everything. I know I did it. I did a lot of stuff myself.
Uh-huh.
Moontoon ain't did nothing.
Okay. And is that the first thing you said to police? Moontoon ain't had nothing to do with this.
9 times out of 10, yeah.
Okay. Now, how does Moontoon cussing at Lil D help Moontoon? That just the cussing part.
I don't know. Probably putting us in situation. I don't know. I don't remember what it was for. I don't remember.
Putting who in the situation, Mr.
I don't
Zachary?
remember.
Okay. Are you gonna say you don't remember every time you get frustrated?
I'm gonna say I don't remember everything you asked me
Why?
because I don't remember.
Oh. Were there some things though that you do remember, right?
I remember I'm on probation for.
Do you remember, or can you tell the jury if Lil D told Moontunk that he was shooting at somebody that night?
D ain't shoot at nobody at night.
Do you remember telling police about Lil D telling Moontunk that either he was shooting at somebody or somebody was shooting at him?
I don't know.
Do you remember what Moontunk was cussing at Lil D about?
I already answered that question.
That he didn't want to be involved in it?
I don't know.
Do you remember that Moontunk telling Lil D, you got to find a ride. You got to find your own ride.
I don't know.
Was Lil D trying to get Moontunk involved in that stuff y'all were involved with?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you around when Lil D was talking to Moontunk?
I don't know.
All right. When you talked to Lil D and got whatever you got from him, did he give you the impression that he was trying to get Moontunk involved in what was going on?
I talked to Lil D.
Huh?
When did I say I talked to Lil D?
So you've never talked to Lil D about what happened on April 28th?
No, he got whatever happened to him. If he called me, I know I'm coming.
Why? Why do you know you're coming?
Good. I love him.
You love Lil D?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that Lil D told you the next morning that they had shot up the house?
I don't remember, but it probably was a lie.
You said what now?
I don't remember. It probably was a lie because how can he tell me if I was there?
Okay. It was probably a lie. All right. Now, you said you don't know Lil D by any other name than Lil D? Or do you know him by Damikion now?
I'm on case for him.
All right.
His name?
You knew his name then?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Gaither asking you, when you say Lil D, did you mean Damikion? Do you remember Gaither asking you that? Then do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
Overruled.
Do you remember asking Detective Gaither, that's his real name?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither then asking you, you talking about Lil D from 30D from Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Is Lil D from 30D?
I don't remember.
You said you love him like a brother, right?
Yeah.
All right. You said you known him a long time, right?
I know him from Capitol Home. I don't know him from Mechanicsville.
All right. And what part of town is Capitol Homes in?
Downtown.
All right. What about 30D? Where is that?
I don't know.
What is 30D?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about 30D?
I don't know.
You what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did Damikion tell you who had shot at the houses?
How can he tell me if I was there?
Did you tell police initially that Damikion told you who had shot at the houses?
I don't know.
Did Damikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Traydon and Damikion shot at the houses? Your Honor, actually, I'd like to approach and not have this right on the record. Well, on the record, but
I understand. Let's take our morning break. Anyway, it's almost time for bathroom break.
All right, y'all. So we're on a bathroom break, so we can talk now. All right.
Mr. Zachary, you
So
can step outside.
let's see what the chat has to say. Few things. We do not know for sure if Lil D has an attorney there.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
I mean, I'm fine with it. Or is that just outside the jury's presence?
Okay. Your Honor, I think the objection from counsel for defendant Williams was spilling the beans hearsay, something like that, and not co-conspirator. And the question that I had asked before that objection was made was, did Lil D tell you that they had shot at the houses? And did Lil D tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Traydon shot at the houses? Now, this is not hearsay or spilling the beans for two reasons. One, because he later, when confronted with knowledge police had, told the truth. But first, he lied and said Lil D told him X, Y, and Z. So we're not offering this to prove that Lil D told him that. Our belief is that Lil D didn't tell him that. But we do need to show, when he's sitting here telling the jury on Friday that he and Lil D came up with a play, and that play involved implicating Montunk, and that Lil D told him that Lil D had told the police on him, Quindarius, and Montunk, and that he wanted to get back at Lil D for implicating Montunk. So therefore he said Shannon. All of what really happened is very important. So when he starts out talking about the fact that Summer told me this, Lil D told me that, he's trying to keep himself out of it versus what he said on Friday, which was, I went down there to give them the story that I had essentially concocted with Lil D. All of what he told them when he first went in is therefore very important for the jury to see that was a lie. What he told the police, what he told them on Friday was a lie. What he told the police was a lie, and how the police were able to actually get to the truth. Now, if he had come in here talking and, responding, at least responding, as opposed to doing what it seems everyone has decided to take on and do and come back after a certain time and not remember anything, then we would have been a lot further along. If he had come in here and kept with the same, whatever it was he was trying to say on Friday. But right now we're at a point where he's now saying, he's partly saying, I was there. That's fine. He wants to only talk about himself. That's consistent with a lot of things that we've seen in this trial. And he's trying to avoid talking about anybody else. So having him testify about essentially what lie he told the police, because we've had a lot of instances where he said, I lied. And then showing what he later told police when confronted with facts that the police did have, it allows us to do exactly what the rules of evidence are designed for, which is to put all of the facts in front of the jury and allow them to draw inferences from those facts. This is not hearsay offered for the truth of that matter asserted. It is statements that he gave to the police to cover up his involvement. It is an inconsistent statement with what he said on Friday. So that prior inconsistent statement, I believe, gets us past a hearsay objection. We're not offering it for the truth of what Demekian did or didn't say. And later when he says, when confronted, you lying, Detective Gaither literally got ready to get up and leave. And he starts telling the truth. The jury ought to be able to hear all that. Hiding all that from the jury, obscures from the jury pertinent information we believe they need to assess the credibility of his testimony on the stand and what he told the police during the interview.
All right, if it's not being offered for the truth, then it is not subject to a hearsay objection. So overruled.
I believe it is being offered for the truth, but whatever the court finds. And also, my bigger objection is I witnessed the district attorney just leaning down on her table and reading potentially or surmising from a supposed transcript in front of the jury. Does not give this witness, who keeps saying, I don't recall. It was a 9-year ago statement. He said he has reviewed nothing for his testimony. And I believe that under 613, which is 24-6-613B, it needs to come in evidence to impeach him, or he needs to be given an opportunity to review what he said, rather than the district attorney just say, did you say this? He said, I don't remember, and then move on.
He has basically said he is not going to, preemptively, not going to remember anything other than things about his own probation. So honestly, I think at this point, you've
Yeah.
laid a foundation that he's not going to remember anything in this interview.
Your Honor, I understand what the court surmises so far, but Your Honor, I also know that there are particular parts of this interview that this witness has said certain things because of that. If we were to, as in the past, if we attempted to just based on those statements, because the court sees he's remembering some things and he's not remembering others. And I think it's very important for the jury to see his selective memory. So if we were to simply say, okay, we're just going to play the statement now, we don't believe that, and I understand that the court wishes to, further things along, but if we don't allow the jury to see what his selective memory entails, that we are hiding things from the jury that are very relevant to their making a decision about what they should believe and what they should not believe. We have had circumstances, I'm not saying this is going to happen today, but we've had circumstances where we have done exactly that. There's been, their assertion that he said he doesn't remember. Then we go and try and play the whole thing. And then there's the assertion, she didn't confront him with that. And of course, 613, there's nothing that requires us to show him anything. But another thing is he didn't want to meet with us or talk to us. So
yeah, he doesn't have to be presented with the actual transcript. And I mean, so that's a 200, 300 page transcript you've got in front of you.
it
All
is,
this
and some
300
things
pages?
it's
Are you
275.
going page by page through it? Because that's really not necessary.
Judge, I'm meeting him, and I'm not going to say page by page, but the things that are important, and even like what I'm holding, I can hide it in a book, but what I'm holding is immaterial to any evidentiary matter. I'm not putting it in front of the witness, asking him to read it.
I don't know
I'm
if
reading
you read
notes.
from it. That's fine with me. I mean, there's nothing objectionable about that.
And I'm reading notes from something that I have in my hand, much, like anyone does, and so I believe that we should be allowed to ask this witness all the necessary probing questions. I don't believe that the defense is the only one that we have the burden of proof.
I understand that. You don't need to keep saying that.
And I don't believe that it should only be the defense that gets to question a witness, when at this point we have a witness who, as we've represented to the court, has said in the presence of his dad, or his dad has said in his presence, and he's accepted and took that on as his assertion too. We don't have to testify. I'm gonna call Max Sharp and Brian Steele. That's what he said. So we should be allowed to put all of the facts in front of the jury that this witness said, because frankly, he said a lot, and him simply assert he don't want to get it. He doesn't, country came out. He does not want to get into what he told the police. He does not want to remember because it's damning to his friends. And so we believe that the jury should be allowed to see what part he's willing to acknowledge and what part he's not willing to acknowledge. Because frankly, I don't know what part that is.
Well, if you want to get on to some other parts and find out, but this is just belaboring everything
It's-
entirely too much.
It sounds like it is with respect, Your Honor, but it is not, because let me say this. Every one of these retaliatory shootings, they involve the things that I'm asking him about. I'm not asking him about immaterial, irrelevant stuff. And I get that the court is a little bit, maybe tired of the state asking questions. And I hate that. But the state can't truncate its duty because the defense doesn't want us to present everything to the jury. And this witness can't hijack, no one can hijack the state's case by pretending not to remember and then selectively remembering certain things that he thinks is going to help the defense. That's not fair to the state, to the victims, or to this side, period. And I believe that in the adversarial spirit that our rules of evidence are designed around, and given the spirit of admissibility that is enshrined in our rules of evidence, and given the reason that I'm doing it, and I'm not trying to belabor anything, this is important and detailed information. I'm not saying, did you say the or a or and? I have notes that allow me to get to specific points. This is not even like me being broad and coming back. This is me asking this witness very important things that the jury needs to hear in order to make their determinations in the end. And I asked the court, since this is a very important case with very intricate facts and very intricate law that the court is going to give them at the end, that the court allow me to thoroughly examine my witness the way that I believe is appropriate, as opposed to the way that Mr. Steele, Mr. Sharp, or anyone else
It has
wants
nothing
me
to do with who thinks what is appropriate. It has to do with, following the rules of evidence and getting on with this incredibly lengthy trial. So what's something that he told the police that you think is, true and that you want out?
Everything that I'm asking him, Judge. And let me also say, getting along with this very lengthy trial, it should not cause the court to essentially gut the state's ability to prove and adequately prove its case. And objections based on, I don't know what the objections from the defense, of course they don't want this out, Your Honor, but this is not being asked in a way to belabor anything. There's a ton of stuff. I could sit here and read to you the notes that I have and to let you know, but Your Honor, the court hasn't, I don't believe the court has had the time and ability to read all of this case here and know why each of what I'm asking is relevant, because it might not seem relevant to the court. But in the end, the jury is going to be asked to make a determination, and we're going to be making arguments based on details that were presented.
It just seems like there's a more direct way to impeach somebody, if that's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to ask him, I'm not necessarily trying to impeach him. I'm trying to ask him to tell the truth. And if he doesn't, then I have to impeach him. I want him to tell the jury the truth. And if he's not willing to do that, only then do I have to impeach him.
I think it's pretty clear that he is not willing to say anything that's in this interview, because he has already told you, I don't remember anything about that. Nothing, zero.
I apologize for interrupting. Oddly enough, though, he has told us some stuff that's in this.
Well, maybe Friday he did, but
no, today he
he's not.
has. Today he has as well. And the court won't know that because the court, is not taking sides, and the court doesn't have what I have in front of me. So the court doesn't know that, but he has. So I would ask the court to allow the state to conduct its examination in accordance with the rules of evidence. And until I do something that is not proper, that has an objection that the court deems should be sustained. And I don't believe, let's cut her short because she might be, getting too much information out of this witness or going to be doing too much damage. If the court remembers, the objection that they had last week was, Judge, if he gets up there and says, I don't remember, or if he falls out, or if he does this, there were all these predictions about what is going to happen with this particular witness. There was the prediction that they don't even believe he's going to come, made on Monday or Friday, week before. All of these things surrounding what happens if he doesn't remember or doesn't talk. He was talking Friday. I don't know what he decided, who he talked to. He wasn't supposed to talk to anybody, but he comes in today with the I don't remember, obviously with the intent to hamstring the state's ability to get pertinent information in front of the jury. And frankly, that should not be allowed. That is not right. It is not in keeping with the
I guess
spirit.
I'm just saying, let's go ahead and get to the pertinent information.
Judge, this is the very pertinent information. I'm not misrepresenting anything to the court at all. I mean, we could sit there and I can go show you line for line. That's not, I don't think that that's required. I don't think that's what the court wants. But I believe that the court ought to allow the state the ability to prove its case as a state.
I understand. I'm not trying to prevent anybody from making their case. So the objection was hearsay, and you were saying that you weren't offering it for the truth. And I guess, do you expect the answer to be no, Demekion didn't tell me that?
I know for a fact that later on in the interview, when confronted with, when Gaither literally gets up ready to leave, he starts admitting the truth. He starts admitting something different. So correct. I believe that his account that Demekion is the reason he knows certain things is not true. And I have to present, and I'm not going to hide from the jury the fact that he first lied, because that would be the first thing they say when they get up on cross. You lied at first, and you were in Fulton County Blues, and so you lied, you just lied all throughout trying to help yourself. I think it is very relevant and very important that the state be allowed to put up its case in a way that is impactful, effective, ethical, permissible, and right, and within keeping of the rules of evidence.
Okay. So anyway, that my ruling on the hearsay stands.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
I believe that the way that the prosecutor's doing it, though, violates OCGA 24-6-613. I cite this 24-6-613. I cite to this honorable court Rozier, R-O-Z-I-E-R, versus State, 365 Georgia Appeal, 178 in Division 2, 877 Southeast 2D, 855, 2022 case. And I specifically rely upon the fact that the witness said that I don't remember, some things he does remember, and then it's extrinsic. He's being impeached with extrinsic evidence. So that may make, you meant to make the decision, I may have another objection, but his prior video audio statement admissible to impeach. But
Yes, it does.
But what the prosecutor's doing is she is taking the hearsay. Did Detective Gaither say this? Did Detective Gaither do this? And then just moving on. That's not impeachment. And what I believe may happen is when the state calls Detective Gaither, they're going to try to play this recording. I will be objecting because they did not give this witness, which it says in Rozier, the opportunity to see the prior statement and explain it if he can. That's my objection.
I mean, that's what I wish you would get to.
Judge.
Is XYZ true? Well, then,
Judge.
here you said it. Explain it.
Judge, number one, it would be hearsay if I were to just ask him, did you say this in a certain interview? I have to first ask him, is it like, did you do this? And then if he says yes or no, well, then I have to confront him, bring to mind the time.
Getting to the facts though. Why? It's not really that it matters. Did you say this? If we know he said it, just ask him, is it true? And then impeach him with his statement.
Because whether or not it's true is entirely different from okay, I'll back it up. For a statement, a prior inconsistent statement to be substantive evidence and not just impeachment, Your Honor, we have to ask the witness whether the fact of the statement is true.
That is what I'm saying.
And him saying to police one thing and then saying to us another only means that he said it to the police once, said it to us another way, not whether or not the fact of the matter has not been presented to him. We have to ask him the fact. In other words,
That's what you don't seem to be doing. though.
that is exactly what I'm doing, Your Honor, with respect. It's as if saying, okay, did you bite the apple? You don't ask him if he bit the apple, but you ask, did you tell the police that you bit the apple? He says, I don't remember. And then we learn he told the police that he bit the apple. Guess what it shows? Nothing. Even though the two statements are inconsistent, because nobody ever presented him with a plain basic question, did you bite the apple? It just shows.
But you're not doing that either.
Actually, I am. I asked him, did they shoot at the house? That's the only time you get me asking whether or not you told the police anything is after I ask him, did a certain thing happen? Were you at your house? Was your house on Cleveland? Did Summer come and wake you up? When he says either no, I don't know, I don't remember, you know it didn't, I go and then say, did you tell the police that you did? I have to confront him with it. And then when he says yes, no, maybe, I have to bring in either the statement or the officer that he told to show that he said it, because only then do I show that that prior statement of no, Summer didn't come to my house, no, this didn't happen, is untrue, by showing what he said to the police.
I don't understand what she's trying to do here. The judge is literally
Okay,
telling
very
her.
quick. If anybody needs to go quickly.
The judge is telling her how to do this, and she's arguing back to the judge. Like, the judge is the person who's going to rule on an objection. If she's telling you how it should be done, why are you coming back and saying, no, it should be done another way, when this is the person who you have to appeal to, not appeal as in appeal the trial, but you have to say to this person, either it comes in or it doesn't. Either the objection stands or it's overruled. She's literally telling you, this is how it should be done. And Love is like, no, to the person who's determining how things should be done. Like, think about that. You have the person who determines how things should be done telling you how to do things, and you're like, no, no, it's not supposed to be that way. Look, just do it the way that person says, because they're the person who's the determiner for this case. Follow the instructions they're giving you so that they can be on the same wavelength as you. That's how I see it, y'all. Right? Miss Lily. Is it Lily or Lele? I'm gonna say Lily. She dog walks the judge. Y'all, this is a little difficult to understand for me, because again, Love is trying to get something. So, y'all, this is okay. In a previous video of mine, I did a resume video yesterday, by the way. If you need to update your resume, check out my resume video from yesterday. Trust me. Okay. And in the resume video, I made the point that Miss Love is a nitpicker. She's a nitpicker. And I'm not saying that in a bad way as of now. It is actually a positive trait that Miss Love can bring things down all the way. She can split a hair in half. That is a positive trait. Now, where it turns negative is what we just saw. Where it turns negative is when you don't know when to back off of that trait. Star Child says a browbeater. So when you don't know when to back off of that and just allow things to be not necessarily parsed down to the nth degree. So the ability to do that is good, but you also need the ability and the capability of knowing how to moderate that. So what she's doing is she's nitpicking something down to the nth degree when the judge is telling her, look, you don't need to do that. So Love, as a person with a job, should recognize, okay, the person who is guiding this ship, the judge, is telling me not to do it this way. I have a job, which is to get this done. The ship guider, the captain, the referee is saying, no, don't do it that way. So instead of doing it that way, which is not working, which the ship captain, the referee, the person who is overseeing this, instead of doing it in the way that I want to do it, let me just do it to satisfy this person. Instead of doing that, because she has this ability to put things under a microscope and continue to zoom in and in and in, she wants to keep zooming in, and it's like, no, don't zoom in any further. The judge is telling you how to do this. Stop zooming in, stop splitting the hair, stop beating the brow, and just do it the way the judge is telling you to do it. All right, so hopefully y'all see. So I can only say that because I'm kind of that type of person too. Like, I recognize that ability to, like, no, but you don't understand, but we have to. And it's like, you just have to learn to play the game honestly. And one thing that Love is not doing well, in my opinion, she's not playing the soft skills game. So Andre, you said, I want to know how the jurors feel. That's the soft skills game. Y'all, maybe people don't want to give Love this, but I recognize Love as a well-reasoned person on a technical level. She understands the law. She understands making legal argumentation. She does have word salad sometimes, y'all, but you know, she's up here. She's speaking on. She's on the spot. Okay, she totally understands the law. What she is missing is the soft skills, y'all. Is the interpersonal, the warmth, the communication, and you know who has the soft skill? Max Sharp and Weinstein. More than anybody else in this trial that I've seen, Sharp and Weinstein have the soft skills. They have a touch. They have an interpersonal kind of feel about them. Miss Love does not seem, she might have that in her personal life. I wouldn't be surprised if in her personal life with her nephews, with her, children, if she has any, in her personal life, I wouldn't be surprised if she's totally warm and loving and whatever. But at work, what we're seeing here is that she is not exemplifying the soft skills. So you have Sharp has the soft skills. Weinstein has the soft skills. Even Steele is showing more soft skills than Love. Even Hilton shows more soft skills than Love. Okay, I feel like, what's the other defense guy's name? He's sitting here in the middle. I forget his name. He's kind of robotic with his questioning to me. He's not overly analytical, but he's not soft either. When I say soft, I mean those interpersonal skills. Okay, so yeah, well, she's not a people person at work. She's not a people person at work. And so how does that reflect on the jury? Y'all, I'm going to be honest. I think that we have no idea how this is landing on the jury. The people who would have the best sense of how this might be landing on the jury are in the courtroom. Everything that is happening in that courtroom, from the lighting to the decoration to the size that you might hear people make, to the temperature, to whatever smells there are, all of that's going to influence the jury. So we're sitting home and we are in our own comfortable chairs, couches, might be at work, whatever. We don't have the same environment as the jury. We don't have the same responsibility as the jury, meaning we're not listening to this with the weight of making a life or death decision on our shoulders. We don't have any clue. And the people who have the best idea would be like a Miss Sylvia, who's actually there. By the way, shout out to Miss Sylvia. Okay, shout out to Miss Sylvia. So we don't really know how this would be affecting the jury. Somebody in the courtroom would have a much better sense than we have. They would see if the jurors are even awake. It's quite possible that a lot of these jurors are nodding off, dozing off, thinking about, oh man, did I leave the stove on this morning? Y'all know how it is. Oh man, did I leave that rice cooking? Oh man, worried about their son's report card, worried about if their husband's cheating on them, thinking about how they're gonna pay their bills or whatever. Let's see. Let's read some comments. Rich Rush, another terrible star witness for the state. I agree that Woody, Monk, and now Zachary have all fallen flat as it relates to when you take into account that the state has called them. If they had been defense witnesses, it would be different. But these are the witnesses that the state is calling. So I hope that the defense, when I say hope, I just mean it would be good strategy for the defense at some point to note and to re-note in closing arguments that the state is calling these people, not the defense. Rosemary Carter, I'm frustrated right here in my home, especially if you had me up for 2 years over a stupid case. I agree that the jurors, if anything, must feel frustrated about this case, about the length, about they're a lot of what we're seeing, though, they're not seeing. They didn't just see what we just saw. They didn't just see that back and forth between Love and the judge and Steele. So our level of frustration might not be their level of frustration as it relates to some of this stuff. But the fact that they're there, that they have to get up every morning, go in, watch this trial, be sent out of the room 10 times a day, see people who are not cooperative, probably not follow this very well because they're not legal minds and they don't maybe really know what's going on. Hear evidence about the same 2018 shooting from different people, literally 10 times in a row, from Monk, from Monk's attorney, from Sprinkle, from officers who responded, from a victim who got shot, from Zachary, from crime scene people, from somebody at the they might be like, okay, people got shot 10 years ago. It's terrible, but can we move on? So,
Thank you. Whenever the court.
all right.
says so. The other thing I wanted to say, Judge, is that without putting the core fact that I'm asking the witness about, without asking him about that first on appeal, if there is an appeal, and all I ask is, did you tell the police X?
I want you to ask the fact. Oh, that seems much more relevant than what you told or didn't tell the police.
Right. So that's what I was doing, and that's what I thank you. That was all I was going to say, because without it, all that we have is you told the police or you didn't. You don't have the fact in. So thank you.
And briefly, Your Honor, if the state intends, I'd like to raise a 403 objection. If the state intends to go line by line, or pretty much line by line,
That would be
through a
sustained.
300-page transcript,
Yeah.
well, then I'm not going to argue anymore if it's going to be sustained. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, the 403 objection, I assume, would be made as to a specific question, not the whole.
No, the fact that you seem to be going line by line through this transcript,
Your Honor,
practically line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, again, as I've said, I have to confront him with certain
You
facts.
don't at this point, because he has said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview.
But the facts that he alleged in the interview have not been put upon him, and the record will only reflect that he said the things in the interview. The record will not reflect it as a substantive proof of some fact I've asked about in the case. The only substantive proof that showing that he said it in the interview will reflect is that he lied about whether or not he said it in the interview. It won't show that he lied about the fact itself. If I say, he says, I don't remember what was said in the interview, and then we show he said it in the interview, all that has been proven is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying core was put upon him and he lied about that.
You do not have to put upon him every sentence that he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me, that he does not remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to
If,
extrinsic evidence
If
of
he's-
a prior inconsistent statement as, no, I didn't say that.
and Your Honor, if he says, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about, that's one thing. But Judge, this idea of looking at, they don't know what I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him, they think line by line is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the questions, because I'm asking him substantive questions that by curtailing my ability to ask, the court is curtailing my ability to ask him, did this happen? And that is all that I'm asking to be allowed to do, because without it, the court is, the record that is being created is only that he doesn't remember what he told the police. And then she went and showed what he told the police. And so the only thing proven is he told the police that. Us showing him, telling the police that isn't substantive evidence of anything except the opposite of what he said on the stand. I don't remember what I told the police. Oh, well, here's what you told the police. Oh, okay, that's what you told the police. It is not substantive evidence of, did this happen? And an inconsistent statement of, did this happen?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor.
Judge, I would ask that the court allow me until the lunch break to ask the questions the way that I believe we need to ask them to make the record clear and to prove our case. And at lunch, I will bring back the case law that shows what I'm
Okay.
saying. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The only other thing I want to raise is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I have to say something. For 2 years, I have watched the state, and specifically Miss Love, anytime there's been a ruling against her, take the floor and argue every single time and filibuster. I appreciate that an attorney at times is going to want to make a request for the court to reconsider its rulings, but I don't think that needs to happen every time and in the form of a filibuster. Thank you.
Let's get the witness back in, please.
Y'all, this is wild, y'all. This is wild. Y'all, can we all agree that this is Love's show? Whether we like it or not, DA Love is running the show. And because Whitaker wants this trial to go to a jury verdict, and DA Love is the prosecuting attorney, she's a very strong personality. DA Love is running this show. If it wasn't totally clear before right now, it should be totally clear now. Now, am I saying that? Credit to Love, because she's making it happen. This is her job, y'all. Remember, people put her in this position. People put her in this position. So, people put her in this position. When I say people, I mean the people of Fulton County.
Got it? We ready? So no. Did Demikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Trey, whatever, and Demikion shot at the house? Was your last question? Okay, let's get the jury in, please.
Yeah, y'all. Voting it, but you listen, you never, maybe you don't know what you're gonna get when you're voting. But yeah, this is what Fulton County selected. When I say this, y'all, listen, everybody's critical of love.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, did Demekion tell you that he, Shannon, and Tay or Traydon shot at the houses?
No,
Okay. Did you tell the police that he said that? On August 5th, 2015, did you tell the police that he said that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Demekion told you that over at your house? Did you tell the police that Demekion told you that over at their house? And did you tell the police that if gang shot at Landrum where Tay stays?
I told you already. I don't remember.
Was Summer there when all of that happened?
I already told you I was going to get her, so she had to be there.
She had to be there at Landrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shoot up Perry Homes that night?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police when you first went in that Demekion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shot up Perry Homes that night?
I told you I was trying to take everything off of Moonton, so I was just lying.
All right. And did you tell the police that Demekion gave you only the names himself, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon, and he didn't really say anything about Moonton?
See, I told you I was trying to free Moonton.
So is that a yes? You did say that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that they were trying to figure out where Moonton was?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police because that inn ain't got no car?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police how close you and Moonton were?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had been knowing Moonton all your life?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Is your loyalty, did you have more loyalty to Moonton than anybody else within your circle of friends that night?
I ain't got no loyalty to nobody.
Did you tell the police that you had more loyalty to Moonton than any of the other names we just mentioned?
I don't know.
And in fairness, did you tell the police that you have no loyalty to anybody?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moonton has no loyalty for you?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Moontoon had loyalty for you on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember the last time that you had talked to Moontoon before you went in to speak with police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him lately?
Objection 403.
Your Honor,
Yes?
given what has already been said and what we believe will come out, we believe that it is not in any way a waste of time to show the jury certain things that this witness said about Moontoon and the last time that he talked to him. And in order for us to allow them to be able to consider certain things substantive evidence, they have to hear what he said, and I have to confront him with it.
This is not even what we talked about on the break. But sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask what it is that I should not do in terms of,
If you want to come up here to the bench, you can.
okay?
Y'all, come on, man. She about to get a mistrial, y'all. I just feel like she's playing with fire. I feel like she's playing. Y'all remember on the movie Top Gun? When they told Tom Cruise, the new Top Gun, they told him he shouldn't go above a certain altitude in the jet, and he just couldn't help it because it's just his personality. He pushed it too far, but he succeeded, and it was like, oh, you did it, but you shouldn't have done it. And then after that, he was like, I gotta push it even farther, and he blew the jet up. I feel like that's what love is doing, y'all. I feel like she's pushed it too far, but she gets away with it, and then it's like, but I can't stop there. I have to push it. She's not only going past where she's going past the line and she's getting away with that, but she's like, no, I want to go way over there and I won't stop. And I really feel like I feel like this is gonna, y'all, I'm starting to doubt whether this is gonna end in a jury verdict. I'm really starting to feel that love, not just love, but that this prosecution team is gonna push it until there's a mistrial. And you know what, Shanna, I think it's Shanna. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I want y'all to listen out for something. When the defense asks for a mistrial, one of the main, from a legal standpoint, the defense is in the best position if they can show that the prosecution goaded them into a mistrial. What does goaded mean? What does goaded mean? Goaded means that they taunted you into it, that they pushed you into it, that they trapped you into asking for a mistrial. And so what love is giving to the defense with all of this, when they ask for that inevitable mistrial, this is going to be evidence, now not proof, but it's going to be evidence that the defense can use to say, look at what she did. We had no other option but to ask for a mistrial. All of this line crossing is dangerous by the prosecution, because then the defense is going to be able to say, well, we had to. And that is part of their standard for getting a mistrial, is to show that the prosecution goaded them into it. Does that make sense? All right. Shanna. Okay. So it's Shanna. Good. Shanna Pettigrew. I like to pronounce people's names correctly when possible. when I can do it. All right, so let's take a look at some of the comments. Andre says jury decision next 3 years. So Andre's very serious about the fact that this is going to be long drawn out process. It certainly looks like it. I mean, is she going page by page in a 275 page document? Is she going line by line, I should say, in a 275 page document? If so, then yes. LB says Paige is going to ask Fannie to remove Love from leading directs. Well, y'all, we have seen other people. We've seen 4 people leading. We've seen we've seen Love, we've seen Hilton, and the 2 male attorneys. There's a white male, and then there's Seth. What's his last name? Seth. I forget his last name, but I made a YouTube short about him, y'all. Did y'all see the YouTube short that I made about Seth? I'll play that maybe on the break. Pastor Haza, prosecution needs a mistrial to save their utter lack of a case. Pastor, is that El Haza? Pastor El Haza. Pastor, it all depends, because they want to win this case. And if they get a mistrial with prejudice, that would mean that they can't bring this case back, more or less. So a mistrial with prejudice would be devastating for the prosecution. It would mean essentially that everything they've done has been a waste of time. Lovey Wilson says they are guilty. Lovey, who are they? Are you referring to the defendants? Are you saying that the defendants are guilty? So guilty is a legal term that means that either you've pleaded guilty or pled guilty, or that the jury has found you or the judge has found you guilty. At this point, they're innocent until proven guilty if we're talking about the defendants.
All right, we need the witness back in.
Judge doesn't ever discipline Love. It's her courtroom. Okay. Is it Ehaza? Ehaza. Okay, got it. Ehaza. Gotcha. Thank you. Couldn't tell that is an L or an I. Okay.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, while you were locked up for what you say you're on probation now, so that 428 incident, did Moulton let you know that Demikion had said, I'm sorry, did Demikion tell you that the police had tricked him?
He didn't tell me that when we were locked up. He told me that before we got locked up. He told me that before we got locked up.
Okay. And do you remember which time frame it was?
He told me that when we were locked up too. Yeah, he did tell me that when we were locked up.
Okay. Was it when you locked up for this?
Yes,
Okay. Was Demikion locked up for the same thing?
yes.
All right. Now, what all were y'all in the same pod and same cell and same something else?
I don't remember.
How did you all start talking about this?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ask him what he told the police?
I told you he had already been told. I've been told you that.
What do you mean?
He had already told me before we got locked up.
Okay.
Well, when I got locked up for it, he told me again.
Okay, so before you went in, Demikion told you what he told the police?
Yes, I've been told you that.
All right. And was this the time you said that he told you when you picked him up on your bike?
On my bike.
Yes,
I
it's
don't
it.
remember.
Okay. Now, did Detective Gaither tell you effect on the listener? It does. And we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not Detective Gaither giving a testimonial statement, it's Detective Gaither asking the witness a question.
Overruled.
Did Detective Gaither tell you that she had some phone records?
I don't know.
Did you know that she had some phone records?
I got locked up in May
Mm-hmm.
for a gun. They
Right.
said all this in the preliminary hearing in May
Who said all what?
court.
No, who, you said they said all, I'm asking you.
The DA said this when I got locked up for the gun by myself, so I already knew what was coming.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, please answer only the question I'm asking you.
I
And
didn't
that
answer that
question
question.
is, you can explain it maybe if the court lets you, but that question is, did you know that the police had phone records?
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe that the police had tricked Demikian?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that you believed that they had not tricked Demikian?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you tell the police that you believed they had not tricked Demikian?
So what I put one in there and said, oh, I already know y'all the meeting. No,
Did you tell the police, how could somebody trick you? You're a grown man.
I'm playing my role,
What role?
acting like I ain't know what was going on.
Okay,
I know what's going on.
all right.
Green,
What now?
I know what's going on. I went slow. I knew what was going on. I told you I already knew
You already knew what?
what was already said.
What was already said by whom?
I don't know. Keep asking the same questions.
Do you want the jury to hear what happened or not?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you knew that the police had phone records. Did you know that they had your phone records?
I just told you they had already told my lawyer when I was in preliminary hearing.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you knew they had your phone records?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that the number that they had was not your phone number? Absolutely relevant, Your Honor, because of what?
Overruled.
Probably did.
Okay. Did the police attempt to end the interview after telling you how they got your phone records and you insisted that wasn't your number?
I don't remember.
Did you give them Moontune's number?
No.
Do you know what Moontune's number is?
No.
Did you know what Moontune's number was at the time?
No.
Do you remember talking to them about Moontune's number? And by them, I mean Detectives Gaither and Dennis in the August 5th, 2015 interview.
They had already knew Moontoon number. I never gave them Moontoon number.
So you didn't confirm or deny it?
I don't know. I know they had already knew it.
So the number that they had for Moontune is one that you knew was Moontune's number?
I was in the car when they called his phone.
That's not the question. Could you please answer? It'll get you there faster. The number that they told you they had for
I don't remember
Moontune,
them telling me about no Moontoon number.
did you know that they had Moontune's number?
I don't know.
Y'all blipped off. I'm trying to figure out how to get it back on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I do not know what happened. Can y'all hear it? Okay, 1 second.
I guess you're gonna need to come to the bench.
Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it now? I don't know what happened there. Okay, good. Sorry about that. Oh, wow, that was we back at the bench anyway. Sorry about that, y'all. Something it just jumped off. I lost like 200 people right there. That's crazy. Technical difficulties, y'all. Technical difficulties. So maybe it was my friend Shanna. She's like, I'm out. So I was like, oh my God, I got a held on to Shanna. What happens? And then we just blipped off. That's crazy. So y'all, for one, I don't think, yeah, IC tells, 150 just dipped. That's okay though. You know, growing pains. Maybe I need to put my glasses back on. Y'all, I don't think we're gonna get through direct today, y'all. Remember, Love is probably trying to get everything set up so that she can introduce video, audio. So, like, can I go back? You mean to see that little bit that we just missed? Go back. But how am I supposed to know that court's back? It was like 2 minutes. How am I supposed to know court is back, y'all? If I go back. All right, I'm gonna watch it on my phone.
Did Detective Gaither get up or get ready to leave when you promised?
I'm gonna watch
her
it on
you
my
weren't
phone,
there?
and then when it comes back, I'll just
Objection,
go
world.
live. Let me get this
Sustained.
loaded up on my phone.
Your Honor,
Y'all don't worry.
ask.
No, I mean, I don't know.
When
You
we
may ask a different question.
when we go live, I'll just.
After you promised Detective Gaither you weren't there.
We only
Did you
missed
ask
like
Detective
maybe
Gaither and
2
Dennis
minutes,
if they
y'all.
wanted to talk about
We only missed
some
like 2
other
minutes.
cases?
So I got it on my phone. If we go live, I'll just jump.
Now, did you believe you needed to talk about your case before
Okay.
you got to the other
So we're good.
cases?
Sustained.
We're still on
Would
break.
Detective Dennis and Gaither talk to you about any other cases before talking to you about yours?
Still on
And
break.
Your Honor, if there's a relevance objection, I do have a response. If I need to go to the bench, I will.
So that's what we
I
missed.
guess
That
you
little
need to
bit.
come to the bench.
That was it, y'all. It was just a couple of minutes. It wasn't that much. Okay, we back, by the way. So let's go live. We live now.
Okay, I have a sub. Oh, wait. Come on. Sorry. Come on up, Mr. Zachary.
Y'all can hear it though, right? We good? All right, cool.
Detective Gaither told you you had to tell her about your stuff, did you tell her something different than what you had told her previously?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were you, Montun, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and Demikion the ones that actually shot up the houses?
No, I did.
All right. By yourself?
Me and God,
You and Garlington?
yes,
How many guns y'all have?
a lot.
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
Then how do you remember it was a lot?
I know it.
Okay. Are you saying Garlington, because you know Garlington's now convicted of that too?
What?
Are you saying Garlington because you know Garlington now has been convicted of that too, so no more harm can come to him?
No, I'm just telling the truth.
Okay. So why can you remember now when you couldn't remember a minute ago anything from 2015?
I told you I remember what I was on probation for. I told you that 10 times.
Right. But did you say you could remember what other people did?
I don't know what nobody else did. I know what I did.
Okay. So why did you tell the police that you, Montun, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and D were the ones that shot up the house?
I never told no police that Moulton shot at no house.
Do you remember Detective Gaither saying to you, effect on listener?
Overruled.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you that you think you could tell her about a whole bunch of other stuff and get help on your stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're here for? And that's how this works. It doesn't just work like you tell me a whole lot of stuff about other people and we forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Do you remember her telling you that?
I would never look for help for myself.
I'm just asking you if you remember her telling you that.
No.
All right. Do you remember her saying after something like that being said by Detective Gaither, all right, me, Montun, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and D.
I shot up a house, man, guards.
I'm asking you if you remember saying what I just asked. All right. How many cars were there that night?
How many people got convicted of it?
How many cars were the people who were with you in when you all shot up the houses?
100.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that there were 2 cars?
That's a lie. I
Objection
told you.
403.
Sustained.
Judge,
Overruled. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I overruled. Go ahead.
did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that it was 2 cars?
I just told you it was 100 cars.
All right, but did you tell them that it was 2?
I don't remember.
Okay. Which car were you in? Who were you in a car with?
Myself and Garton and Sledge.
Yourself and Garlington and Sledge? And Montunk is the one you were closest with out of all of those?
Yes.
Then why did you tell the police you were in the car with Montunk?
Because I was letting them, as I told you earlier, I was trying to let them know that Moulton didn't condone in that.
How does telling them you in the car with Montunk when you shooting up houses tell them that he doesn't condone that?
Because I don't remember.
Okay. Now, what 2 cars did you all use?
I don't,
Huh?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all used an Impala that was gray?
I don't know.
Now, you said earlier that you, Demikion, and who were in the car together? Sledge. Do you remember telling the police after they asked you who all was in the car with you? Me, Moontunk, Shannon, and D.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Say that again now?
I never saw Shannon that night.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I can't see that far.
Do you know whether he's in the courtroom?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether Traydon was in the car with you all?
When I in the car with me, Sledge, and Goddess, I just told you that.
Was Traydon in another Impala with you all?
I just told you the only people in the car with me, Sledge, and Goddess.
Right, I hear you. But I'm asking you about Traydon and the car he was in. Do you remember whether he was in another Impala?
I don't know no Traydon.
Okay. Do you remember telling police that Traydon was in another Impala?
I just told you I don't remember. No Traydon, no Impala, nothing.
Do you remember an orange or burgundy or something Impala?
No,
Do you remember telling the police you did?
no.
So you don't remember telling them that orange or burgundy Impala,
Overruled.
you don't remember telling them whether that orange or burgundy Impala was the same year as Moontunk's, probably an 08 or something like that.
Listen, man, Lord. ADHD, artistic. I don't remember. I just be talking. I don't remember. Did y'all do y'all research on me before y'all even try to put me in interrogation room or whatever it is?
Okay, you said you're ADHD and autistic?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the orange or burgundy car was the same year as Moontunk car, probably a 08 or something like that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask the basis, I don't know what 403 basis, so that I can table up the next question.
It's a waste of time.
Your Honor, it's not a waste of time.
Move on to the next question, please.
Do you know where Traydon stayed at?
I don't know no Traydon.
Do you know where Tay stayed?
I don't know no Tay. Well, yes, I know Tay, but I don't know which Tay.
All right. Did you know where the people were the If gang members y'all were shooting at on Adele stay?
I don't know who we was shooting at.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Traydon or Tay was the one that knew where the people who lived at Adele stayed at?
No,
Huh?
no.
All right. Now, had Tay had beef with the people on Adele before, specifically Philo and D?
I don't know.
All right. You said earlier that you knew Philo. Is Philo
No,
Philip
sir, I
Collins?
knew him. I knew of that name for being in my skirt package. I never knew him.
You didn't know him on April 28th?
No,
You didn't know him on August 5th?
no,
All right. By August 5th, I mean August 5th, 2015.
no.
All right. Did you tell the police that Philo was Philip Collins?
Hell no, I ain't say no. I don't know his name. I ain't see that name until I got locked up and it was in my skirt package.
Did you know a D or Darren Mills who was Philip Collins' little brother?
Never saw that name until I saw it in my skirt package.
Did you tell the police that D was Philo's little brother?
No, I don't know them people. I just told you that.
Were you asked whether those people lived at 1428 Adele Avenue over there by Mosley Park?
Objection 403.
Judge, how is, if I may, Your Honor, I don't know how else the jury is going to know the witnesses' statements and be able to decide what's true and what's not without not asking specific questions.
You're asking about the questions being asked.
No, I'm asking, did he know that Philo and D stayed over there, and I understand, I'll change and I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Did you know that Philo and D stayed on 1428 Adele Avenue over by
I don't know them
Mosley
people,
Park?
I don't know where they stay.
Say it again.
I don't know them people. I don't know where they stay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. You see the court reporter to your left? She's typing down things. And if you start talking before I finish asking questions, she can't get it down. So can you let me finish asking the question before you answer, please?
She asked me the same questions.
I understand.
You ain't trip me up or trick me. You know that.
I don't want to. Can you do that for me?
All right.
Thank you. All right. So was your answer, you did not know that Philo and D lived on 1428?
Yes,
Adele
I did not
Avenue.
know.
You're doing it again, Mr. Zachary. Can you let me
Told
finish?
I'm ADHD, autistic. I'm
Okay.
just-
Mr. Zachary? The jury has to hear this information.
yeah, like I can control this.
You can, can't you?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Mosley Park is?
no,
Okay. Did you know that D was Philo's little brother?
no.
How did you get involved in that mix since you weren't at the club? When Lil D, that is Demekion, got jumped. How'd you get involved in that mix?
I don't remember.
Did you get involved when they shot at Summer, when If Gang shot at Summer?
I never told who shot at something. I don't know nobody who shot. I just know she got shot at.
Is that when you got involved, when you learned that she got shot at?
Yes,
All right. And where did they shoot at Summer?
Campbell.
Is that the part on Landrum?
Yes,
Did they shoot at Summer now before all the shootings happened or after?
before.
All right. Was Summer at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay at the time that they shot at them?
I don't know.
Did you tell police they were?
I don't know.
Were Summer, Alexis, and Tay in a car together?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked about them being in a car together?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify for the police that Summer wasn't with Tay, she was with Alexis?
I don't know.
Did you clarify that Tay hadn't gotten there yet?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether the people that shot at Summer were inside or inside of a car or inside of the apartment complex outside of the car when they shot at Summer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that when Summer and them went into the apartment complex, that the people that were shooting at them started shooting from way down in Summer's parking lot?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police when you learned that they were shooting up Summer's apartment complex on Landry?
I don't know the number to the police.
Do you know 911? Mr. Zachary? Mr. Zachary,
Huh?
do you know 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone else get shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that someone else had gotten shot that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police it was right after Demekion got jumped?
I don't know.
And do you still not remember whether or not the people that shot were the guys from If Gang?
Sustained.
Did you tell the police who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
don't remember.
Do you remember how you knew who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you-
Facts not in evidence.
The next question, I think, is gonna,
Sustained, but you can ask the next
All right.
question.
so you don't remember whether telling the police how you knew it was who
Objection, Your Honor.
shot?
Asked and answered, and it was just sustained the objection.
You
That
can lay
was-
the foundation.
That's what I'm attempting to do.
Overruled.
So you don't remember telling the police how you knew it was who was shooting at Summer now?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them that Summer saw the car that they were in?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car they were in?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car you believed they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police it was a gray Charger?
I don't remember.
Do you know at this time who drives or who drove a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger during that time on April 28, 2015?
How can I tell them who driving
Yes.
if I wasn't?
Yes
I ain't
or no?
see it?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger
Objection 403.
on Judge, getting to how he knows who shot whom and why steps were taken afterwards, and the fact that it was an alleged if gang and rival gang is very relevant and not cumulative.
Sustained, overruled.
Who is sustaining?
The speaking objection is sustained and the other one is overruled.
Okay, so you can answer. Do you remember telling the police who it was that drives a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Philo and his name D, Philo's little brother, drove that car? Philo and D.
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that the gray Charger was Philo's little brother's car?
No.
Now, do you know a Denise Bell?
No.
Have you ever heard of Denise Bell as it relates to, are you typing something on the computer? Mr. Zachary,
Huh?
what you typing on the computer?
I don't know.
Leave the
Judge?
Computer alone. Don't touch it.
What is cuz typing on the computer, y'all? Oh my gosh.
At the time, did you know that Philo and D lived at 14, whether Philo and D, whether their family lived at 1428 Adele Drive?
I just told you, I don't know them folks. I don't know where they stay.
So is that a no?
No.
Did you believe Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis?
No.
Did you tell the police that Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis on April 28, 2015, while you were in that August 5th, 2015 interview?
No.
Was anyone else, as you sit here today, with Philo and D when they were shooting at Summer, Tay, and Alexis?
I never told you I saw who shot it no Summer and Lex.
Okay. Do you remember telling, after being asked, was anyone else with Philo and D, do you remember telling the police Stewie, the name Stewie,
No.
Stewie?
No.
Do you remember telling them also a boy named Spaz, Spaz?
No.
Do you remember telling them that all four of them were in the car and then they shoot at them? All four being Philo, D, Stewie, and Spaz.
Make it make sense. If I didn't see the car, how can I know who shot it?
Help me make it make sense. Do you remember telling the police
Telling you
that?
that. I'm telling you, if you common sense, you'll see. If I didn't see the So shoot, how can I say some name? That's just a lie. I don't remember.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's a no, you don't remember telling the police that, right? Mr. Zachary?
Yeah.
Did Summer come home and wake you up after Philo, Stewie, Spaz, and D shot her up?
You keep saying them names. I don't know who shot her up.
Did you tell the police that Summer came and woke you up after that?
I don't know.
Did you call Montunk after getting a call from Summer about a shooting by those 4 guys?
You just said she came home. Now you
I'm
saying
asking
call.
you a different question. I didn't say anything, I'm asking. Did you call Montunk
I don't know.
after getting a call about the shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you called Montunk?
I don't remember.
Did Montunk want you to ride with him to the Adele Drive location?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Montunk didn't want you to ride with them? They wanted you to ride, but didn't want you to ride.
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were seated in the car that you were in with Montunk?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were seated in the back seat after they asked you where you were seated? Do you remember telling the police you didn't have anything to do with the shooting?
I don't remember.
Or didn't have to do anything at the shooting?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury, please, Mr. Zachary, who was sitting where in the car you were in?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember who was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about, since you remembered it earlier, do you remember anything about the people, positions in the car that you said you were in the night Adele Avenue got shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon's in the front?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Dee's on one side?
I don't
Right.
remember.
Do you remember pointing out to the police during that interview where Montunk was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that specifically Shannon was the front seat passenger? Huh? I didn't say the front seat. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a front seat passenger?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
Who got charged with it?
Why are you asking that?
Cause it don't make sense. He was there. How come he didn't get charged with it?
Mr. Zachary, will you please answer the questions that I'm asking? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was the front seat passenger?
Pay attention, y'all.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Demikion was sitting behind Montunk?
No.
Hypothetically, if you did tell the police that Montunk was driving, how are you keeping Montunk out of it?
Y'all pay attention. She's
He
trying to
said
push
that
Shannon
today
here.
that he was trying to keep Montunk out of it. Okay. How does telling the police that Montunk was driving keep Montunk out of the shooting?
No.
You don't remember?
You got another one need?
Nope. Do you not remember?
I don't know.
Y'all, on the next break, on the lunch break, I'm gonna play our video about her trying to put Shannon there. Okay. So
Who drove that, or who owned that orange other car, that orange burgundy car that you now say you don't recall knowing about?
I ain't say I don't recall. I said I don't remember. It's different, I think. And I
Okay.
don't remember.
Okay, you said you don't know.
I said I
So,
don't remember.
do you remember telling the police that that boy Traydon owns that car?
I don't remember.
Do you know what gang Traydon belongs to?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that he's supposed to be a blood, but like a regular gang, but you don't know exactly which blood, but they're supposed to be blood?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee in the car all together when they came and picked you up?
Shannon was never in the car. I never saw Shannon that night.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk, when Moontunk came and picked you up, Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee were in the car?
I don't remember. But I know Shannon wasn't with her.
And after the people came and picked you up, where did you all go first?
The people.
Cousin house.
Which one? On Landrum?
Yes.
The
Now,
people.
when did you all at some point go to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you go to Perry Homes last?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you went to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you describe to the police going to the house on MLK?
I don't remember.
Y'all notice how she asked about Shannon being there, and she did this on Friday too.
Are you not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about?
I just told you I can't see.
I understand, but you know who all's in this case, don't you?
No.
You haven't seen it?
Haven't seen what?
Anything about this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
So are you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I made it through prison being labeled that. I ain't scared of that. And I ain't never PC, never got touched, none of that.
What is PC?
Protected cousin, I ain't never got, nigga ain't never laid no hand on me nowhere. I'm in prison.
Okay.
All different type of states, you know that.
Okay. So who got out of the car and who stayed in the car?
I shot, I did everything.
I think I asked you this, but have you ever worn dreads around April 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Dee and Tay got out the car and Moontunk stayed in?
Shannon was never with us.
All right, listen to the question she's asking and answer that question. And then you can explain if you need to.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay got out of the car, and it's T-A-Y?
No, Shannon
And-
was never with us.
I'm sorry.
No, Shannon was never with us.
I understand that's your testimony today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay, and by Dee I mean Demikion, and Tay got out of the car and Moontunk stayed in. Do you remember telling the police that?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and went and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
I understand. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
All right, listen to the question and answer the question she's asking.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
No, I don't remember. I shot up the house. That's all I remember.
Since you now say that Shannon wasn't there, do you recall what kind of gun you told police Shannon had
No,
when he shot up the house?
he didn't have no gun. He went down.
Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I'm the only one with a Draco.
Say the one.
I was the only one with that gun.
Okay.
That gun was in my name. How can somebody else have my gun?
Okay. So did you lie on Shannon?
Yeah, I told you that the other day.
Okay.
I lied on everybody.
So you told the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I don't remember, but I know that was my gun.
Did you know where the police or where that gun was on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you know whose gun? You're now saying that it was your gun, but at the time you talked to the police, did you know whose gun it was?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun?
Shannon was never with us.
I hear you today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that it was a chopper?
A helicopter?
Is that the only thing you know is a chopper?
Yes.
You don't know about an AK-47 being called a chopper?
I think them called machine guns.
Okay. So if you hear yourself on a video calling it a chopper, would that help you remember?
It ain't gonna help me remember. They're gonna know that I lied.
Oh. So do you remember telling the police that that chopper was brown?
My gun. How can I said guns that I know was on the scene that I used?
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally?
2, 3, 2,
At one time?
2.
How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 7.62 and a 7.23 and shoot them both at the same time?
Easy.
How?
Easy.
Show the jury.
I ain't showing no jury that, man.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury?
You're saying you can do it, so show the jury how
How
it
to
will
do
be
it,
done.
I don't know how to do it.
Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 7.62?
Because I knew that on the only one had a 7.62. I knew that they know I had a 7.62 in my name.
Did your gun look like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Tay's gun looked like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did Demekion have?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you told the police about the gun Demekion
I
had?
don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you were trying to protect Monktoon, but did you tell the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun?
I don't remember.
How would telling the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun protect Monktoon?
I don't remember.
Was the gun Demekion had the same gun that you got caught with in May?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that the gun you got caught with in May belonged to Monktoon?
No.
Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demekion had that gun?
I don't remember.
How many guns had you bought by that time, by August 5th, 2015, from any kind of pawn shop?
I don't remember.
Had you bought any from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge okay. Did Woody trick you out of those guns?
No.
Did you tell the police that Woody tricked you out of those guns?
I don't know.
Did the police show you yourself in Arrowhead Pawn Shop buying those guns?
I don't know.
Did Traydon shoot any guns?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
What now?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
Did Tay shoot any guns?
One might have doubled me.
What now?
He wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police, nah, son did not shoot any guns because he was driving.
I don't know.
Did only you and the driver stay in the car?
I got out and shot.
Did you tell the police that you and the driver stayed in the car?
I don't know.
Now, where did you all park when y'all got to the house on Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you and Moonton parked way back and Taynam got close to the house, like the front driveway or something? Do you recall whether they shot the house or whether they shot people?
I don't know.
Do you remember saying last week that you saw people running into the house and you had followed the car?
I don't know.
Was it dark or light when you all got to the Adele house, Adele Drive house?
I don't know.
Did you all go to Perry Homes after Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the Adele Drive house, that you all went to Perry Homes?
Say you never shot at no house. I don't remember nothing else.
Okay, did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the house, y'all went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Now, did you know anybody that lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you knew that Philo's girl lived at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
That Philo's baby mama lives at Perry Homes?
I don't remember nothing about no sucker.
What now?
I don't remember nothing about nobody but me.
And Moonton, right?
I just know about me.
Okay. Did Tay know Philo D and Philo's child's mother from the west side?
I can't tell you what nobody else know.
Did you tell police they knew them from the west side?
I can't tell them what nobody know.
Did you tell them that Tay, Philo, and D that they had hung together?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
I'm sorry, what?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
Are you asking or telling me?
Asking.
I can't answer questions, only you can. Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Tay, Philo, and D were beefing before?
I don't know.
Is Tay slime?
I don't know.
What is slime?
I don't know.
Did you know on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Was Shannon 30 deep?
I don't know.
Was Demiki on 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police anything about 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Tay was from Capitol Homes and you and Moonton grew up in Capitol Homes and that's how you all got together?
I don't know.
And that's how Tay was rolling with you, Shannon, and Moonton?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you?
I don't know.
So you don't remember whether you told the police if Tay was originally from Capitol
I
Homes?
don't know.
Who is Big Boo, if you know?
I don't like talking about deceased people.
You don't like talking about what, sir?
Deceased people.
Deceased people? Okay. I'm not gonna make you talk about him much, but do you know his real name?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Quinn Porter.
All right.
Quinn Porter.
Mr. Zachary, I need you. And when you say he's deceased, just the year, when was he deceased?
What year?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I was locked up.
Okay. Now, did Tay used to hang with Big Boo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, on August 5th, 2015, that that's how you met Tay? Because Tay, all of you all used to hang with Boo.
You just said all of grew up together and kept on home.
Did you tell the police that you all used to hang with Boo?
I don't
You,
know.
Tay, Shannon.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go to get some bullets the night of April 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had gone to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to get bullets from someone that D knew on Cleveland, like at a trap spot?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking to police about what you did the night of April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection asked and answered.
You sustained this objection about what they did and where they got the bullets from. So
Sustained.
that was funny to you. You chuckled.
Hmm?
That was funny to you. You chuckled.
I ain't trouble.
Okay. Now, what is a trap spot?
I think that's a restaurant.
You're saying a trap spot is a restaurant?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you all get bullets for the 7.62?
I don't know.
Did you have Mooktoon's gun the day you got caught at the BP because he needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Mooktoon needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
When I told him that some years later after I beat the case,
On August 5th, 2015, did you tell them that?
I don't know.
Did you tell them that it was a small little gun?
Who got caught with the gun?
Did you tell the police that it was a 40 Smith and Wesson
That's in my name, yes.
that was your gun that Mooktoon borrowed to go over to a girl's house?
I don't know.
Did you buy that 40 Smith and Wesson a day or two before you got locked up?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you did?
I don't know.
When you all got to Perry Homes, who was it that got out and shot at that time?
I don't know.
Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
Who?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Only person was there was me and Gladys.
So is that a no?
I never saw Shannon that day or no Tay.
Would you answer whether that's a no? When I ask you, did Tay, D, and Shannon?
Keep trying to put people there who want
I'm trying to just ask you a question. Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Tay, D, and Shannon got out and shot at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how many guns you all had in total?
100.
All right. Did anybody else join you all other than the ones that either you talked about today or that you told the police were with you? Huh?
I don't understand that question.
Did a person named Lee ever join you all?
No.
Did you tell the police that a person named Lee joined you all?
No,
Did you tell the police, did a person named Lee got out and shot with a handgun?
I don't even know no damn Lee.
You don't know a handgun?
I don't know a Lee.
And do you remember telling the police that Lee was in the car with Tay and them because that was Tay's friend?
I don't know. Keep putting people down.
Did you get dropped off at Sylvan Road after all this happened?
I don't know.
Did you get dropped off at a Chevron by 166?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you got dropped off
I don't know.
on Sylvan Road at the Chevron by 166?
Objection. 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember who dropped you off
You did.
after all? Okay, I did.
Yeah.
Did you tell the police I did?
No, I ain't want them to know we were messing around.
Okay, you did. Okay. Now, did you tell the police that Summer's cousin dropped you all off at the house?
No.
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based, Your Honor, it explains what he did with Shannon.
Establish a basis and you can ask it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr.
Well, you're the one that just did it.
Stop talking back and forth to each other. You need to turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you can establish a foundation.
Did Summer have her own car when you got dropped off at the Chevron by 166?
Why you keep asking me about another female? I
Just
don't know.
answer the question.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did Summer let her cousin keep her car?
I don't know.
Did Summer indicate that she was letting her cousin keep her car because she was scared to go back to the house?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that Shannon and other people in the car with you were slime?
I ain't ever said nothing like that.
You never said anything like that?
No.
Okay, is Shannon slime?
No.
Was Mooktoon slime?
I don't know.
Why do you know Shannon wasn't, but you don't know if Mooktoon was?
Shannon ain't grow up with us.
What does that have to do with him being slime?
A lot.
Please tell us how. Your Honor, would the court please instruct me?
Answer the question.
I don't know, Your Honor.
So, who else was slime?
You?
Were you slime?
No.
What did you have to do to be slime?
I don't even know what the hell slime is.
Since you say you don't know what it is, did you know on August 5th, 2015 what slime is?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
Who are they?
The people who call themselves slime.
I don't know who called themselves slime.
Okay. But did you tell the police, quote, they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
If I told them that means I had to know who was slime. I don't know who slime.
Would you just answer the question?
I don't remember when I was in prison. I fell and hit my head.
Okay. Did you tell the police being slime is like, you and me are cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out the room and I try and talk to her. I try and talk to your girl.
I said that.
Objection 403.
It's a description.
Overruled.
Did you describe that for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police slime means there are no rules, basically?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, like, I slime that in is a proper way to use slime?
Answer the question.
I'm thinking, Your Honor. No.
Did you tell the police that if you were cool with someone, you could rob them and it would be like you just slimed them?
I don't know.
Does slime also mean that there's no loyalty?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why were you ever slime is a better question.
I don't know what no slime is.
So then you should know whether or not you were ever slime.
No, I wasn't.
And why were you never slime?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they would never let you get in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that it was also because your brother and Moktu didn't really want you hanging around them like that?
See, there I go, trying to make Moonton look good again. I don't know.
Okay, so you did tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that, let me ask you this, do you have a brother named Tay?
Why you gonna speak on my brother?
The brother that hung with Moktu?
My brother ain't never home no Moonton.
The brother that didn't want you hanging around slime?
What the hell is slime? Why you gonna keep talking about my brother? I just told you that.
Did Moktu and your brother not want you hanging around Demikion and Wubina?
We're not gonna keep talking about my brother, my love.
Okay. Did
That's a
Moktu
sensitive
not
spot
want
for
you
me. We're not gonna keep talking about my brother.
Did Moktu not want you hanging around Demikion and Wubina?
That's just something I probably told him to make Moonton look good again.
So is that yes or no?
I don't know.
That's your opinion. Is that yes or no? Did Moktu want you or not want you to hang around Demikion and Wudina?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moktu was slime?
I don't know.
Do you know how or if 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue linked up? Do you need
No.
a break or anything?
No.
Okay. So do you know, or did you tell, first of all, do you know whether or not 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue ever linked up?
No.
Did you tell the police that you did?
Oh, that was something I read in a newspaper article.
What newspaper article?
I don't remember that jump years ago.
Did you, years ago, before August?
I read it in somebody's discovery package too.
Okay. Did, whose discovery package?
I don't know. Somebody I've locked up with.
All right. Did you tell the police that initially 30D and Cleveland Avenue didn't mess with one another. They didn't hang around one another.
I don't know.
And that they didn't start hanging with one another until Thug started pushing with Woody.
I don't know.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody kind of bring everybody together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody bring you in closer to Slime?
I just told you I don't know no slime here.
But you said you hung with him though, right?
When I said that,
Did you ever hang with him?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you ever hang or tell the police that you hung with him?
I don't know what that is.
Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Woody is what caused you to start hanging around Slime?
No.
Tell the jury how it is that you and Woody got close.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the only reason you and Woody got close is because you hung with Monktoon and Monktoon was hanging with Thug?
I don't know.
Now, do you remember telling the police, or had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville? And by you all, I mean Slime, YSL, any of the people that you said earlier you're close with.
Who I
Had
said
you
I was
all
close
ever
with?
had a problem with Mechanicsville?
Who I said I was close with earlier?
Let's start with Slime. Did Slime ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
What is slime?
Did YSL ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, we've never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
When have I ever told the police I was slime?
Did you tell the police that we have never had a problem with
When
Mechanicsville?
have I ever said I was slime?
I'm going to ask you that question in a moment. Did you ever say to the police, we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, there is a line of questioning that deals with the matter that was raised by one of the defendants earlier that
All
I need
right,
to
let's
approach.
take our lunch break and we can sort it out over lunch. So y'all be back here at 1:30, please. Mr. Zachary, you could step back and be back at 1:30 also. Thanks.
Hey, y'all, they keep taking my phone, man. They keep taking my phone.
We'll discuss that in just a second, okay? You can, hang on, just so we can discuss it. Do y'all have his phone with, is his phone around somewhere? You can let him use it in, as long as supervised, yes.
What
Okay,
you
now-
mean, along with supervisors? Judge?
Somebody else is gonna be in the room with you.
What, I'm on a risk?
No,
So why, like, I pay that phone.
you're
bill.
in the middle of testifying when, so those are gonna be the conditions, but you can use it.
I ain't never agreed to no conditions.
It doesn't really matter whether you agreed to it or not.
Y'all violate all my
All right,
rights.
you can step down and you're welcome to use your phone in the presence of investigator right now. After you finish testifying, you'll have it back without any other conditions. All right, yes, ma'am, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, actually, Mr. Atkins just pointed out that the court had made a ruling on
Okay,
this portion, so my apologies for
all
stopping the
right, no
question.
problem,
Well-
and we needed to eat lunch anyway.
Well, can I ask what
Yes.
we're talking about? Because there are some issues in Mr. Mr. Zachary's prior statements,
Unresolved ones?
unresolved, that that Your Honor said that the state was going to have to lay a
Oh,
foundation
yeah.
through Mr. Zachary. And I'm not talking about prior consistent statements. I'm talking about
Right,
subject
things-
matters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, if I said that, then yes,
This wasn't one
foundation
of
needs
them,
to be
but
laid.
yeah, this wasn't one of them. And I have in front of me those.
Huh?
That wasn't one of them.
So everybody's all good then?
I mean, the state is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, just, if there's no foundation laid for someone to have firsthand knowledge or admissible knowledge of something, that would mean the state and Miss Love cannot get up there and start asking leading questions. Didn't you say, didn't you say, didn't you say? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of us litigating it prior.
Do you understand what she means there, Ms. Love?
Judge, I'm very well aware of the rules of evidence, and I fully understand what Mr. Sharp is arguing, and I know what we can and cannot do, and I will follow the court's previous instructions and the rules of evidence.
Okay, so just so we're really clear, if there was something that you needed to lay a foundation for his knowledge of before he could testify about it, then you're going to have to establish he has a basis for knowing it before you ask him. Do you remember telling the police that?
Of
Okay,
course.
all right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you ask the state to direct me to where, when that they had a good faith belief to ask the question to Mr. Zachary that he told the police the name Philip Collins? I don't have that in my notes, and if it's in the transcript, I just missed it, or in the recording.
Judge, first I said Philo, and I asked him because everybody knows it's in all the information we've provided to the defense. And I think without looking back on prior testimony, at least one witness may have discussed the fact that Philip Collins was Philo, but I will confirm that. But Mr. Steele is very well aware that Philo is Philip Collins. That's in everything that we've given
That's
him.
not what he's saying. Did you?
The good faith basis that
Did you, yeah, that Zachary told the police that?
yes, I do.
Okay.
I can show it to him. I sure can.
Okay.
It is on page. Let me see. And I know that he may have probably just overlooked it. So it is on page. As I'm looking for the transcript portion, I can tell you that in the interview where right before they start talking about going over to Harry Holmes, they were asked, the police asked Mr. Zachary, here it is, who drives the gray Charger? Backing up to somebody got shot that night. Mr. Zachary was asked by Gaither, do you remember what time they shot at him? She asked whether it was right after Demekion got jumped. And Gaither asked, how do you know it was these people? We're talking about the guys from If Gang, right? Mr. Zachary says, yeah, because she's seen what car they were in. Gaither asked, which car were they in? Mr. Zachary says, a gray Charger. Gaither asked, and these are some of the questions that they said 403, irrelevant and all that were sustained. Gaither asked, who drives a gray Charger? And Mr. Zachary said that boy, Philo, and his name D, he drove Philo's little brother. He drove, D is Philo's little brother. He drove that car. And then Gaither says Philo and D. And Gaither says, so Philo and D, they shoot at them. And Zachary says yes. And that's when she asked him, was
Okay, so
anybody?
is there a last name Collins in there anywhere? I think that's what he's asking.
So, Your Honor, what I said is something about Philo or Philip Collins. Philip Collins is Philo.
Okay, but that's not in the conversation he had with the police. That's just you asking him, is it Philip Collins?
Yes, that's exactly right. And Your Honor, he asked what good faith basis I had for asking, and I'll tell you that when he said Philo and his little brother D, and we've heard testimony from one witness, I won't call it, she's a lay witness, who said that her sister's children were Darren and Philo or Philip Collins, and that Darren is younger than Philip Collins. They objected when I asked about the age. The court sustained that. But we will also hear testimony. I believe we've heard
Okay,
some.
so the question was, I think, or the objection or the request for clarification was where you have a good faith basis for asking if, or suggesting that he told the police Philip Collins.
That's not what he said. He said, did the state have a good faith basis for asking if he knew Philip Collins?
Okay, so they have a good faith basis for asking if he knew, and apparently it's not in the transcript that he ever used the last name.
Well, I'll find the exact quote over lunch, but this is why I'm objecting to the prosecutor suggesting things.
Well, she can
without-
ask, was it Philip Collins? And he can say, I don't know, because I don't know Philo anyway,
I'll get
or
the
whatever
exact
he's
quote
gonna say.
because I don't
Okay.
believe that's how it was framed, but I'll get the exact quote.
Okay, well, I don't think it's particularly material whether he used a last name or not in talking to the police, because he's essentially saying at this point, I don't remember anything, I don't know anything, I don't know those people.
Your Honor, I find it material that a lawyer would say, looking at a transcript, and say to a
Okay,
witness.
All right, just go back and look then at what it was that she said, and there's no point us talking about it if we don't know exactly what it is. Okay, anything else before lunch?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Just because we're talking about what the lawyer did and not the evidence is, I want to say that I didn't just look at a transcript. I listened to the interview a lot.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, y'all. So seems like today is going very, very much like all the other days, huh? So it's lunchtime, y'all. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play our video from Friday. No, from Saturday. I'm gonna play our video from Saturday. I am gonna go ahead and upload a video today, just like the ones that I've been doing the whole time. So I've been working on it. So I'm going to go ahead and record my audio for the video for today. But in the meantime, I'm going to put our video up from Saturday. Now, the video from Saturday, what is it all about? The video from Saturday is, let me go find it. This is where DA Love, where we kind of do a little bit of a deep dive into DA Love and her she just wants to put Shannon at this murder for some reason, or at this shooting, not murder, at this shooting. So I'm going to play our video where I break it down. I break it down because did y'all notice she keeps asking him, was he wearing dreads for some reason? First, I'm going to play this. Let me play this, y'all. This was a short that I made out of it. Oh, matter of fact, y'all, let me see here. Let me grab the link. 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 Let me grab the This is a short that I made out of it. It's difficult trying to get everything into a short, y'all. It's difficult. But let's see.
And were you cooler with Moot than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Were you also cooler with Demetrius?
Yes.
April 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
All right, did y'all know?
Either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Cruiser?
I think they was.
Were you wearing dress during that time?
Why does she keep asking him, was he wearing
Yes.
red?
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
Garlington, Moot, and Shannon.
You said Garlington and Montone.
You didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
What just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross. We try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning three people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about, and it's disgusting.
And were you cooler with
All right,
Moot?
y'all. I'm gonna put the video on that I made. We'll just let it play. I think it's like 45 minutes. I'm not sure. We're gonna let this play, and then
And I objected, and I wouldn't
I'm
have
gonna
even
upload the
thought
video
about
from today.
anyone.
I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna upload today's video, this lunchtime video, and then we'll be back. So this is 47 minutes. So if you haven't watched it, enjoy.
Doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense.
And we are back, Everybody, thank you for watching this video today. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up, y'all. We're going to have a really good video. We're going to bring you a lot of insight into either a strategy that DA Love used when questioning Quindarius Zachary. Either this is a pretty sly, slick, and maybe even underhanded strategy, or she's just speaking and maybe not being very clear. But as you can see coming up, Max Sharp noticed that she wasn't being clear, made an objection, and DA Love continued, possibly on purpose, and this is what Sharp is arguing, she continued to be unclear and confuse the subject. So we're going to get into it, but let me explain this to you. On April 28, 2015, there were a series of shootings. Now, Moontunk, he's already testified that himself, Moontunk, Garlington, and Zachary went out and they conducted at least one, if not several shootings that night. Now, DA Love is asking Zachary, who was one of the shooters, who's one of the participants, she's asking Zachary about this. But she brings up Shannon Stillwell's name. Now, Shannon Stillwell was never put on trial or convicted of these shootings. But as you will see, DA Love brings up Shannon's name and lumps them in with the other three names of people who already have been convicted for these shootings. And when she brings up Shannon's name, she then uses the term "those people" when talking about the shooting, and it sounds like she's saying Shannon was there. So take a listen.
You said that you were closest with Moot, or you were coolest with Moot. All right. Were you coolest with Moot in April 2015?
April. Yes.
And were you cooler with Moot than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demetrius?
Yes.
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
Yes.
Where?
So as you can hear, she brought up the date of the shooting, and she brought up three people: Shannon Stillwell, Quindarius Zachary, and Antonio Sledge Moontunk. Now it sounds like she's bringing Shannon into this mix, into this shooting spree, into this night of shootings. And you're going to see Sharp is going to pick up on this, and he's going to have an objection. But before Sharp objects, This line of questioning is going to go on for a little longer. So just listen up. Now that you've realized that Shannon's name has been involved in this line of question, continue to listen how far it goes and listen with that perspective until Sharp makes his objection.
Don't we caught our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun.
How many?
So, 2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucial earlier?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
On County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns? in the
Yes.
car? How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demikion had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Quick note, also, this is a very curious question. There are many photos and videos of him from that time, and he did not have dreads. Neither did anybody else that I know of, but Shannon is in the court with dreads right now. Is this a sly tactic, y'all? Let me know what you think. And this question may have been what alerted Sharp. It may have perked his ears up, like, what's going on here?
So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Phil allowed to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's just Vegas.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know
and
what-
specifically referred to them.
Loved intentionally does not want to clarify the people she's talking about.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want to know
I'm
what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask,
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
when I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's take
they
a
was to
break. Hang on,
include-
hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now.
Notice how she came back around and still included Shannon, even though at this point she's talking about a shooting where Shannon was not there. So all HE double hockey sticks about to break loose. And now you can see why. You can see exactly what Love did. She included Shannon in a night of shootings where he has not been charged. He's not been on trial. So you can see what she did. And Max Sharp picked up on it probably because I think when she asked about the dreadlocks, it's when Sharp said, what? I think everybody's like, what? Why did she ask that question? So anyway, we're going to see now what happens, and things get really heated really quickly.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
And you
And I
objected.
and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 2, 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
May I
one thing that,
respond?
no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Muntu, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable, and the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor. If the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I understand.
don't know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
A
ask
clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
when I ask for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the
All
past,
right.
but what he's
We don't
testifying.
know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately because, of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says. I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, you know, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Wants to hear from the court in reference to if he finishes today, will he go home? If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's going to go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we
Okay.
talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And
I
if he
told him you can give
doesn't,
it-
yeah,
doesn't
I
finish
can
today.
let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on, and I told Mr. Schiave that I understand that his interest is.
Can y'all hear him? Her? Can you use a mic?
And we talked about it. So she just needs to come up. You know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want him to,
just,
and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about him now, you know, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained, but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction. You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right, anything else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. Okay. I
Okay,
understand
and you use the mic too.
Yep, I understand. Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the court's ruling. I think that the use, all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation. But I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question, so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, go ahead.
actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something more.
I think I was probably gonna say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea, so go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I'd asked, and right before I said they.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going. So,
All right, so after the questioning about where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Mungtunk or cool with Mungtunk. All right, were you close with Mungtunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay, and were you cooler with Mungtunk than, say, Shannon? Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. And I have to, where? Back, some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes, all right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them? And then the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes, all right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it, your girlfriend was in yours. Yes, all right. I don't think, because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right, and he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha. So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay? In the
it
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream. Yep.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware, as am I, that even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demekion Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're not
and
going to
move
stop
forward.
using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had
right now.
already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Shart's, I don't know what that was, but Your Honor.
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for I don't know. what
Yeah,
this
that
is.
needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened. And I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my
Let's-
life repeatedly. And
Let
so-
everybody stop with the
Well,
personal
yeah.
jabs against each other to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay, all right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. That's supposed to be based on facts. Okay, so you understand, if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll
Okay.
clarify
All
who I'm
right,
talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out.
So what do y'all think? Now that you've seen the entire back and forth, what do you think? I feel like the more I watch it, the more it looks like it was intentional. It's hard to say what's happening in somebody else's head, though, y'all. To be fair to Love, it's hard to know what's happening in her head. But Shark did ask her to clarify. Again, she's up there, she's doing her job, she's on the spot in a sense. She's in her flow, right? So I agree that nobody knows what's in her head, but Sharp was very, very sharp. He was very sharp. He was on his game to pick that up. And again, I think it was that dreadlocks question that really made him say, hold up. Again, I don't know, but that's my take on it. What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments. I'm going to let this ride. I'm going to let you see what Zachary said about that night. I'm going to let that part continue to play so you can continue to watch. And y'all, why does Love keep asking this guy if he had dreadlocks? Can somebody help me out with that? I don't get it. The man did not have dreadlocks at that time. She showed videos and pictures of him from that time. He didn't have dreadlocks. He didn't even have braids. He could not have had dreadlocks unless he cut the dreadlocks off like days or weeks before he took the pictures. But Shannon has dreads. Now, Shannon did not have dreads at that time either. But Shannon is in court today with dreads. A witness said a shooter had locks. Okay. So let's go to exactly, excuse me, y'all, I got some gum in my mouth. This goes exactly to what we're trying to say. Miss Love is determined to put Shannon at the scene. Now, can we ask a question? Monkton, Demikion Garlington. Monkton is Antonio Sledge, by the way. Demikion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary. They all served time for this incident or for these incidents that happened that night. Why does Miss Love want to put Shannon there? Like, what is Shannon on trial today for April 28th, 2015? I don't think so. As you heard Shark say, Shannon's never been charged with those crimes. Take this gum out of my mouth. Shannon's never been charged with those crimes, y'all. So how is it that Miss Love today is, and Friday, how is it that she's trying to implicate Shannon? Andre says this whole thing is wrong. But what is her angle? Is her angle in implicating Shannon to vilify, to demonize Shannon in front of the jury so that when it's time for the jury to consider the charges against Shannon, they will have in their mind, oh yeah, he did that shooting or those shootings on April 28th as well. Perfect Square, if she can get one, she can try to tie it into YSL. Well, again, the three members who are already YSL, I mean, they're all, well, I guess, okay, Demikion's on trial. He's severed. Mung Tung pled guilty. He's not on trial right now, but he took a plea deal. And Zachary, he hasn't been charged in this RICO. So implication that led to YSL and gets Thug's money seized. The question I'm asking is, why does she want to pin this on Shannon? Why does she want to pin this solved case? This case is solved. You have 3 people who have already served time. What is the purpose of pinning this on Shannon? She wanted all of them to seem like bad guys shooting up the place for Thug and for clout. Exactly. So she wants to tie Shannon into this. And don't forget, Shannon is on trial currently. So by saying Shannon is a shooter and that he did this shooting, you're more likely to believe that he did other shootings. Y'all understand? And also, yes, as part of the RICO in general, to implicate YSL and to get to Thug. I believe he probably has the most ties to the crime. Shannon. So Shannon, I believe part of his indictment, he is charged. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I believe Shannon is charged with gun possession and charged with murder, I believe. So Tessa says to strengthen her case. Of course, it's to strengthen her case. So but did y'all notice how Sharp on Friday, he objected, but today she just went into all of the Shannon material and Sharp did not object. So do y'all get the feeling that Love is I feel, okay, let me not say what I feel. Do y'all get the feeling that Love is inch by inch taking over this courtroom? Like, what do y'all think before I start saying my opinion? Do y'all feel that inch by inch Love is imposing her will on this courtroom? Perfect Square says she bended that. I agree, but when I say taking over, wouldn't you agree that the longer that you do something, the more established it is? Wouldn't you agree with that? Wouldn't you agree when you first do it, it's not well established yet? But once you've done it for the 50th time, now it's established. Once you've done it for the 150th time, now it's rock solid. Once you've done it for the 500th time, now it's a rule. So while I agree that there was a lot of push and pull with Love and the new judge, Judge Whitaker, in the first few days, Whitaker brushed her back a bunch of times. I think Love came to understand that Whitaker is not going to remove her from the case. She's not going to remove Love from the case. Whitaker is not going to call a mistrial unless something egregious happens. So what other sanctions are there outside of removing you from the case and calling a mistrial? What other sanctions could Whitaker put on Love, who is essentially a key part of the state's case? This is Love's case, y'all. We all know that. So it's like with your mom and your dad, right? Like, imagine your parents say, as a rule, they're not gonna take the belt to you. Okay, so that's the harshest punishment. That's out. And then let's say you need your cell phone for your homework. You need your cell phone for homework. So while they would love to take it from you, Mom, but I got to do my homework. right? So I'm calling my grandparents. Yeah. So what else? What else could they do? I got my phone. I could play my games. I could talk to my friends, and they aren't gonna give me a beating. What else can they really do? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the sanctions, the only sanctions that could possibly really hurt the prosecution would be, I shouldn't say only, the one that comes to mind right now that Whitaker said last week was she could disqualify a witness. She could disqualify a witness. Meaning, but that was going to be a sanction for Love not being prepared. It wasn't a sanction for any of the other stuff. But Whitaker did say, you know, if you're not prepared, if I catch you unprepared again, I might tell you can't have such and such a witness. So that certainly would be a very serious sanction if Love were to have that sanction on her. Let me plug up my phone, y'all. Give me a quick second. So that would be a serious sanction, but that sanction wasn't going to be for all of this stuff. That sanction was going to be for Love not having her witnesses ready. So what could she do? What can Whitaker do? You know? What can Whitaker do? At the end of the day, Love and Whitaker both work for the same people. I'm not calling Whitaker's integrity into question. But and as a matter of fact, y'all, I like Whitaker, y'all. All right. I like Whitaker, especially, let's be honest, especially when you compare her to Glanville. Let's be honest. When you see, let's say you see a clip of the trial, and let's say you only see Love talking or you only see Steele talking, and you don't know who the judge is. Don't you feel physically like uncomfortable the moment you hear that Glanville voice? And you're like, oh, that's the Glanville court. And you're like, oh, it's like just hearing his voice. Well, Miss Love. And it's like, oh gosh, this was the Glanville. It's like night and day. So Whitaker is very smart, very much on the ball, very much on point, but she's limited as to what she can do. That's the thing. It's not just that Whitaker's limited, judges are limited. We're seeing the limits of the system. Okay? If Whitaker, let me see. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your name, just call you now. Now. I'm just gonna say now. If Whitaker was fair and impartial, there would have been a mistrial months ago. I see how you say that. But personally, while I definitely do think there were many moments where they could have called Whitaker could have called a mistrial, I don't think she could have called a mistrial with prejudice. So you need to think about this now. No weapon formed against me. Okay, it's no weapon formed against me. No weapon. Think about this. It's not just calling a mistrial. She could have called a do-over mistrial, but does anybody want a do-over mistrial? Does the defense want to start over from day one? Does the prosecution want to start? Nobody wants a do-over mistrial. Yeah, I see it. No weapon formed against me, right? So no weapon. While I 100% agree that Whitaker probably could have called a mistrial at different points, the question is, could she have called a mistrial with prejudice, which means that she would have basically said the defense wins. I don't think that would have been acceptable. Okay? I don't think that would have been acceptable for her to do. Not to me. Of course, it would have been acceptable to the defense, but I don't think for her position and her role and her job and her judgment, I don't think that the mistrial with prejudice I don't think it's come to that point. Perfect square, correct. It cannot be tried again if there's a mistrial with prejudice. That's why I'm saying I don't necessarily think that it's gotten to that point from a judicial perspective. Could she have called a mistrial for all of the, even for accumulation of all of the bad stuff that's happened? Yes, but it would have been a do-over mistrial. It would have been a do-over mistrial. So that is kind of even a worse, that would be a worse occurrence than even what's going on now. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a worse occurrence than what's going on now. A do-over mistrial. That will never happen, guys, even if she does. A mistrial helps the DA to bring cases with evidence. Do-over is better than dragging a case that can be overturned. A jury can find not guilty because the case wasn't proven. That's even worse. Let me say this to you. The defense has moved for a mistrial. And frankly, if the DA wanted it, they could have said, we do not oppose that motion. Okay. So if either side, the defense has repeatedly requested it and the DA has opposed it every time. So therefore, neither side has seen a mistrial without prejudice in their interest. My point is when the defense is moving for a mistrial, they've made it clear they're moving for a mistrial with prejudice. They're not moving for a do-over mistrial. And the prosecution also does not want a do-over mistrial. The defense asked for a mistrial 106 times already. Correct. Not quite that many, but I think the actual count is somewhere in the 50s or 60s. But if you look at their motions, their written motions, particularly when Judge Whitaker was taking over, they specified we do not want a do-over mistrial. Okay? So they have specified that they don't want a do-over mistrial. They want a mistrial with no do-over, which is a mistrial with prejudice. They've been asking for mistrial from Glanville days, and Miss Love won't ever stop. Again, it's not just, is it a mistrial? It's what kind of mistrial is it? And the kind of mistrial that the defense would like is with prejudice. Okay? So that's the point. Oh, by the way, let me just I'm going to put the court back on this screen just in case. So we're looking at a mistrial with prejudice is what they want. Is the state making money from this trial? Jeffrey Dad said they are. I don't know. Ash Bay 39, I do not know. Can you give any additional detail as to how he believes the state is making money from this trial? I know they're spending a lot of money. How much are they making? I don't know. I do think that, they want to seize thugs' assets. So that wouldn't mean they're making money necessarily. That would mean they hope to make money, I guess, or they hope to turn a profit. I don't know if that's the best word, but yeah, I don't know. But at this moment, like as this trial is being conducted, are they making money? I don't know. I don't know how they would actually be making money right now. Now, if they win, would they be able to seize assets? Would those assets equate to more than the state has spent? I don't know. So I'm not going to speculate on that. I don't have any idea about that. I don't have any. The aim is to seize thugs' wealth. Could be, but is his wealth far in excess of what he will personally spend plus what the state will spend on this trial? Because he is certainly spending millions on the trial, so they won't be able to seize that. They are spending millions on the trial. So what they plan to seize from him, is it far in excess of what he and they combined are spending on this trial? I don't know, y'all. I mean, I have no clue. I imagine the man's worth a lot of money. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he has business interests that continue to generate money. I don't know that they would be able to seize his assets unless they could also prove that those assets came as a result of the RICO or as a result of criminal activity. So, lazy engineered thoughts. Currently, they are not making money. It's about the end game. Asset forfeiture, asset forfeiture, asset seizure is certainly a part of many criminal trials where there are financial assets at play. So, but how much, I don't know. So I'm personally not speculating on that. I think Whitaker lets Love get by with way too much. Lisa, that is the story of the day right now. Like, Love is a pit bull, y'all. Love is a bulldog. She's tenacious, y'all. Has Love ever looked tired to you? Has Love ever been up there when she's examining somebody and looked exhausted? Just got on lunch. What has happened? I'm about to upload the video from today. Shay, baby. I'm about to upload the video from today it's rendering in about 8 minutes. Hopefully it'll be up within 15 minutes. What's happened? Love is tenacious. She is charging ahead. She looks unfulfilled. Okay. Maybe she looks unfulfilled. Maybe she looks angry. But has she ever looked tired? Has she ever looked exhausted? You know what I'm saying? Less commentary, let the video. What video? What video you want me to let rock? What video? Because we're on break right now. We're on lunch. So you want me to just let the Georgia State seal rock and entertain y'all? Y'all gonna be entertained by the by the Georgia State seal. So for me, just put it on, man. Turn if you don't want to hear me, man, just turn your volume down. Okay, you can watch the Georgia State seal. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Just turn your volume down. That Georgia State seal will keep you comfy and cozy until we get back to court. So Love has never seemed to be tired. She's never seemed exhausted. Scared of the seal now. Y'all, that seal is entertaining, y'all. You need to just let that seal rock. Just let it rock. So what you missed is just Love basically pit bulling ahead, yo. That's it. You missed Love pit bulling ahead. Put pit bulling forward. Let's be real, y'all. The two sides are excellent. If this were a movie, these are the exact two sides you would want to cast. A person like Love, who's a pit bull, who doesn't stop, who gets on your nerves, and then the side that seems more sympathetic, the defense, who has more people skills, who just wants a fair trial. This is literally lined up if it were a movie. And I know it's not. I'm not trying to make light of people's life and death situations, but I'm saying if it were a movie, these sides would have been cast perfectly. These sides would have been cast perfectly. Andre, everyone does her work and she doesn't prepare. That's why she isn't tired. But what I'm saying is she's up there. She's up there. She's talking. She's moving. She's making notes. She's objecting. Sometimes love will throw 10 objections in the span of 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is just, so how much background preparation does she do? I don't know. She's smart though. People say, y'all are saying Love is like she went to a junior. Love is a very highly intelligent person. Whitaker is just, I would want her to be my judge. I would definitely want Whitaker to be my judge, because she, as much as she can, she's trying to keep it fair. So some of Love's tactics might get on our nerves, but this lady is highly intelligent, y'all. Highly. Okay. Do I feel that she's playing everything by the book? No, I don't. Do I think she's looking for angles and edges? Yes, I do. Do I think she's doing the equivalent of, you know, like the guy who's on the bottom of the football pile who might be, he knows nobody can see him, so he's trying to gouge his opponent's eye out? Yes, 100%. Pharmacist, she's not that intelligent, or she would have not taken this case. Okay. I'm talking about what I see as she is conducting the case. Okay. Andre says she's not that smart. Y'all, I feel like when I'm looking at Love, she has a very, now, is she talented? So y'all don't confuse intelligence with talent and with people skills. The only thing Love is missing is people skills. If she had the people skills combined with what we've seen in court, nobody would be watching it. Nobody would be watching this case. What she's missing, in my opinion, is the people skills. But the smarts and the law and the arguing, she has all that stuff. What she doesn't have is the appealing to the people. And because the jury are people, that might be where she's losing the case. She doesn't have anybody on her side that has the people skills of the defense. The defense has all the intelligence, all of the legal reasoning, but they're also more sympathetic. Every single defense lawyer is more sympathetic than every single prosecution lawyer, period. Steele, Sharp, Weinstein, even Miss Westmoreland sitting in the back, even Mr. Carrington, they're all more sympathetic than every prosecuting lawyer. So that's my take on it, y'all. That's my take. So I'm okay with stating the unpopular opinion, you know. I'm okay with stating the unpopular opinion. Okay, Ash Bay, she's lazy and used to stating false state law and just keeps fighting the judge's ruling. She's definitely stubborn. And this is something that I mentioned earlier. She's stubborn, but it's like, what's the penalty? What's the penalty for her stubbornness? What's the penalty for her stubbornness? Okay. What is the penalty for her stubbornness? Ash Bay says she sucks at her job. I agree from the perspective of the people skills, because at the end of the day, she's trying to convince a jury. And she's not very good at getting her witnesses to cooperate with her. So both of those things are people skills. So as we see, the prosecutor's job is not just to know the law and to argue the law, but it's also to touch the human heart. It's also meaning the jury. It's also to know how to get people to want to cooperate with you, meaning the witnesses. So from the people skills standpoint, that is where I feel like she's missing something. But from the knowing and arguing the law standpoint, she's not missing anything. She's good to go. It's just, again, Who's going to decide this case? The jury. Who's helping her case or hurting her case? The witnesses. She's not good at either of those things, in my opinion. Okay. There should be a penalty, but the court, she badgers, repeat back. Exactly. No weapon formed against me. That is my point. So by badgering the witnesses, that's not helping. Right? By badgering the witnesses, that is not helping. Let me see something. All right, y'all. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. All right. I got to do something real quick. All right. Sorry about that. No, I didn't. I didn't take it down. I didn't take it down. I just had to put my I just had to switch something around real quick. So yeah. She isn't touching the jury's heart. So that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. That's my point. Exactly. I don't think that she's doing the a good job of the people skills. That's my whole point. That's literally my whole point, y'all. That's my whole point. But on a real, y'all people been dipping on this because it's getting worse. What do you mean by that? What's getting worse? So the soft skills for me from love are not getting worse. I'll almost say getting worse. They're not up to par, and she's not getting I mean, it's going to be hard to get cooperation from her witnesses anyway. But that's her job. She doesn't really seem to care about people's pain. She just wants to be right. Think about that. The jury, honestly, y'all, remember, the jury did not see the argumentation in court about putting Zachary on the stand. So I definitely think you need to show some compassion. I definitely think you need to show some compassion. I definitely think you need to figure out a way to get your witnesses to party with you. Free the jury. Ash Bay, that's what Taylor Umbridge says in all of her videos. She's like, free the jury. That's interesting. Y'all think the jury's watching this? Y'all think the jury's watching this? Perfect Square says he thinks, I believe, I'm not going to say any pronouns. Perfect Square says Perfect Square thinks so. Lazy and light engineer thoughts. Yes. Did y'all see how many times Zachary almost said he's been watching this trial? Did y'all see how many times Zachary almost said he's been watching this trial and he caught himself? That's so funny. Like he's been right on the cusp. Y'all know one thing that the prosecution has done that has surprised me a little bit. One thing that the prosecution has done that has surprised me a little bit is, like, for example, on Friday when Miss Love said, when Zachary said, "You don't want my dad to get up here," and Miss Love's like, "Why not?" I would have thought she would stay away from that, but she challenged him. Why not? You know why? Well, tell us why. I'm like, damn. So, like, I would have thought she would have backed down a little bit from that, because who knows what this guy's about to say. She ain't back down though. She like, tell us. And it was he who backed down. He was like, All right, looks like court is back.
From the lunch hour.
The state said that it would bring back some case law. I have a little bit.
From the lunch hour.
The state said that it would bring back some case law. I have a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll give the court the copies, and I think I have enough for her. I have United States versus Johnson for the court and United States versus Stiegel. I'll give the court one of each, and I have a few copies left over for anyone who wants them from.
All right, and what's the basic position that is set forth in those cases?
Your Honor, I may have misheard one of my esteemed colleagues on the other side of the aisle earlier this morning, but I thought that I heard a complaint or an objection that if the state was intending to have a witness come in and say that they don't recall and then try to play the whole tape, they would object. I don't remember if that was the case, but if it was, that's one thing that should be considered. But the other, the one that is more pressing, is in United States versus Siegel, SIEGEL 536 F3rd 306 is a 2008 Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case, and it is at Penn site 320. So it's on the 17th of the 23 pages that I gave to the court. Sure can, and Your Honor, if I may provide to Mr. Adams. All right. Page 17 of 23 at the bottom, and I don't want to go into all the other, the court can see the other portion, but the district court's decision to exclude other crimes evidence, and this is not an other crimes evidence situation, but was grounded in the court's concern about the length of time it would take to present the evidence. And of course, the Court of Appeals said that the district court is, of course, vested with authority, broad authority, to control the manner of trial and presentation of the evidence. Nevertheless, the subject to the district court's reasonable management of cases brought to the court for trial, the government too has a broad discretion to prosecute crimes. Although we sympathize with the district court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we agree with the government that the district court excluded the other crimes evidence without sufficiently considering the importance of the evidence to the government's case.
Slow down just a tad.
My apologies.
For the court.
While the government could easily prove the fraud and identity theft charges against Siegel without the other crimes evidence, the 1512A1 Charlie charge, as we have previously discussed, requires the government to prove that Siegel killed Watkins for the purpose of preventing Watkins or others from giving law enforcement officials information about the crimes she had committed. It goes on to talk about how intent is a difficult element to prove, but other crimes evidence is highly probative of his intent. And the district court in that case, unlike in this case, completely unlike in this case, excluded the evidence in its entirety, whether there was other evidence that could establish the elements necessary to prove it. So also, as it flows down into the next few sections, it talks about, down in section 5, to summarize, we conclude we've got jurisdiction over appeal. They found that the information was admissible, and they concluded that the court had erred by striking down all of the evidence. That is not what this court is doing, but the reason that I'm bringing this case before the court is mainly that the objection is being made that the evidence the state is presenting is either a waste of time or there's no relevance. There are 403 objections being made as we go through portions of the transcript. Before I get into tying that with the legal argument, I'd ask the court to look at as well United States versus Johnson, 89 F 4th 997 at 103 and 104. So it's page 9 of 15. And just briefly, in this particular case, the court decided that certain information excluded, ruling that it had some probative value, but that ultimately they excluded it. The portion that I think is important is that at Penn site 103 going into 104, in denying the state's motion for reconsideration, the district court, or in denying, yes, the district court explained that the evidence was not central to the government's case, that the government had ample other evidence to prove possession, and it would be so highly prejudicial it couldn't be mitigated by its proposed limits. Again, this is not the grounds that the court has made any ruling on, but as to the limits on other evidence, which the courts address on page 10 of 15, it says that it is true that the probative value of evidence is relative. The probative value of a single piece of evidence may decrease with every additional piece of evidence a party introduces to prove the same point. At the same time, the prosecution, with its burden of persuasion, needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. The prosecution is not limited to providing bare bones proof of the elements of the crime, and the court is not telling us that that is what we have to do. So I don't want to confuse anybody, and certainly not the record, and suggest that. It is entitled to tell a colorful story with descriptive richness. Here, the government should not be required to sanitize its description of the firearm when the details are probative of possession. This is true even when other evidence relevant to possession is available to the government. And then it goes on to talk about Rule 403 and how they analyze it. And it talks about that a district court, how it can abuse its discretion when it so strictly or narrowly narrows the evidence that it's a litigant is essentially prevented from presenting his or her case. I'm not saying that the court is presenting us from limiting our whole case. What I'm saying is the previous paragraph is most pertinent, Your Honor, in that we have the burden of persuasion, which needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. Of course, the information that we're eliciting from this witness is something that no one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is going to want the jury to hear from this witness. I don't believe that it is sincerely perceived as a waste of time when the jury has seen this witness and his demeanor, and they're going to have to weigh what this witness is saying today versus what they said at the time that they gave the police statement versus what he claims are his explanations for the differences. The court's going to give the jury the instructions at the end. There are nuances in this case. For instance, as I was listening back to Antonio Sledge's testimony, when my colleague across the aisle said that we had no good faith basis with respect to asking the witness whether he knew Philip Collins. In Mr. Sledge's, I think, factual acknowledgments, it flat out says that Philip Collins, I think, is Darren Mills's older brother. I think we say something like that. I went back and looked at some of the transcripts from the previous days in court, and I will get that to the court and to counsel as well. But there are nuances that go into the state proving that we need to show to meet our burden of persuasion, and that provides evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. So when we are talking to this witness and asking certain questions, and I'll go back to asking one of the witnesses the age differences between two of her nephews, and there was a relevance objection as to the age of Darren Mills and the age of Philip Collins. And the witness testified that which one was older and which one's the oldest brother. So throughout this trial, the state is presenting evidence in the form of building blocks. There will be no, in a case this massive, one bullet that takes out everything. And by limiting the state, improving its case in the way that the state sees fit, the defense essentially seeks to sanitize our case and to prevent us from presenting and using the evidentiary depth at our disposal through our evidence to provide tell a continuous story through each witness, which the defense has every right to come in and attempt to tear down, but which the state nor the people that the state is speaking on behalf of should be disadvantaged as a result of not being able to present.
All right.
I appreciate the court allowing me to share that with the court. And we also found the point where my colleague across the aisle said that if we call,
what exactly was said?
if you want to play it out loud, you going to pull it up? Pull it up for me. If we call Detective Gaither to the stand to play this, I will object. That's part of it. That's all that's written here. But I'm going to listen to all of it, where he says, if we are having him come here and say, I don't recall to everything, which we didn't expect him to do, Mr. Zachary, that is, that he would object to us.
Okay, that doesn't mean it would be sustained. I thought you were talking about the part that that Mr. Steele had raised about the Philip's last name. Did anybody find that and see exactly what that question was?
Oh, yes. So I didn't find the exact. So we're looking for the exact objection.
Okay, not the objection. Mr. Steele, what was your objection to?
That we did not have a.
Okay, my objection is the question was put to Mr. Zachary by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Zachary tell the police that this person's name is Philip Collins?
Okay, that's what I thought.
Your Honor, what I remember him saying was we didn't have a good faith basis. For asking if he told the police that his name was Philip Collins. What I
Right.
said was, did you tell the police that his name was Philo or Philip Collins? I used Philo first, and then I said, or Philip Collins. And when he says that I don't have a good faith basis,
I know you have a good faith basis for thinking Philip's last name is Collins. Do you have a good faith basis for suggesting that he ever told the police that Philo was Philip Collins? Just, did he ever mention the last name to the police?
Your Honor, in listening back to it, something so specific as did he mention the last name? I had a good faith basis because when the police are talking about Philip Collins and they name names and he's agreeing.
Did
There
they
was-
say Philip Collins?
The name Philip Collins, I believe, was raised in the transcript, not the transcript, but the recording in the interview. I'll go back and find that as
If
well.
it was, fine.
But throughout, I did have a good faith basis, just like when I asked someone if they know Antonio Sledge when they call them Muntu.
Okay.
I just have, I apologize. It's like children. That's how I feel. I'm like a child, but that didn't happen. It's not in the transcript. It's not in the recording.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that it is really not the be all end all of this case, whether the last name Collins is in the transcript. So let's move on from that. And Ms. Love, I appreciate the case law. And you are right that I am not excluding, evidence in its entirety. What I am trying to accomplish is for you to ask the questions about the things that are material, not every line or every other line, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not all of the minutia of what is in this statement, like how far away they parked when whomever did the shooting. I mean, does that really matter?
There's a reason that I asked that question. When there's a witness who talked about them parking at the stop sign. He may not have seen the other car, but this witness has testified that it was only him and one
I know.
person who followed a car and shot at people. So the fact that there is a witness who testifies that there was a car that stopped up the street at the stop sign, and we have this witness telling police in August 2015 that they stopped kind of far back, and that the other car stopped in front of the house and shot. We believe that those details matter, and they provide what the court called, I think, evidentiary depth, and that the jury can look at what other witnesses unconnected with this witness say and decide which version of the statements that this witness has given is true and why.
So then you can just say, did you park really far away? And then he can say no. And then you can impeach with the statement. It's all that needs to happen.
Judge, I understand, but respectfully, we can't tell the defense how to ask questions, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's suggestions regarding how more succinctly to ask the questions, but I don't ask the questions that I ask for no reason. I certainly don't ask them for the purposes of delay.
I know it's not for the purpose of delay. I think it must be because you think every tiny little detail is crucial to your case, and
No.
that's why you're asking every tiny little detail.
I don't think every tiny little detail for sure, but I do think that details matter. And
I know that you think that details matter.
and
All right, well, it's been 20 minutes that we've been on this one topic. Maybe we'll just cut our lunches down to 35 minutes from now on, since we have to hold the jury so far past when we're supposed to be picking back up. So please take it into consideration, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to do that or not. I don't know if I'm like even getting the concept through to you.
Your Honor, of course.
Okay, good. Let's get the
Recordings.
witness back in and then the jury back in.
It's exactly what we've been talking about, y'all. But you notice how the judge says, I don't even know if you're going to do what I just told you to do
I
or
love
not.
that.
That's what I was saying on the break. Every hair has to be split if it's not going her way. Every hair has to be split if it's not going her way. That's a lack of people skills, y'all. That's what it is. It's not that she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's she doesn't know when she should stop talking about something. That's the point. And of course, Rhodes, LB Rhodes, they're what the judge says, I don't even know if you're gonna listen to me. Like, come on. All right, briefly, Nick, a 403 is a balancing test for evidence where you have to weigh its probative value. How much does it prove a point versus prejudicial value? How much does it prejudice somebody? So the best evidence doesn't prejudice a person as much as it proves a point. So I can give more explanation later. I don't want to take too much time, but okay, looks like she's still walking around. So for example, there was a situation where someone had ruled, someone had mentioned that Shannon, who was it? Woody said that Shannon had given him his gun. Shannon is on trial for gun possession as a felon. So Sharp, he objected to that audio because he's like, well, we have audio of Woody saying Shannon gave him the gun. At that time, Shannon was a felon. So if the jury hears this,
Thank you.
it tends
Ms.
to
Love.
prejudice Shannon.
Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury if you know of a place that you refer to as the gambling house or the dugout?
I don't know.
Sir,
I don't know.
I need you to speak into the microphone.
I don't remember.
When you say you don't remember, are you speaking of the gambling house or the dugout or both or something else?
Both.
Do you recall whether you knew of a place called the Gambling House on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. What about the dugout?
I don't remember.
At one point, did you believe that, first of all, Kelvin Watts, what name do you call him?
I don't know no Kevin Watts.
You don't know him at all?
I don't know.
Do you know a person that you refer to as Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember speaking about a person that you called Kel with investigators Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis about the gambling house being shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling or talking to the detectives in August 2015 about the dugout getting shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you were at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that Thug was at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Dennis asking you when that had occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall then remembering that it occurred around December 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, sorry, Judge, that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Thug said, nah, I ain't cool with them niggas, so they pay for my window?
I don't remember.
Now, do you know whether or not Woody and Kel had anything personal going on?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Woody and Kel did?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them your surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
How often did you go to Crucial?
I don't remember.
Were you ever at Crucial when Kel was at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go to Crucial with Thug?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether Thug gave you or any of your friends money to throw around at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug would come into Crucial, give them money and stuff to throw, and Kel didn't want him to do that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown and intend to prove or show at trial. We would ask that the court allow the state to present this
I object
evidence
to the speaking.
to the jury.
Sustained.
Okay. What does it mean if someone isn't clicked with someone else?
What is a clip?
Yeah, you're telling me. Tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Did you talk about Thug being clicked with anyone?
What is a clip?
I would ask you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the police about how many times shots have been fired at the gambling house?
I don't remember.
Was the gambling house shot at like 200 times in your estimation?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that the gambling house was shot at like 200 times?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
What is MDC?
I don't remember.
Do you know the name Most Dangerous Click?
No.
At any time, did you ever tell the police that you believe that MDC had shot at the gambling
Objection
house?
403.
Your Honor, when the court ruled, do you recall people posting videos and pictures on Instagram after the shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you have a gun at the gambling house
I
when
don't-
it got shot at?
I don't remember.
At the time that the shooting occurred at the gambling house, did everyone with a gun run out and start shooting?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not run out because you didn't have a gun?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted anyone about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted Kel about his window getting shot out?
I don't remember.
Have you ever been shot before?
I don't remember.
Really, Mr. Zachary? You don't know whether you've been shot before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you remember having seen, we're going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 424 Yankee. If you look at that and tell me whether or not that's the dugout or a place you remember being at and gambling.
You can bring closer. I can't see that far. I don't remember.
Do you see yourself in there?
Yes.
Do you see the date that picture was posted?
No.
Could you zoom in at the bottom? No, she doesn't. Thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Do you remember being at that location with the people depicted in that photograph prior to November? Bring that date in again. 7/2014.
I don't remember.
Who else in that picture with you?
I just know Mr. Sledge.
You only know Mr. Sledge?
Yeah.
What are y'all sitting on?
Like a pool table.
How many how many places have you been at with Mr. Sledge with the pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish where this is. You have no frame of reference to tell where this is?
No.
Do you know of more than one location that you've been at with the pool table?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Was your sister dating Milton?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your sister was dating Milton?
Objection 403.
Your Honor, this is not 403. I may ask to approach if I may.
You may.
Y'all, I'm gonna post this 403 again, okay? So y'all can read it. I know I posted it a couple of times, but I'm gonna post it one more time. All right, so that's the 403 objection that that Weinstein just called. Rule 403 allows a judge to exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice, confusion, misleading the jury, undue delay, or wasting time. Okay, so you might have some relevant evidence, but it's a time waster. Hey, let's watch this 17-hour video of them riding around the parking lot that night of the crime. It's relevant, but why are we just gonna watch them riding around for 17 hours? So, so you can try to exclude evidence if it unfairly prejudices, confuses, misleads the jury, delays the trial, or wastes time. All right. Nosy Rosie. I have a daughter named Rosie. named Rose. We call her Rosie Posey. If she was here, I would call her in so y'all can meet her. Wasting time is all love. Pastor says close to narcissism. Andre says all this ish love has needs to be excluded. Y'all, this is, oh my gosh. This guy's defeated, man. Yeah, little Posey. Little Rosie Posey. It's not that small anymore though. Y'all, but yeah, man, this is, she's not, she's trying to convince a jury. The judge already told her how to get this stuff in a quicker way. And she basically said to the judge, no, I want to do it my way. Crazy, man. Everybody, if you haven't given a like to the stream, I know we've had some hiccups. Kind of new to this. Drop a like for your boy anyway, y'all. You know. We're going to get better at this. What do y'all think of the paralegal mug? The Paralegal Institute mug. Y'all, I told you we a real business. Just because I'm on here dressed down and I'm very informal with my presentation. Y'all know we a real business. We've been doing this for over 20 years. No joke. Helping people get into the legal field. Y'all hit the like though, please. Everybody hit the like, please. Please, please, please. Christopher Green, she hasn't convinced me. Christopher, are you saying that love hasn't? Y'all, if you're talking about love hasn't convinced you, y'all know one thing that love has not done? Okay, let me ask y'all a question. Perfect Square, yeah, I look you up. You legit. Yeah, we legit, y'all. We legit. Y'all, let me ask you a question. First of all, I feel a little bit uncomfortable talking about the unaliving to use a YouTube word, the unaliving of people, because these are real people. And I know that their families still hurt, and it's tragic. So I just want to try to respectfully say this. What can anybody remember the day that the prosecution stopped talking about Donovan Thomas? In other words, because they were talking about him and his unaliving, they were talking about that, and I feel like they just kind of blended into some other stuff that happened in April, but I can't remember them putting an exclamation point on it and saying, they wouldn't necessarily say this to the jury, but I can't remember like a rousing conclusion where it's like that, this is how we know. Obviously they wouldn't say it that way. But it so
Let's get the witness back in, please.
all right, we're back. Rosie, that's my point exactly. It's just a big blur. It's just a bunch of facts. It's just like a bunch of facts all thrown out there. It's all thrown out there. It's just like, anyway.
Mr. Zachary, are you going to remember anything that I asked you today?
No.
Judge, I asked the court's permission to treat Mr. Zachary as a hostile.
I told you I fell and hit my head.
Thank you.
Would you please use the microphone, Ms. Love? Thank you.
And if you want to move that other mic closer to him.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Zachary, isn't it true that initially you and your friends thought that MDC shot up the dugout, which you also call the gambling house.
Objection to speculation as to what his friends thought.
Your Honor, isn't it true that you thought that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you discussed amongst your friends the belief that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially in December 2014?
Who was my friends?
Partially Thug, Montunk, Shannon.
I ever told y'all them my
Objection as
friends?
to hearsay as to what his friends may have discussed with him.
Isn't it true that you and your friends later learned that Kel had told Gucci Red that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Objection is to speculation as to what his friends learned.
Sure.
This is,
Did you?
this is one of those matters. It's not specifically the one I was referring to, but this is one of those matters that pretrial we discussed and foundations would have to be laid.
Your Honor, I actually will rephrase that question. And
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't believe your microphone is on. Thank you.
and Your Honor,
It is not, sorry.
while Mr. Sharp's correct, I believe that this has already been litigated and the court did make a ruling in our favor with respect to this information. I'll point the court's attention to number 5 on the sheet. From the August 2015 interview.
Yep, you can ask about it.
Isn't it true that you and the friends that I mentioned to the jury later believed that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Who was my friends? I don't got no friends.
You, Thug, Shannon, at the very least.
I can't speak for nobody else think.
Isn't it true that Kel told Gucci Red, who was Thug's child's mother, that If Gang did the shooting?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
Who was that? Andre that said this trial gonna last another 3 years? Oh my gosh. I wasn't paying attention, y'all. What happened just now for them to approach? I was actually typing a message back to Miss Lily, and I missed that part. Tommy Drake, what is she proving? I don't know. I feel like you would want to prove something definitively and then move on to the next thing. But the last thing, I feel like, which was Donovan Thomas, I don't feel like they proved that one. Andrea Williams, you said, did see my question? Not, can you type it again? I'm not sure what question that was. Yeah, early dismissal. She's saying a lot of stuff, but not connecting it. Part of it is because different people are interviewing or examining different witnesses, I think. And also, there's no narrative here, y'all. These are just so the prosecution can't just get up there and tell a story. They have to get the witnesses to tell the story. It would be a lot easier if they were talking about one single crime. But because they want to talk about a pattern of activity, they can't bring the witnesses in and out for each crime. They have to try to get all the crimes from one witness, then go to the next witness and get all the crimes. And so therefore, you can't bring them together and say, okay, this crime, and then the next person, and then kind of make the case and then bring them back for the next. So they kind of bit off more than they can chew, maybe, with the way that this case is structured from the beginning. So remember, Love can't get up there and just say, she can't just get up there and give a narrative from her own, in her own voice. It's just a bunch of random questions, though. It's not clear and concise. Patron Gold. That's or is that Patron Gold? Yeah, Patron. That's, I think, what everybody is realizing. Andre just said it as well. There's no narrative for the jurors to follow. It's just a bunch. So she probably, this case would probably be over by now if the prosecution came in with just a Trump type, we're not going to ask all these extraneous questions. What was your girlfriend's middle name when you were in the 8th grade? It's like, does that have something to do with the crime? You know what I mean? Like, what are we even talking about? Did your girlfriend have braids on the first day of school in the 8th grade? Or did her mama tell her she needed to take those braids out before the first day of school in the 8th grade? And it's like, is this a RICO trial? Like, what are we even talking about here? So, Andre, this is what I would say. Within the rules of ethics, you should make your case in whichever way is going to be most intelligible to the jury. That's it. You should make your case in whichever way the jury will best understand it. That would be my modus operandi. Right? What was your first grade teacher's dog's name? Yeah, basically. So I'm like, whatever is going to be the way that the jury can best understand what you need them to understand. Take all the questions you could ask and then eliminate as many as you can while maintaining or maximally maintaining the narrative that you want the jury to understand. Anything that's outside of that, get rid of it. Now, you might need some questions to warm your witness up. You might not want to just jump right into hard facts. Fine. There's a certain amount of people skills and dealing with humans that you're going to have to observe, right? So you're not going to just go in and, Woody, so who killed Donovan? You're not going to have that as your first question, obviously. But with that said, Love has probably done at least seemingly done 2 to 3 times more questions with this witness than I believe would be necessary. How can the jury come up with a guilty verdict with all this hearsay? I think that's is that Smiley Riley? How can the jury come up with a verdict with all of this hearsay? So the prosecution particularly as it relates to Donovan Thomas. They had video of the shooting. They have video of a vehicle. The hearsay part is what kind of vehicle was it, right? Because even their car guy expert could not positively identify the car. I would say they have a little bit more than just hearsay. I would say they have a little, but they are relying very heavily on what somebody said. Very, very heavily on what somebody said. Can he be treated as a hostile witness at this point? I'm not sure. I don't think that matters because he looks like he's decided he's just going to say, I don't remember. She can't make him remember, y'all. This Mr. Zachary, he's not in the same position as Mr. Sledge. He's not in the same position as Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge had signed a deal, not an immunity deal. He had signed a plea deal to avoid going to prison. And part of his plea deal is he agreed he would work with the state and help the state. Mr. Sledge got on the stand and he kind of helped the state a little bit, and he kind of didn't. It's not up to me to determine if he totally fulfilled his duties, but arguably Mr. Sledge did not uphold the duties of his plea deal. Now, Mr. Zachary, he does not have a plea deal. He doesn't need a plea deal. He's not on trial. He is on probation, but his probation is not contingent upon doing anything. He's in court as a witness. Okay, so he's not threatened with jail time. The only thing he would be, now that they've given him immunity, the only jail time Mr. Zachary could face is if he tries to plead the fifth. As long as he just says, I don't recall, he's good. He doesn't have to recall. They can't get him like Mr. Sledge because there's no plea deal. There is no deal. There is no crime hanging over his head. He's done his time for his crimes. So Mr. Zachary literally does not have to answer any questions. He can just say, I don't remember for the rest. Keep that out of, let's discount that for the moment, because you really can't prove somebody does remember something. Okay. So the big point here is Mr. Zachary and Woody are more like in the same position. They both are not part of this RICO. They both do not have, or at the point of their testimony, they did not have any open warrants. They didn't have any open cases. They're not on probation as it relates to this case. And they are not out on any kind of plea deal. So the prosecution could not enforce testimony. So what they did is they said, we'll give you immunity, which is like a loophole, and we'll make you testify that way. But they both still can say, I don't recall. They do have to reply. They can't say, I plead the fifth, but they can say, I don't recall. That's Woody. And that Sledge is in a different boat. He had open charges related to this RICO over his head. He did a plea deal. He agreed to talk. He signed off, I will talk. Woody didn't do that. He didn't need to do that because he's not part of this RICO. Zachary didn't agree or sign off he would talk because he's also not part of this RICO. Mr. Sledge is or was part of this RICO, so he needed a deal. He agreed he will talk. Okay? So that is the big difference between Woody and Zachary, who are like in a similar boat, and Mr. Sledge, who's in a different type of boat. All right. So hopefully that's clear. Now, with that said, Mr. Zachary can just say, I don't recall. Now, could he be held in contempt for that? I don't know. I don't know how the judge could say, yes, you do recall, right? So I don't want to comment on that. But I do want to say Mr. Zachary, in theory, could just say, I don't recall for the rest of the day. What's going to happen when Mr. Zachary says, I don't recall? Miss Love is going to introduce the video evidence, or she's going to introduce the transcript from the police interrogation or what have you. Okay.
Thank you. I want to make. At some point, you and Thug and Moontunk and the friends who were at the gambling house with you when it was shot up came to believe that If Gang and not MDC shot up the gambling house. Is that right?
I don't know what nobody
Objection
came.
is the speculation as to what others believed.
You all discussed the fact that MDC wasn't the person or group that shot up the gambling house, but rather If Gang was, specifically Kel or Shell Kel.
Objection as to hearsay as to what others may have discussed.
Effect on the listener and the belief that Kelvin Watts and If Gang shot it up. Okay.
Who is you all?
You, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sledge, and the people who were inside the dugout with you who ran outside with guns shooting back.
I don't know what nobody else thought. I can't tell you what they thought.
I changed that question to you all discussing that fact. Do you remember?
Nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that your sister was dating Moontunk?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red had a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red told your sister
I don't remember
something that Kelvin Watts had told her?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Kelvin Watts during pillow talk admitted shooting up the gambling house?
Objection 403 as well as hearsay.
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember telling police that Moontunk told Woody and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window?
I don't remember.
Did YSL and If Gang, from that point on, not talk to one another?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police from the time that the dugout was shot up in December, you said to them, after being asked, y'all just don't talk to each other from that point on, right? You said, yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
And Detective Gaither said, meaning YSL and If Gang. Do you remember her saying that?
No.
And then you said they ain't really mess with each other. It was already tension in the air, but they waited until.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that there was already tension in the air between YSL and If Gang?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
Okay. Now, you
I got no control over what I do.
You asked the police about if they knew Yak, who is with thugs, who
Excuse
hangs
me?
with thug.
But why is the police standing right here like I don't know, I feel scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you'll be okay.
Do you recall telling the police about helping Yak after he had gotten into it with MDC, helping him out in a fight at the club?
Objection 403.
This is ruled in.
Overruled.
I don't know.
And MDC is from Bankhead, correct?
I don't know.
All right. And MDC is not the same thing as If Gang, correct?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you didn't go to Crucial, but you do hang out with YSL on the block?
What is block?
Did you tell did you tell the police that you hang out with YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that you hung out with them at Crucial, but not so much after you got shot in November?
I don't remember.
About Woody and Mooktunk shooting at Kel.
I don't remember.
Tell the jury about the video between you, Mooktunk, and talking or shouting out to Kel.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about it?
I don't remember.
Do you know when you made the video?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Trivia is.
I don't remember.
It's true that Trivia was at one point dating Mooktunk, correct?
I don't remember.
And Trivia stopped dating Mooktunk and started dating Kel, right?
I don't remember.
And you told the police about a video that you made with Mooktunk calling out Kel, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout that you all believe If Gang and specifically Kel was a part of. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Did Shannon and Diamante Kendrick or Yak talk to you about the Donovan Thomas murder, didn't they?
No.
They talked to you in 15 on January 10th, 2015 into the morning of January 11th, 2015, didn't they?
They told you no.
Now, do you remember parts of 2015 now?
I didn't know that day I was at home sick.
You were at home sick from what?
I was at home sick.
Okay. Did you stay at home the entire day?
I don't remember.
So if you don't remember, why are you saying you know for sure that you did not speak with Shannon and Yak about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Shit, they ain't come to my house.
You all went to Jeffrey Williams' house, didn't you?
No, I don't remember. No,
You told the police that you, Shannon, and Yak were at Jeffrey Williams' house together following Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Doo-Wop is. Mr. Zachary, can I
Huh?
give you anything?
You say what?
I said, tell the jury who Doo-Wop is.
I don't remember.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible.
Mr. Zachary, if you want to drink that water, then drink it. If not, stop playing with it.
In mine?
You can drink it.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that both Shannon and Yak talked to you about the Donovan Thomas murder because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And the police asked you which house.
Characterization. This is the problem. That's not what the transcript says.
Your Honor, number one, I object to the speaking objection. And
How am I supposed to combat this?
and two, it doesn't matter what a transcript says. I'm asking questions.
Well, Your Honor, there needs to be a good faith basis. And we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have him say, I don't remember. That's misleading to the
And
jury.
Your Honor, making up things.
Overruled. Ask the question.
All right. So Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas, partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right?
No,
And you all were at Thug's house, right?
no,
The police asked you whether it was the new one or the old one, didn't they?
no, I don't remember.
And you told the police it was the old one, his condo down there. Isn't that right?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Yak was hanging with a girl named Bushi, correct?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that based on what Yak and Shannon told you, they saw Nut at the barbershop,
I don't
right?
remember. I don't remember.
And you said that they saw him at the barbershop. And at the time, D was with them, but he later got into another car. Remember?
No,
The police asked you, which car were they in when they saw him? Do you remember that?
no,
And you told the police the Infiniti G35. Remember?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you what color it was?
I don't remember.
You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager, Amina, had rented it.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night.
I don't remember.
You said that you went to a little kickback.
That's a lie.
Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened?
I don't remember. I just know what it damn sound like. None is true.
So which part are you calling a lie?
You,
Okay, well, which part of what I said was a lie?
everything you ever said.
All right. So you told the police that you thought you had wrecked the car, didn't you? Mr. Zachary, you thought you and Woody had wrecked the car.
I don't remember.
And you weren't drunk, but y'all were just flying, trying to see how fast the car could go.
If we wrecked it, I wasn't used after that.
It's what I just said about you all driving fast to see what the car was doing. Something that you told the police.
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police that the car was definitely rented for Thug, correct?
And I told them that I never saw Thug in that car. I didn't tell them I definitely now. I told them Woody told me.
So now you remember talking about the car.
I don't
and
remember.
Specifically the Infinity rented by Amina, correct?
I don't know.
That you now say you told them you never saw Thug inside, correct?
I know I said that.
Huh?
I know I said that.
Okay. And you also said that the car was rented for Thug, correct?
I never said that. I know I say Woody told me. I remember that. And I say I never saw him in the car, so Woody had to be lying. I remember that.
You told the police that Thug let Shannon, Nard, and Yap drive that car, didn't you?
If we wrecked the car, how can they drive it?
Did you tell the jury last week that while you were riding in the car, you spun out and the bumper came off?
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police as well that Shannon and Yap pulled up on Bushi.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Muntu, you didn't know about what was going on with respect to the murder of Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
So how can I tell something else if I say I ain't know what was going on?
So is that right? You told the police
I
that
don't
y'all
remember.
didn't know?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody was scared at the time?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with the murder?
I don't remember that.
Did you talk to the police about a gang meeting?
I don't know what a gang is.
You don't know what a gang is? Did you ever do you remember talking to the police about If Gang and their beef with YSL?
I don't remember.
So when you hear If Gang, did you ever ask the police what a gang is?
I don't remember.
You told the police that the exact words Shannon told you as far as what happened was, we caught that in nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing.
But you told the police he did, didn't you?
I don't know.
You said, specifically, he said, we caught that nigga nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing. Yeah, Shannon don't even talk like that.
And when you talked to the police, you told them, you asked him who? And Shannon told you him, Yak, and Dua. You remember that?
No.
And you told the police that according to Shannon, they had an AK, correct?
I don't remember.
you talked to police, they also had a 45.
I don't know.
You told the police that the 45 was Shannon's gun, according to what Shannon told you, correct?
Shannon never told me nothing.
You talked to the police as well about OG Bentley, didn't you?
I don't like talking about the dead.
OG Bentley is deceased?
Yes. Tragic.
When was he deceased? When did he die?
I think when I was in jail.
When, not where. When did he die?
I think when I was in jail, I was hearing it. He died. It's
Okay, so
tragic. I don't
do
like
you know
talking
for a
about that.
fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about that.
All right. Do you know for a fact that that happened?
I don't like talking about the dead.
Did she? Yes.
What happened right there? Did the judge just suddenly call a break? I must have missed it. I must have missed it because I did not hear the judge call a break. So, y'all, how's this all coming over on the jury? How's the jury receiving all of this? Y'all think the jury's buying what the prosecution is selling? Our defense call for sidebar. Okay, I didn't hear that. Bathroom break. It was abrupt. Okay. Y'all, at this rate, no joke. It seems like Love could go for the rest of today plus all of tomorrow with this. This is wild as a strategy. This is wild as a strategy, y'all. No joke, because the jury are humans. The jury are people who are away from their lives for this. And I imagine that at least a few of them are thinking like, yo, why can't you make this more concise so that you could get me back to my life quicker? Why can't you get through this a little quicker? That's without them looking at these motions and appeals by the defense to the judge to speed this up. Rashid, who's paying the jury rent? So my understanding is if you're a juror and you work for a larger company or for the government, I think they keep paying you while you're on jury duty. Now, like we're a small company. I don't think we would have to keep paying you. So my understanding is that the jurors who were selected were people who work in positions that would have to keep paying them. And like people who work for smaller companies and whatnot were not included in this jury. Andre says they're essentially prisoners. Yes, they are. I wouldn't say prisoners, but they certainly are. They're committed. They are involuntarily committed. They're involuntarily committed to this trial. Yeah, I do believe that the jurors are still being paid. But imagine that doesn't mean that they're getting off scot-free. I mean they're getting off scot-free. What would happen? What about promotions? What about training? What about opportunities to take classes and different opportunities at work where you would develop professional development? Yeah, $25 a day, no professional development, probably no possibility of a promotion, probably no possibility of participating in certain functions that will help you bond with, get to know better, etc. people at work. So you basically talking about putting your entire career on hold. Now think about this, y'all. I'm not trying to step on a landmine, but think about this. A lot of women want to postpone having kids because they don't want to stop their career. This is almost like on the level of these jurors having had a kid, y'all. Like the amount of disruption that this has caused to their professional life, I would imagine, is on the same level for, if not more, than if they had just birthed the whole child, because they haven't been able to go to work consistently. They haven't been able to do anything career-wise consistently. They haven't been able to do anything career-wise consistently for about a year at this point. So, it's over 9 months. So they basically just birthed the whole child, but they didn't get the benefit of being a parent. They didn't get the benefit of actually having the baby. So, like everything has been on hold for them career-wise. Now they do get to go home to their families, but imagine if these jurors are very serious about not hearing anything about this case, and they live in Atlanta. See, I'm up here in the DC area. This is not going to make my local news. It's not going to be around me in the air, this case. But if you're in Atlanta, this is going to be on your local news, y'all. So people around you are going to be talking about this. People know somebody who's a witness or who's on the defense team or who's on the prosecution team or who's, a defendant. The people know these people. Maybe they don't know these people personally, but they know people who know these people. So not only are you away from work, but how do you have any social life if you're really going to be serious about not hearing the developments in this case? It's pretty much impossible. It's pretty much impossible. You open up Yahoo Mail or what have you, and this is what you're going to see. It's going to automatically be on your screen. Okay, so that was a sidebar. That was not a break. All right.
Get the witness back, please.
Dare to be bold. I don't think the jury can follow any of this. I'm sure they can't. I'm sure they can't. I'm sure that they cannot follow this.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
And Judge, I'd ask that if I could just, if I asked and got an answer to the question.
You didn't get an answer.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a 45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Oh. Permission to publish and post.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet, though.
What's going on now, y'all? What happened now? Jeez Louise.
due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything like that?
I don't want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
Ooh. Okay.
Do you recognize the person that the pointer is on?
No,
Isn't that OG Bentley?
I told you, Miss Love, I like speaking on the dead. I don't know if that's him though.
You don't know if that's him. All right, I'm gonna show you 10 Charlie Charlie.
That is Chin
I'm sorry, that is 10. I'm gonna show you 24 Charlie Charlie. What about the person who is depicted in 24 Charlie Charlie? Is that the person you know is OG Bentley?
I don't remember.
Do you know if that person is Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know that person to be named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not, do you recall speaking about a spot Bentley had on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't remember.
Do you know if Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't like speaking on the dead, Miss Love.
We'll get through it as respectfully and quickly as possible. Do you know if OG Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You told the police that he did, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that as between Shannon and Yak, Shannon was the one that told you first about killing Nut, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't they?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Shannon told you the same night that Donovan Thomas got killed. What happened?
It could have been because I wasn't there. I was told I was at home, so I don't remember.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Monktoon?
No, I just told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
Did you telling the police how Shannon was telling you that they were going to meet Bushi?
I don't remember no Shannon that night.
Do you know, or can you tell the jury who Bushi is?
I don't know.
Was Bushi dating Yak at the time?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon described how it was that they came upon Donovan Thomas and how they rolled back around and started shooting.
That's a lie. I lied if I did say it.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
I don't know.
Isn't that the person you call Nard?
I don't know him.
You don't know him at all?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that we shoot at them and they make a police report? They say we shoot at them and they make a police report, but they shoot at us and we say nothing?
I don't know.
You were talking about if gang being they and YSL being we, weren't you?
I don't know who they and who were.
I'm sorry?
I don't know who they and we are. I know who I am.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I told you. I don't remember.
You told the police that you, Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak went to Florida. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You told them that you all went on a Sprinter van, didn't you?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Overruled.
You say you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And this was further into the day after Donovan Thomas was murdered, correct?
I don't know.
You all came back a little bit early, didn't you?
I don't know.
Woody expressed being concerned about people shooting at his house while he was down there, right?
I don't remember.
Now, Yak told you at a different time than Shannon told you about the murder. Isn't that correct?
You had never told me nothing.
And Duop was Yak's friend. Isn't that correct?
I don't know no doo-wop.
You told the police when asked how Duop fits into all this, you said he's Yak's homeboy, correct?
I don't know.
And the police asked you, so him and Yak are close, correct?
I don't know.
And you said, yeah. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police that you didn't know Duop personally, right?
I don't remember.
You told him that you just say, what's up? And that's pretty much it. Is that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that the spot that Bentley had on Oak Drive was one where he sold drugs, right?
Bentley ain't never sold no drugs. He ain't like that. He ain't that type of person.
Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I never saw Bentley sell no drugs.
That's not what I asked. Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Sir?
No.
Okay. Now, Bentley did used to drive a white Nitro, didn't he?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he did drive one, but he wrecked it or something by August 2015?
I don't remember.
And did you tell the police that Bentley had a child with Nut's sister?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that in the hours after Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug was acting sort of nonchalant. He was acting sort of, he wasn't excited or anything.
I know I didn't say that.
You also talked to police and told them that even though you had nothing to do with it, you went down to Florida just to go down there.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug had a show down there?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after the shooting, you said you didn't describe him as nonchalant. Did you call him normal?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Motu didn't go down to Florida with you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the mood while y'all were in Florida was that they were afraid?
I don't know what somebody else moved there.
Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about a rumor regarding Woody and Lucci's studio?
I don't know.
Do you know about a place called TIG?
I don't know.
Do you know about a studio called TIG?
I don't know.
Is the Vault studio a place that you're familiar with?
I don't know about no studios.
Do you remember talking to the police about when YSL first shot at Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really escalated?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was just guns up for both sides?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Tay shot Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the police about Woody getting jumped on? After that,
I don't remember.
do you remember telling the police that they pulled off and that Kel had already gone?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all ran up the street? Sir,
I don't remember.
do you remember telling the police that you all went in two separate cars?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was with you and Shannon that night that Woody got jumped on at the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was on stage performing and that Woody was making his way up to the stage flashing money?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that as Woody was making his way up the stage flashing money, that he got jumped, he got pulled down?
I just told you I don't remember.
Let's take a
Gee-
quick break. Sorry, thought that was a good time for break. So let's go ahead and take one.
Imagine being in the jury. Oh my gosh. That would be tough. That would be so tough. Being in the jury right now. Is that Feudy Booty? This is outrageous. That would be tough, y'all. That would be really, really, really tough. Sitting in the jury at this time. Mm, mm, mm. Two hours left. Y'all ready for the next 2 hours? Oh my gosh. I think everybody's ready. Yeah, Feudy Booty. Feudy Booty, can you give us some pronunciation on that first part? I like to say people's name correctly. Can y'all imagine? I think everybody's ready to just tell Love, look, just play the tapes. Like, we don't even care. Just play the tapes. Let's see. Nope. Just send me to jail. Ain't no way. She tried 11 times asking the same question, ain't getting nowhere. Purpose by design. I like that name. Yeah, 11 times, y'all. 11 million times. Feud, like Family Feud, I guess. Okay. I'll be honest. When you say no weapon formed against me, I don't have to ask any questions about that name. When you say D. Cooper, I imagine your name or nickname is probably D. Cooper. But Feudy, I don't know. Long story, so we won't get into it. But it is kind of an intriguing question, like Family Feud or what. Patron Gold, I mean, that's another kind of interesting one. I think that's Patron. Locked Up by Do You Remember? Luther Vandross. We got time. Tell it. Okay. Feudy, you have just called me Tiff. Feudy, you got some inquiring minds over here, wanting to know what's but feud is F-U. How do you spell feud? Is it F-U-E-D or F-E-U-D? Hold up. Oh man. Feud. No, feud is F-E-U-D. Yeah, F-E-U-D. Yeah, feudy. Okay, yeah. So it's like a feud. A long-lasting quarrel. All right, y'all. So let's keep ourselves entertained. I guess we're on break. I should probably go take a break. Y'all, the Young Dolph trial started today. Young Dolph trial started today, and they showed surveillance video of the hit. Y'all, it's something I don't get, y'all. Supposedly, there's $100,000 out there for Dolph. That's a lot of money for a lot of people. I get that part. Finally, that's a lot of money for a lot of people. But would y'all agree that the chances of you getting caught are 100%? You're gonna do it in a shopping center where you know there's going to be surveillance camera. Does it matter if it's $100 million if you're going to prison? I don't know. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, y'all. I will be back when the action starts. Give me a sec. Damn, 281. I think people people are checking out, y'all. This has been a long day if I don't remember, huh? Been a long day if I don't remember. Been a long day if I don't remember. Just a long day of I don't remember. Did y'all see the Thugger Daily? Did y'all see the Thugger Daily post about Zachary's dad? Let me see if I can find it. All right. I'm going to see if I can show y'all. What do y'all think about this? I think y'all can see this. Okay. What do y'all think about this? Let me see if I can find it. Okay. What do y'all think about this? Zachary's dad. I don't know how well you can see it on your screen, but here at the top on the hat, it says, "You don't want my daddy up here." And on the shirt, it says, "I'm the daddy," apparently. And Thugger Daily says, "Bro, ain't no way QZ's family already got merch made based off what he said on the stand. You want me to get my daddy up here? It's a question. You want me to get my daddy up here? Bucket hat is foul. I hate to say, but they trying to replicate Woody." Y'all, I think this was, when did he type this? This was September 22nd, which was yesterday. So what do y'all think about that? Y'all think this is a merch play? Do you think they had this already made up and QZ just figured out a way to get that said, to say that while he's on the stand? Or did he wind up saying that on the stand and then they made up this merch? What do y'all think? They made that merch instantly? Would y'all buy anything like this? Who here would buy one of these? Who would buy a "you want me to get my daddy up here" bucket hat? Or an I would rock a "I'm the daddy" shirt, y'all. No joke. I don't know if I would get the bucket hat for me. I might get one of those for my daughters, though. I'll get those for my daughters. You know, why not? Shoot, that would be fun. "I'm the daddy" shirt. Come on, y'all. That's tight. I like that. It's stupid. Andre, look. I am the daddy, though. Now, the quality of it, I'm not so much saying I would rock that version of the shirt. But a shirt saying "I'm the daddy," can y'all just imagine? For my fellas, can you imagine walking into a scenario, a situation with a shirt on that says "I'm the daddy"? Like, that would feel good. I would like that. Like, yo, I'm the daddy. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be fun. Now the shirt, excuse me, the bucket hat, "you want me to get my daddy up here"? I'm definitely not rocking a bucket hat with that question on it. But would I get, if they had a child size one for my 10 and 11-year-old daughters, would I get one for them? Yeah, I don't know how to make this much bigger. I don't know how to zoom in on this. Let me see. Can I just zoom it? Let me see if I can zoom it. Let me see if I can zoom this. All right, there we go. "You want me to get my daddy up here." Y'all, no doubt, I don't know how they made this, but they probably just went to the mall. This looks like something you get from, like, you just go to the mall. Let me see. There you go. "You want me to get my daddy up here?" I would rock the "I'm the daddy." Now, would I rock that one? Would I rock this actual shirt? Probably. I don't know. I don't think so. But would I rock a shirt saying "I'm the daddy"? That'd be fun. I think that's a good concept. Now, the question is, do you need to put both of them together? Because if you just have "I'm the daddy" maybe that's not quite, it kind of goes in a pair. Like, when you have the shirt that says I'm with stupid, and then the other shirt that says I'm with stupid, and they're pointing at each other, they kind of go together. But yeah, so I would rock the I'm the Daddy shirt. 100%. Not gonna buy one from them, but good luck in their venture, y'all. Good luck in their venture. 100%. Let me see my chat on this screen over here. It's overkill. All right, looks like court's coming back. Share this tab instead. All right. Looks like we're back.
All right.
Oh, there's the isn't that the one? Isn't that the lady that Zachary's trying to get at? This lady here? This one typing on her phone? Is that the one that Zachary's trying to get at from the stand? I think that's the one that Zachary was trying to holler at from the stand. No, this lady here who's coming right here. I think this is her. I'm not sure, but I think this is her. Yeah, bro's trying to riz her up. Hey, I have a question. I made a quesadilla snack for myself and made one for hubby too. Just cause. Is it wrong? Is it wrong that I did 2 slices of cheese on mine and only one for him? He didn't ask for one. Did you have enough cheese, Nosy Rosie, to do 2 slices for him? Why did you only do 1 slice of cheese for the husband, for the men folk? I think the question is why. If there were 3 slices of cheese, I 100% would have put 1.5 on one, 1.5 on another. That's how I would have done it. Even if I was making them for my daughters.
'93 Yankee that has already been shown to the defense. Are you able to see 493 Yankee? If you need to pull it as close to your face as you can to see it, let me know. Do you recognize the people in that photograph,
Kind of blurry.
sir?
Kind of blurry.
It's kind of blurry. Do you need me to bring it to you bigger? Do you see your,
I recognize people.
and is that a fair and accurate picture of what you looked like at the time that that photograph was taken?
Yeah, man.
All right. Do you remember about when this photograph was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you remember?
Let me see it.
Go ahead. No?
Y'all see the date?
Yes, sir. Can you need me to?
I always want me to say the date.
No. Does looking at the date remind you of about when it was taken? All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you see who you're in the photograph with?
Yes.
Who are you in the photograph with?
Me and Shannon.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph of you and Shannon taken at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 493 Yankee. And just so that anyone from the defense sees, there you go. I'll let Mr. Shar see it. State tenders 493 Yankee.
It's admitted.
Mr. Zachary, what we're going to do is look up at the screen and we're going to blow up 493 Yankee, okay? And then I just want you to tell the jury as we blow it up, starting with the people inside, if we could blow it up a little bit more, the faces, tell the jury who the pointer is on now.
Me.
That's you in the white shirt.
Yeah.
And the person to your left with the black hoodie on, who is that?
Shannon.
Okay. And if you will push it up, that date, January 16th, 2015, when you looked at it, was that around the date that this photograph was taken, or
I don't know.
was it taken obviously before this date?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Lil D at RO5 Lil D. Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. And that caption at the bottom, would you read that?
Can't read.
Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you say earlier that you read newspapers? You saw an article in a newspaper. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
You don't remember? We gangster in every city we go. That sound about right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Now, when you post things on social media, who puts the captions on your posts?
Who said I posted that?
I'm asking you a question, not that you posted it. I'm asking you who puts the captions on your posts.
Anybody I get a phone to and ask them for a caption.
So you ask people to put captions on your posts? All right. When you talked about the Club Crucial fight where Woody got jumped on, you and Thug stayed in the club while everyone else went outside after Woody got jumped on. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's what you told the police, though, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police that everybody went to get guns, right?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
What?
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you talk to the police about Shannon swinging on Bloody J?
I don't know.
Did you talk with the police about who shot up Lucci's mama's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you're on our, okay.
Y'all, we just gonna ride this thing out now. Oh, another shoot, hour and a half, 2 hours of I don't remember. I'm in it. Yeah, I'm in it now, y'all. Streamer. In a streamer. Feudy booty. Atlanta's murder rate has declined 35% since Rico arrests. Since these Rico arrests, any thoughts? I'll take a stab at it, a crack at it. Feudy, are you saying since these particular arrests? I guess in what 2022? Is that what you're saying? I would have to see. Thank you, no weapon form against me. You saw both of them, right? I'm gonna show y'all both my daughters real quick. I like showing my daughters off. I'm gonna introduce y'all to my daughters. Oh, you got a night thing on? This is Rosie. Say hello to Rosie. This is my Rosies. I'm not muted. Am I muted? I was muted because I was calling these kids. So Nosy Rosie, this is my Rosie Posey. Okay, so this is one. This is the 10-year-old one. Go tell your sister, come here. Okay. That's the 10-year-old. And we have an 11-year-old too. Miss Rosie Posey is beautiful. Thank you. She's starting to look like her mom. She looked like me for a long time, but she's changing over to the mom. Her face is developing to mom style. This is Vanessa. Come here. Say hello to the people. Vanessa is 11. Hi. Say hi. Don't be shy.
Hi.
That's it? You're gone?
I don't know what else to say.
Say hi, my name is Vanessa.
Hi, my name is Vanessa.
Okay. All right, get out. Run along. That's Vanessa. So yeah, those are my two kids. Vanessa and Rose. They were born almost a year apart. They're 10 days difference would be a year apart. Yeah, back to back. They were both born in July of successive years. Yeah, they do kind of look like me. Yeah, we have a lot of I was looking at what is it, Dear Woke Christian? He had his daughters on. I watched one of his was it a stream? I don't remember what it was, if it was a stream or what. He brought his daughters in. I'm like, man, it's nothing better. Nothing better than having daughters, y'all. I don't have any sons, so I can't, speak on that one. But I love having me some daughters. They're great. They are great. They're super. Are they close? Yeah, they're close. They fight though. They don't fight as much now, but a lot of fighting. A lot of fighting.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, there he is. Mr. Zachary, at the time that Lucci's mom's house got shot up, Lucci was hanging with Kellen then, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You told the police that, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. You believed that at one point Kel shot at Summer at the Crystals, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that Trevia and Summer's cousin were at the Crystals and Kel and them had words?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that during that time you were in Miami and you weren't in that car?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that The night when Demikion got jumped was the first time they ever let you ride with them when they went to do something.
I don't know.
You told the police that you had bought a 7.62 and a Draco, correct?
I don't know.
And in fact, you bought the Draco for yourself when Summer's car had gotten shot up, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you who runs YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug wasn't right there when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your brother and Slug started YSL?
I don't know.
Did the police ask you, what about DK?
I don't know.
Do you know who DK is? Do you know Walter Murphy? Did you tell the police that Tay, Slug, and a few of their friends who grew up together started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Slug told Thug what was going on and Thug just ran with it?
I told him he was just a rapper, so and that's his friend, so that's why I remember telling him.
I'm sorry, one more time for me.
I remember telling him that he was a rapper and that was his friend stuff. I remember telling him that.
That who was a rapper
Mr. Williams.
and who was his friend's stuff?
YSL.
Who was his friend?
Slug.
And that Thug just ran with it.
I just say he just put in his songs.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Now, did you, during the time that you knew Mr. Williams early on, did you ever know him to be with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Jeffrey Williams was never Red Cartel, he was with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Rock Crew and YSL are the same thing?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that they fell out with Boo because Boo was snitching on Mo, and that's when they started YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing name, just for the record?
I don't remember.
Did the police show you some photographs? Specifically, they showed you one of Doo-Wop.
I don't remember no photos.
Did you sign a picture of Doo-Wop and put your signature over it?
I don't remember no photos.
Did you look at a picture of Nard?
I don't remember no photo.
Did you tell the police about how long Moontunk knew your dad?
I don't remember.
Right. Did you identify Yak for the police?
I don't.
Did you identify Shannon for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police or write for the police an SB over Shannon's picture?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that SB stands for Shannon Badass?
Man, ain't nothing bad about it. I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the night that Donovan Thomas got killed, Shannon had a 45?
I told you earlier, no. I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Duop and Nard were in the car and Nard was driving?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that in addition to Shannon, Nard also told you at Thug's house,
I don't know.
at the condo?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police how you linked up with Shannon, Thug, and Yak and the rest after Donovan Thomas' murder?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Monktoon called you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Monktoon told you someone had killed Donovan Thomas?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Monktoon followed you to Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you left Summer's car at Thug's house when you all went to Miami?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Lil D was at Thug's house?
I don't know.
Did you point out or did you talk to the police about a different shooting that happened on April 26, 2015 at the Sitco on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Do you remember yesterday when I showed you a photograph, or not yesterday, but last week when I showed you a photograph and asked you if you recognized Nard in the photograph?
Told you I don't know.
Okay.
Y'all know what we like
Yeah.
hurry up, but once you start playing those interrogation tapes, it's not gonna be much better. Y'all know the audio on those tapes are terrible. So
Do you remember identifying Bentley in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember identifying DK in the photograph?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Bentley had a little nitro every day?
Bentley, what?
Had the nitro every day.
I don't know.
Okay.
y'all my riders, we in it for the long haul now. In it for the long haul. Everybody that's still here that's been on this stream for hours, thank y'all.
Do you remember
Appreciate it.
talking to the police about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't know.
Did you go to the compound that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were with Slug when you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went in two different cars?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police you were in a Benz, a white Benz?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that you were at LaCroix before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug's sister went to the compound because everyone was deep?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that she was in her truck?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that it was an Explorer, a two-door Explorer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK was with her when she pulled up?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that DK and them pulled her out of the car?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that the sister of thugs that was there was Max?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you if after the compound, did everybody go back to the studio at any time?
I don't remember.
You may.
Oh, Nelly. As soon as I said my riders are still with me, we lost 25 people. Oh, wow, y'all. This is serious. We have to give a real shout out to Cat and I Williams, to AVO, to AV to the seventh power. Dear Woke Christian, anybody who's doing this streaming thing for 8, 9, 10 hours in a day, y'all. This is real. This is real. Are we gonna be able to get through 270? I guess there's a part of me that feels like I hope she's not expecting to go. I mean, you know how you hold out hope sometimes? You know how you hold out hope like, nah. It does kind of look like she is going to go through the entire, but she's not thinking about the jury, y'all. She's not thinking about the jury. Paula, thank you. Miss Lily, 710, thank you for sticking around. I want to thank everybody who's still here. The riders. We got the riders here. No Weapon. Andre. Pastor's been here all day. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Do you remember telling the police how you all went to the studio later on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking about going to Magic City and La Crua
I don't know.
that night before you went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
He was already locked up for it. So I knew it was on the news, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry, what now?
He was already locked up for it. Everybody knew it was on the news.
Okay, but I'm talking about the night of the shooting. Was Pee Wee in his Camaro?
You said, did I tell them? Yes, after he had already been convicted of it.
Okay. At the time, were you at the compound when Pee Wee and Max and DK were all at the compound?
I don't know.
So do you remember whether or not Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I don't know.
And do you remember telling the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I remember seeing it on the news and I ran with it.
Is that the only way that you knew Pee Wee was in the Camaro?
Yes.
Did you tell the police, or rather, did you ever go inside the compound once you got there?
I don't remember no compound.
Do you remember telling the police that you never went inside the club and a lot of you all did not go inside the club?
I don't
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you what was y'all's reason for going there?
I don't know.
Do you remember answering, just go in the club? I guess they had YSL shirts on and stuff.
I don't know.
Your Honor, just 1 second before I ask the next question. Did you tell the police, or better yet, did Pee Wee, was he also known as Roscoe?
I don't know.
All right. And did you believe that Pee Wee went in there just to get into it with Wayne?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he just wanted to be seen, start shit, or just be seen?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that after the bus was shot, you met up at the studio and that Max's truck was in there, was with them, and Pee Wee's car?
I don't know.
Right. Do you know what gang Pee Wee Roscoe is in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police he's a Crip?
I don't know. You keep saying something about this same incident. I told you everything I said about it was already on the news.
Okay. Did was Shannon present with you and the other people I just named on the night everyone went to the compound?
I don't know.
Did Shannon FaceTime Thug that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Shannon FaceTimed Thug, but Thug didn't answer?
No.
You didn't tell him that?
I don't think I said no Shannon. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were right there when he FaceTimed Thug, but he didn't answer?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you... Yes. Your Honor, if we can approach, I can show the court.
So I found this, y'all. I found this tweet particularly funny. So Ash Bay 39. I'm just saying she. I don't know. That person just mentioned I guess Black law student is going to be having do a spaces or something. I'm not sure, but I just found this. Y'all check this out. Let me see if can y'all see that? Breaking news. Quindarius Zachary is going to make this longer than what it needs to be. Oh my gosh, y'all. This got me tripping. Quindarius Zachary's gonna make this longer than what it needs to be. Oh my goodness! But can we blame Quindarius? I don't think it's Quindarius' fault, honestly. Quindarius is not the person questioning here. He's not doing the questioning, right? Let's look at some more tweets. Quindarius Zachary is pulling a page from Lil Woody book versus his testimony on Friday, basically talking about the I don't recall, I don't remember, as opposed to Friday. He was doing a lot more talking. Quindarius was doing a lot more talking on Friday, but not today. Let's look at some more tweets. Y'all follow Black Law Student, the Black Law Student. Black Law Student is very involved in the YSL trial and has been advocating for justice. I think that's what most people are advocating for. So every once in a while you get somebody in here. When I say in here, I mean in the comments or what have you, and they'll say, these people are criminals. What, do you want criminals to walk free? Even Feudy Booty has had the question, hey, crime has dropped in Atlanta since these people got arrested. What do y'all think about that? Well, I think Black Law Student and most people who seem to be defending the defendants are not so much defending the defendants' actions or history as they are hoping to see a fair trial. I always go back to when Brian Steele said, all we want is a fair trial. I think that this case has gotten so much coverage because so many things seem to be unfair against the defendants. Okay, so I think I'm going on record right now as saying I'm with Brian Steele. I just want to see a fair trial. Now, I'm sure the prosecution would have their side and they would say this has been a fair trial. So I would say the appearance of the trial has not been fair, right? Andre just says it's the process that gets me. It's the process that gets everybody. It's not if Thug and other defendants were found guilty. It's not that they're guilty that I think upsets people. It's not that they're not guilty. It's the process. Okay. So I think the Black Law Student, I certainly don't want to speak for the Black Law Student, but my impression is that the Black Law Student would agree with that. We want to see a fair process. Okay, so check out the Black Law Student's Twitter, y'all.
And Mr. Zachary, let me rephrase and apologize. Was Roscoe, were you present when Roscoe FaceTime Thug?
I don't remember.
Not Shannon. All right. Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe FaceTime Thug, but that Thug didn't answer?
Yeah, I remember because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had that set up. Yes, I remember.
And what now?
Yes, I remember telling them that because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams told them to do it.
Told who to do what?
Roscoe to do what he did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that you were at a gas station on Northside Drive when that happened? When Roscoe FaceTime Thug?
Yes, because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had something to do with it, and I was telling them he didn't.
Now, when you say they kept trying to make it seem like that, what happened to make you believe that?
Because the way they were sent, like, oh, like they'll say something, oh, ain't nobody just doing that without getting proved from this person to that person. I'm like, man, nobody tell nobody what to do. I'm like, he ain't, you know what I said. If you gonna tell the truth.
You understand that the only person that can give testimony is you on the stand, right? That was the question. Okay. Now, did you ever buy a gun for Woody?
I bought it and I think he stole it or something like that.
You think it got stolen?
I remember buying a gun.
Uh-huh. Okay. Did you buy that gun for Woody?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you remember telling the police that you purchased a Taurus PT 140 40 caliber firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember seeing the receipt for
yes,
the guns?
yeah.
Do you remember seeing your handwriting on a receipt for a Diamondback 223?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the police about a gun that you left in Monkton's car?
Yes.
All right.
Man, how long I'm about to be up here, man? Goddamn head. What?
I said, I'm almost through.
Keep asking these same questions. Yes, I remember everything about the guns I bought.
Okay.
I'm convicted of it.
All right.
I'm trying to have patience, y'all. I'm up
Do
here.
you
Chest
remember
hurt, head hurt.
Okay. Did the police, after you were arrested with that gun at the gas station, do you know if they searched your house?
Yes.
And do you know everything that they found?
No.
Okay. Did the police ask you about Demikion Garlington's phone number?
I don't know.
Okay.
We done.
Y'all, is she gonna rest her case without, not rest her case, but is she gonna finish up
I
without?
need some drugs. Narcotic. Like, I got chronic care issues, you know that. Should be asking the same questions. They might kill me. I'm scared.
Thank you. Do you remember talking to the police about if gang shooting on Empire Park at YSL?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police or identifying for the police Duop in his car?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you knew Nard since you were 12 years old?
I don't know.
Do you remember IDing Yak for the police?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police about a Draco with a shoulder strap
I don't know.
that Nard had the day before the murder?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard was from Browns Mill?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard had Bentley's Nitro every day?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe is a hype man for Jeffrey Williams?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police, in addition to Yak, Shannon, and Duop, that defendant Williams also allowed Nard to drive the Infinity?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you saw defendant Shannon Stillwell I'm sorry. Did you tell the police that you went to Florida with Demekion, Shannon, Kenneth, Diamante, and Nard?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Nard left for Florida before the other people did?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police again in 2017?
I don't know.
All right.
You gotta go through all this same stuff again?
Do you think you remember more about 2017?
No, I don't remember nothing 2017. I don't remember nothing. You keep asking me the same question up here in pain, chest hurting, head hurting. That's illegal. I don't know about my rights, but I'm pretty sure y'all violating them.
Can I give, will the court be willing to give the witness a moment to get some Tylenol?
I'm allergic to Tylenol.
Will the court be willing to give us a brief break to see if we can give to Mr. Zachary? Yes.
Yes.
Where I go?
Okay, so they're gonna let the jury out. Oh my gosh. This is wild, people. Y'all, I think they might be a little bit cavalier with his medical situation. Sometimes we let ourselves be fooled by the way somebody looks and not necessarily because whatever we think might not be reflected on their face. Nosy Rosie, I totally agree. He definitely needs a lawyer in there. He needs a lawyer in there. I kind of think he doesn't have one. But he needs a lawyer in there. I'm with you. Y'all, let's go back to Twitter for a while. While we're waiting, I'm gonna go back to the Black Law Student. Share this tab. Let's just scroll through. Y'all, if you're on Twitter, if you're on X, follow the Black Law Student. Notice how I believe it's a he, y'all. So notice how Black Law Student spells it with instead of an A, there's a V there. ADA Love is currently pulling the same game on Quindarius Zachary as they did on Lil Woody, going through the transcript of his interview so they can get the interviews admitted. So y'all see the game. So he said, "Can you finish up?" She said, "I'm almost finished." How is she almost finished? How is she almost finished if she wants to get these interviews and stuff admitted and play the interviews? So I don't know. YSL Judge Whitaker, you have the power to stop this circus of direct examination. She knows that. Whitaker knows that. YSL Judge Whitaker, at this point, you might as well burn the federal rules of evidence. Whitaker knows what she's doing, y'all. Whitaker wants to get a jury verdict, is my opinion. Warning, Doug Weinstein is cooking this morning. Don't let love go. Y'all, I've noticed that the defense, sometimes they're more feisty, sometimes they're less feisty. Love is always feisty. She's always feisty. Did y'all notice that from the prosecution side, Love is primarily the person who does all the objecting? If Love is in the courtroom, she's the person that's going to object. The other DA attorneys do not object very often, if ever, if Love is there. This is okay, y'all, trigger warning. But since he posted it, we'll watch it. This is going to be the young Dolph shooting. Again, trigger warning. If you don't want to see this, turn away for a minute. I'll tell you when we're finished. I'm about to play it. So this is a young Dolph shooting. Oh my God.
Can you stop it here?
Okay. So that's all
This is Dolph here. Remember, he was wearing the yellow.
So it looks like they're shooting down. Looks like this guy looks like he's shooting at the ground, like somebody might have fallen down. Definitely look, and he doesn't look like he knows what he's doing with that gun. It looks like he's shooting down, but somebody comes running out of the.
Can you stop it here?
Oh no, they were shooting over here. This person, Dolph must be here. This person is not Dolph. Is what I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm seeing this for the first time. All right, so we finished that, y'all. So if you looked away, it's safe to look back. Terrible. Prosecutors say Yo Gotti's brother ordered a $100,000 hit on young Dolph. Again, y'all, we're just covering Twitter while court is on a break, okay? I have court here on my other computer. I will know when it comes back. Prosecutors say Yo Gotti's brother ordered a $100,000 hit on Dolph and even met the shooters right before they killed him. By the way, that brother of Yo Gotti is now dead himself. He got killed. He's not just dead, as in he just died. He was murdered as well. Warning, ADA loves dissatisfaction with how Judge Whitaker is handling the case, suggesting the judge is restricting how the state presents its case. Love is setting up the judge for an appellate issue. Few questions. Miss Lily, am I streaming tomorrow? Y'all, this is a beast. The all-day stream is a beast. I'll see. I'm glad that, we've been able to maintain around 300. It's pretty good. You know, I like this. I definitely want to get better at it. So quite possible. Andre, why? That's why he did. Yeah, yeah. They took Dolph's brother out, meaning I suppose people had a suspicion or knew that he might have had something to do with it. Not Dolph's brother, excuse me. They took Yo Gotti's brother out, not Dolph's brother. People must have had a suspicion that he had something to do with Dolph's murder. Yo Gotti's brother, who might have had something to do with Dolph's murder, and one way or another, they got Yo Gotti's brother for that. So I don't know if people knew for sure or not, but all right. We're back.
Jake, so is there anything anybody needs to bring up or deal with?
I'll be
Any
back, y'all.
short matters? Yeah, why don't everybody come up to the bench?
Yo, what happened? They went on break again? All right. I didn't know they were gonna go on break again, y'all. Okay. Let's keep going through some of these tweets then. Okay, so this one was saying 80 loves dissatisfaction with how Judge Whitaker is handling the case, suggesting the judge is restricting how the case presents its case. Love is setting the judge up for appellate, for I guess an appellate issue. Breaking news. State claims Quindarius Zachary's sister was dating Monk Tonk. This is the biggest love triangle in the world. All right, y'all, help me parse out this love triangle that Black law students talking about. Monk Tonk was dating Travia, and Travia. Is my mic that loud, y'all? If my mic's loud, you could just turn your volume down. So Monk Tonk was dating Travia, right? And Travia was dating Shell Kell. And Monk Tonk's dating Travia. Travia's dating Shell Kell. And now here it says Monk Tonk also was dating QZ's sister. So two of QZ's sisters are public when they were helping him, get the lawyer. So I don't know, y'all. I don't know which one it would have been. That's interesting.
So I'm not going to adjourn for the day. Whoa, hang on, sorry.
The detective was dating the other Lil D's
I
aunt.
mean, I'm going to wait for a few minutes for Miss Love to come back, just in the event she might have something to report that we all need to hear. I doubt it, but as soon as we hear back from her, I think we can adjourn for the day.
All right, what happened? What happened here? They're about to adjourn for the day. So let's wait in here to try to get a sense for what's happening. Y'all, this trial's going to, they said they want this trial to last until, I shouldn't say want to. They're predicting that the trial is going to last until February or March. What's the over-under on that, people? What's the over-under on that? Yeah. What's the over-under on it lasting past March? What happened today? QZ got on the stand, said, I don't remember about nearly everything, then apparently got sick, and now the court's going to be adjourned early. July, October 2025, that's another year. After the election, if Fani loses, the trial will be stopped. I believe that. I believe that that's the case. How many people do y'all think that would have had a trial by now who haven't had a trial because of the resources that are being spent on this trial?
No, we just, no, we can, I think we can accommodate what he needs to get.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else for today, I will see everybody at the designated time tomorrow.
No. Okay.
All right.
Y'all, we made it. We made it through a whole day of streaming. Y'all are my diehard people. Please hit the like before you go. I know y'all gonna start logging off. Hit the like. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Will we be back tomorrow? You know I'll be back making videos. Will I be live? We'll see. If y'all see me live, pop in. Pop in. We'll do it again tomorrow. Again, please hit the like. I appreciate everybody. This is one of the I chose like one of the most boring court days to start off with a live, right? That's crazy. But hey, if I can do it today, then presumably on a day where it's gonna be nice and let's see here. Okay. Presumably on a day where it's going to be nice and exciting, things will be better. So y'all, please, what did Love say when she came back? She's like, she thinks they can accommodate him. Accommodate, I believe she's talking about Zachary. He says he's not feeling well. Am I streaming tomorrow? I'll see. I'll see, y'all. This is a lot because I'm still making the videos. Like, I'm going to hop off of here. I'm going to make a video. There's really, I don't even know what's going to go into this video, this afternoon video, because really not much happens. So I'm going to go through everything and see if there's even anything to make a video with. I mean, It's one of the first times somebody's literally just said, I don't recall about everything, or I don't remember. Even Woody had more to say about what he wasn't gonna say. Less profanity. Are you saying people get on here and speak profanity? No, I'm not gonna be profane. Oh, are you talking about the profanity among the chat? You must mean the profanity among the chat. So y'all, again, Jesus Garcia, thank you. First, I think it's the first time I see a comment from you. Thank you. Hit the like, y'all. I'm gonna try to make some kind of video out of what we've seen since lunch. I don't know what's gonna be in it, but there's a lot of people who didn't get to watch. They don't get to watch the live, and they don't want to sit through a whole live. So I try to just hit all of the key points. What will those be? Who even knows? Because there really wasn't a lot that happens. So Kevon, yes, if I go live tomorrow, do I think the family told him to stop talking? You mean before today? Probably. I mean, I'm not going to speak for his family, but I wouldn't be surprised. He has immunity now, though, so he really has a much lower risk of getting in trouble. He had a lot to say Friday, yeah. So people are speculating maybe it's due to having had his medication on Friday and not having it today. Maybe something happened over the weekend. There was a lot of backlash, y'all. There's a lot of backlash on the whole lawyer situation. People were asking for their money back. People were really, really dragging the family on that lawyer situation, y'all. Really, really, really dragging the family on that lawyer situation. I was watching the trial on other channels, but too much profanity. Glad your channel was recommended. Thank you. But you say profanity among the chat. Andrea Williams, his dad never wanted him to testify. You know, I only heard his dad speak on that once on Taylor Umbridge's TikTok. So find Taylor Umbridge on TikTok, y'all. Taylor. I think it's Umbridge. She graciously allowed me to post her TikToks to my YouTube videos. I reached out to her and I asked her for permission, and she said sure, which I think is excellent. And so I was watching one of her videos, and the father said that they will bring QZ to testify on the day he's supposed to testify, but that they're not going to just have him there every day waiting, just showing up and waiting for his turn. His father certainly did not say my son is not going to testify. In the clip I heard, what did he say at other times? I don't know, obviously. But in that clip that I heard, the father certainly did indicate that QZ intends to testify. He just does not intend to sit around and wait to testify like some of the other witnesses maybe have had to do. Okay? So that's what I heard. That's what I heard his father say. Yeah, he's not a healthy person. He's not a healthy person. So y'all, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I appreciate you all for being here with me all day. I really do. It's been an excellent experience. I certainly will be streaming again. Just check for me tomorrow morning. We'll see. Thank y'all. Peace.